Damon hadn't exercised any restraint at all. Elena hadn't exercised any on her own behalf. That silvery cast. Stefan's stomach clenched when he thought about it. About the last time he'd seen her hair that way. She'd been dead then. On her feet, but dead just the same. Stefan let the rabbit scamper away. He was taking another oath. He must not make Elena into a vampire again. That meant no significant blood exchange between the two of them for at least a week. Either giving or taking might tip her over the edge. He must once again adjust to the taste of animal blood. Stefan shut his eyes briefly, remembering the horror of the first time. The cramps, the shakes, the agony that seemed to tell his entire body that it wasn't getting fed. The feeling that his veins might explode into flame at any moment. And the pain in his jaws. He stood up. He was lucky to be alive. Luckier than he ever could have dreamed he would be in having Elena beside him. He would work through the readjustment without bothering her by telling her, he decided. Just 2 hours later, Stefan was back at the boarding house, limping slightly. Matt, who met him at the heavy front door, noticed the limp. "You okay? Better get in and ice it." "Just a cramp," Stefan said briefly. "I'm not used to exercise. Didn't get any back there in, you know." He looked away, flushing. So did Matt, hot and cold and furious at the people who had put Stefan in this condition. Vampires were pretty resilient, but he had the feeling, no, he knew, that Stefan had almost died in his prison cell. One day under lock and key had convinced Matt that he never wanted to be imprisoned again. He followed Stefan to the kitchen, where Elena, Meredith, and Mrs. Flowers were, what else? Drinking mugs of tea. And Matt felt a twinge when Elena instantly noticed the limp and got up and went to Stefan. And Stefan held her tightly, running reassuring fingers through her hair. Matt couldn't help but wonder, though, was that glorious golden hair turning lighter? More like the silvery gold it had been when Elena had first gone with Stefan and was on her way to turning into a vampire? Stefan certainly seemed to be inspecting it closely, turning each handful as he raked his fingers through it. "Any luck?" Elena asked him, tension in her voice. Wearily, Stefan shook his head. "I went up streets and down streets, and wherever I found a young girl who was contorted or whirling round and round, or doing any other of the things the papers mentioned, I tried to influence them. Well, maybe I shouldn't have bothered with the whirling girls. I couldn't catch their eyes. But the final count is 0 for 11. Elena turned toward Meredith in agitation. "What do we do?" Mrs. Flowers busily began rummaging through bundles of herbs that hung above her stove. "You need a nice cup of tea." "And a rest," Meredith said, patting him lightly on the hand. "Can I get you anything?" "Well, I've got a new idea. Scrying. But I need Misau's star ball to see if it will work. Don't worry," he added. "I won't use any of the power in it. I just need to look at the surface." "I'll bring it," Elena offered, getting up promptly from where she was sitting on his lap. Matt started slightly and looked at Mrs. Flowers as Elena went to the door of the root cellar and pushed. Nothing moved, and Mrs. Flowers simply watched benignly. It was Stefan who rose to help her, still limping. Then Matt and Meredith got up, Meredith asking, Mrs. Flowers, are you sure we should keep the star ball in that same safe? Mamma says we're doing the right thing, Mrs. Flowers answered serenely. After that, things happened very fast. As if they'd rehearsed it, Meredith pressed the exact place to open the root cellar door. Elena fell to her hands and knees. Faster than even he had imagined he could go, Matt went barreling towards Stefan with one shoulder down. Mrs. Flowers was frantically pulling great swaths of dried herbs down from where they hung above the kitchen table. And then Matt was hitting Stefan with all the power in his body, and Stefan was stumbling over Elena, his head going down and meeting no resistance on the way. Meredith was coming at him sideways and helping him do a complete forward flip in the air. As soon as the flip took him out of the doorway and he was cartwheeling down the stairs, Elena got up and shut the door, and Meredith leaned against it as Matt shouted, "How do you keep in a kitchenier?" "These might help," gasped Mrs. Flowers, stuffing odoriferous herbs into the crack under the door. "An iron!" cried Elena. Then she and Meredith and Matt all ran to the den where there was an enormous tripartite iron fire screen. Somehow they bundled it back to the kitchen and set it upright against the root cellar door. Just then the first crash came from the inside against it, but the iron was heavy, and the second crash against the door was weaker. "What are you doing? Have you all gone crazy?" Stefan shouted plaintively, but as the entire group began to cover the door in post-it note amulets, he cursed instead and became pure Shinichi. "You'll be sorry, damn you! Misao's not right. She cries and cries. You'll make it up to her with your blood, but not before I introduce you to some special friends of mine, the kind who know how to cause real pain." Elena lifted her head, as if hearing something. Matt watched her frown. Then she called to Shinichi, "Don't even try to probe for Damon, he's gone. And if you try to track him, I'll fry your brains." Sullen silence greeted her from the root cellar. "My goodness gracious, what next?" murmured Mrs. Flowers. Elena simply nodded for the others to follow her, and they went all the way to the very top of the house, Stefan's room, and spoke in whispers. "How did you know? Did you use telepathy?" "I didn't know at first," Matt admitted. "But Elena was acting as if the star ball was in the root cellar. Stefan knows it's not there. I guess," he added with a guilty start, "that I invited him in." "I knew as soon as he started groping my hair," Elena said with a shudder. Stefan knows I only like it touched lightly, and at the ends, not mauled like that. Remember all Shinichi's little songs about golden hair? He's a nutcase. Anyway, I could tell from the feel of his mind." Matt felt ashamed. All his wondering about Elena maybe changing into a vampire, and this was the answer, he thought. "I noticed his lapis ring," Meredith said. "I saw him with it on his right hand as he went out earlier. When he came back, he had it on his left hand." There was a brief pause as they all stared at her. She shrugged. "It was part of my training, noticing little things." "Good point," Matt said at last. "Good point. He wouldn't be able to change it in sunlight." "How did you know, Mrs. Flowers?" Elena asked. "Or was it just the way we were behaving?" "Goodness, no. You're all very good little actors. But as soon as he stepped over the threshold, Mamma fairly shrieked at me. 'What are you doing letting a kitchenier into your house?' So then I knew what we were in for." "We beat him," Elena said, beaming. We actually caught Shinichi off guard. I can hardly believe it. Believe it, Meredith said with a wry smile. He was off guard for a moment. He'll be thinking up revenge right now. Something else was worrying Matt. He turned to Elena. I thought that you said that both you and Shinichi had keys that could take you anywhere, anytime. So why couldn't he have just said, take me inside the boarding house where the star ball is? Those were different keys from the twin fox key, Elena said, her brows drawn together. They're like the master keys, and Shinichi and Misao still have them both. I don't know why he didn't use his, although it would have given him away the moment he was inside. Not if you went inside the root cellar and stayed there the whole time, Meredith said. And maybe a master key can override the not invited inside rule. Mrs. Flowers said, but Mama still would have told me. Also, there are no keyholes in the root cellar. At all. No keyholes wouldn't matter, I don't think, Elena answered. I think he just wanted to show how clever he was, and how he could fool us into giving him Misao's star ball. Before anyone else could say a word, Meredith held out her palm with a shining key on it. The key was golden, with diamonds inset, and had a very familiar outline. That's one of the master keys, cried Elena. It's what we thought the twin fox key would look like. It sort of came out of his jeans pocket when he did that flip, Meredith said innocently. When you were flipping him over me, you mean? Said Elena. I suppose you picked his pocket, too. So right now, Shinichi doesn't have a key to escape with? Matt said excitedly. No key to make keyholes, Elena agreed, dimpling. He can have fun changing into a mole and burrowing out of the root cellar, Meredith said coolly. That's if he's got his transforming gear or whatever with him, she added with a troubled change in her voice. I wonder if we should have Matt tell one other person where he's actually hidden the star ball. Just in case. Matt saw knitted brows all around him. But suddenly the realization hit him that he had to tell someone that he'd hidden the star ball in his closet. The group, including Stefan, had picked him to hide it because he had so stubbornly resisted when Shinichi was using Damon's body as a puppet to torture him a month ago. Matt had proved then that he would die in hideous pain rather than endanger his friends. But if Matt were to die now, Misao's star ball might be lost to the group forever. And only Matt knew how close he had come today to tumbling down the stairs along with Shinichi. Far below they all heard a shout. Hello? Is anybody home? Elena! That's my Stefan, Elena said, and then, without a shred of dignity, she ran to launch herself from the foyer into his arms. He looked startled, but managed to break her fall before they both went down on the porch. What's been going on? He said, his body vibrating infinitesimally, as with the urge to fight. The whole house smells like kitsunie. It's all right, Elena said. Come and see. She led him upstairs to his room. We've got him in the root cellar, she added. Stefan looked confused. You've got who in the root cellar? With iron against the door, Matt said triumphantly, and herbs and amulets all over it. And anyway, Meredith got his key. His key? You're talking about Shinichi? Stefan turned on Meredith, green eyes wide. While I've been gone. It was mostly an accident. I sort of stuck my hand in his pocket when he was upside down and off balance, and I lucked out and got the master key. Unless this is an ordinary house key. Stefan stared at it. It's the real thing. Elena knows that. Meredith, you're incredible. Yes, it's the right one, Elena confirmed. I remember the shape. Pretty elaborate, yes? She took it from Meredith's hand. What are you going to... Might as well test it, Elena said with a mischievous smile. She walked to the door of the room, shut it, said, "The den downstairs," inserted the winged key in the lock, and opened the door, stepping through and shutting the door behind her. Before anyone could speak, she was back, with the poker from the den held aloft in triumph. "It works," Stefan cried. "That's amazing," Matt said. Stefan looked almost feverish. "But don't you realize what it means? It means we can use this key. We can go anywhere we like without using power, even to the dark dimension. But first, while he's still here, we ought to do something about Shinichi." "You're in no condition to do that now, dear Stefan," Mrs. Flowers said, shaking her head. "I'm sorry, but the truth is that we have been very, very lucky. That wicked Kitsune was off guard back then. He won't be now." "I still have to try," Stefan said quietly. "Every one of you has been tormented or had to fight, whether with your fists or your minds," he added, bowing slightly to Mrs. Flowers. "I've suffered, but I've never had the chance to fight him. I have to try." Matt said, just as quietly, "I'll go with you." Elena added, "We can all fight together. Right, Meredith?" Meredith nodded slowly, taking Stefan's poker from his fireplace. "Yes. It may be a low blow, but together. I say it's a higher blow than letting him live and go on hurting people. Anyway, we'll take care of it together," Elena said firmly. "Right now." Matt started to get up, but his motion was frozen in mid-air as he stared in horror. Simultaneously, with the grace of hunting lionesses or ballet dancers, the two girls closed in on Stefan, and simultaneously they swung their separate pokers, Elena hitting him in the head, and Meredith hitting him squarely in the groin. Stefan reeled away from the blow to the head, but simply said, "Ow!" when Meredith hit him. Matt knocked Elena out of the way and then, turning as precisely as if he were on the football field, got Meredith out of Stefan's way too. But this impostor had obviously decided not to fight back. Stefan's form melted. Misao, green leaves woven into her scarlet-tipped black hair, stood before them. To Matt's shock, her face was pinched and pale. She was obviously very ill, although still defiant. But there was no mockery in her voice tonight. "What have you done with my star ball? And my brother?" she demanded feebly. "Your brother's safely locked up," Matt said, hardly knowing what he was telling her. Despite all the crimes Misao had committed, he couldn't help feeling sorry for her. She was clearly desperate and ill. "I know that. I was going to say my brother will kill you all. Not as a game, but in anger." Now Misao looked wretched and frightened. "You've never seen him really angry." "You've never seen Stefan angry either," Elena said. "At least not when he had all his power." Misao just shook her head. A dried leaf floated from her hair. "You don't understand." "I doubt we understand anything. Meredith, have we searched this girl?" "No, but surely she wouldn't have brought the other one," Elena said crisply. "Matt, take a book and read it. I'll tell you when we're done." Matt was reluctant to turn his back on a kitsune, even a sick one. But when even Mrs. Flowers nodded gently, he obeyed. Still, back turned or not, he could hear noises. And the noises suggested that Misao was being held tightly and searched thoroughly. At first, the sounds were all negative murmurs. Uh-huh. Oops. There was a rattle of metal on wood. Matt only turned when Elena said, "Okay, you can look." It was in her front pocket. She added to Misao, who was looking as if she might faint. "We didn't want to have to hold you and search you, but this key... Where in heaven's name did you get keys like this anyway?" A pink spot showed on Misao's cheeks. "Heaven is right. They're the only 2 left of the master keys, and they belong to Shinichi and me. I figured out how to steal them from the Celestial Court. That was a long time ago." At that moment, they heard a car on the road, Stefan's Porsche. In the dead silence that followed, they could also see the car through Stefan's window as it swung into the driveway. "No one goes down," Elena said tersely. "No one invites him in." Meredith shot her a keen glance. Shinichi could have tunneled out like a mole by now, and he's already been invited in. "My fault for not warning you all, but anyway, if it is Shinichi and he's done anything to hurt Stefan, he's going to see me when I'm angry." The words "wings of destruction" just popped into my head, and something inside me wants to save them. There was a chill in the room. No one met Stefan, but in a moment they could all hear running footsteps. Stefan appeared at his door, burst through, and found himself confronted with a row of people all looking at him suspiciously. "What the hell is going on?" he demanded, staring at Misao, who was being held up between Meredith and Matt. "Misao." Elena took 2 steps toward him and wound herself around him, drawing him into a deep kiss. For a moment he resisted, but then, bit by bit, his opposition collapsed despite the room full of observers. When Elena finally let go, she just leaned against Stefan, breathing hard. The others were all crimson with embarrassment. Stefan, flushed as he was, held her tightly. "I'm sorry," Elena whispered, "but you've already come home twice. First it was Shinichi and we locked him in the root cellar. Then it was her." She pointed without looking, toward the cowering Misao. "I didn't know how to make sure that Shinichi hadn't escaped somehow, and you're sure now." "Oh, yes. I recognize you. You're always ready to let me in." Matt realized that she was shaking and quickly stood up so she could sit, for at least a minute or 2, in peace. The peace lasted less than a minute. "I want my star ball," Misao cried. "I need to put power in it or I'll go on weakening, and then you'll have murdered me." "Go on weakening? Is the liquid evaporating out of the star ball or something?" Meredith asked. Matt was thinking about what he'd seen on his home block before the Ridgemont sheriffs had got him. "You've gathered power to put in it?" he asked mildly. "Power from yesterday, maybe?" "Power from ever since you took it. But it isn't joined with me, with my star ball. It's mine, but not yet." "Like maybe some power from making Cole Reese eat his guinea pig while it was alive? From making kids burn down their own houses?" Matt's voice was gravelly. "What does it matter?" Misao retorted sullenly. "It's mine. They were my ideas, not yours. You can't keep me away. Meredith, keep me away from her. I've known that kid Cole since he was born. I'll always have nightmares. Misao perked up like a wilting plant getting water. Have nightmares. Have nightmares, she whispered. There was silence. Then Meredith said, carefully and expressionlessly, as if she were thinking of the stave. You're a nasty little thing, aren't you? Is that your food? Bad memories, nightmares, fear of the future? Misao was plainly stumped. She couldn't see the catch. It was like asking a regular hungry teenager, how about some pizza and a Coke? Is that what you want? Misao couldn't even see that her appetites were wrong, so she couldn't lie. You were right before, Stefan said forcefully. We have your star ball. The only way to make us give it back would be to do something for us. We're supposed to be able to control you anyway because we have it. Old ways thinking. Obsolete, Misao growled. There was a dead silence. Matt felt his stomach plummet. They had been betting on old ways thinking all along. To get Shinichi's star ball by making Misao tell them where it was. Their ultimate goal had been to control Shinichi using his star ball. You don't understand, Misao said, pitifully and yet angrily at the same time. My brother will help me fill my star ball again. But what we did in this town, it was an order, not just for fun. Could have fooled me, Elena murmured, but Stefan's head jerked up and he said, an order. From who? I don't know, Misao screamed. Shinichi gets the orders, then he tells me what to do. But whoever it is should be happy by now. The town is almost destroyed. He ought to give me some help here. She glared at the group, and they stared back. Without knowing that he was going to say it, Matt said, Let's put her in the root cellar with Shinichi. I've got this feeling that we might all be sleeping in the storage room tonight. Chapter 25. Sleeping in the storage room with every wall covered in post-it note amulets, added Meredith grimly. If we have enough. I got another packet, but it doesn't go very far when you're trying to cover a room. Okay, Elena said. Who's got Shinichi's key? Matt raised his hand. Don't tell me, exclaimed Elena. I've got hers. We can't lose them. Stefan and I are one team. You guys are the other. They half led and half supported Misao out of Stefan's room and down the stairs. Misao didn't try to run away from them, to struggle or to speak to them. This only made Matt more suspicious of her. He saw Stefan and Elena glance toward each other, and knew they were feeling the same way. But what else was there to do with her? There was no other way, humanely or even inhumanely, to restrain her for days. They had her star ball, and according to books, that was supposed to allow them to control her. But she was right. It seemed to be an obsolete notion, because it didn't work. They tried with Stefan and Meredith holding her tightly, while Matt got the star ball from where he'd been keeping it in a shoebox on the upper shelf above the clothes in his closet. He and Elena had tried to get Misao to do things while holding the almost empty sphere. To make Misao tell where her brother's star ball was, and so on. But it simply didn't work. Maybe when there's so little power in it, it doesn't apply, Elena said finally. But that was small comfort at best. As they took Misao to the kitchen, Matt thought that it had been a stupid plan of the Kitsune, imitating Stefan twice. Doing it the second time when the humans were on guard. That was stupid. Misao didn't seem as stupid as that. Matt had a bad feeling. Elena had a very bad feeling about what they were doing. As she looked around at the faces of the others, she saw that they did too. But nobody had come up with a better plan. They couldn't kill Misao. They weren't murderers who could kill a sickly, passive girl in cold blood. She figured that Shinichi must have very keen hearing and had already heard them walking on the creaking kitchen floorboards. And she had to assume that he knew, by mind bond, or just logic, or whatever, that Misao was right above him. There was nothing to lose by shouting through the closed door, "Shinichi, we've got your sister here. If you want her back, you'll stay quiet and not make us throw her down the stairs." There was silence from the root cellar. Elena chose to think of it as submissive silence. At least Shinichi wasn't yelling threats. "Okay," Elena whispered. She'd taken a position directly behind Misao. "When I count to 3, we push as hard as we can." "Wait," Matt said in a miserable whisper shout. "You said we wouldn't throw her down the stairs." "Life isn't fair," Elena said grimly. "You think he doesn't have some surprise for us? But—" "Leave it, Matt," said Meredith quietly. She had the stave ready in her left hand, and with her right was ready to push on the panel for opening the door. "Everybody ready?" Everyone nodded. Elena felt sorry for Matt and Stefan, who were the most honest and sensitive of all of them. 1, she whispered softly. 2, 3. On 3, Meredith hit the concealed wall switch, and then things began to happen in very slow motion. By 2, Elena had already begun to shove Misao toward the door. On 3, the others joined her. But the door seemed to take forever to open, and before the ending of forever, everything went wrong. The greenery around Misao's head spread twigs in all directions. One strand shot out and snagged Elena around the wrist. She heard a yell of outrage from Matt and knew that another strand had gotten him. "Push!" Meredith shouted, and then Elena saw the stave coming at her. Meredith whisked with the stave through the greenery connected to Misao. The vine that had been cutting into Elena's wrist fell to the floor. Any remaining misgivings about throwing Misao down the stairs vanished. Elena joined in the crowd, trying to push her through the opening. But there was something wrong in the basement. For one thing, they were shoving Misao into pitch darkness and movement. The basement was full of something. Some things. Elena looked down at her ankle and was horrified to see a gigantic maggot that seemed to have crawled out of the root cellar. Or at least a maggot was the first thing she could think of to compare it to. Maybe it was a headless slug. It was translucent and black, and about a foot long, but far too fat for her to have put a hand around it. It seemed to have 2 ways of moving, one by the familiar hunch and straighten method, and the other by simply sticking to other maggots, which were exploding up over Elena's head like a hideous fountain. Elena looked up and wished she hadn't. There was a cobra waving over them, out of the root cellar and into the kitchen. It was a cobra made of black, translucent maggots stuck together, and every so often one would fall off and land among the group, and there would be a cry. If Bonnie had been with them, she would have screamed until the wine glasses in the cupboard shattered, Elena thought wildly. Meredith was trying to attack the cobra with the stave and reach into her jeans pocket for post-it notes at the same time. "I'll get the notes," Elena gasped, and wriggled her hand into Meredith's pocket. Her finger closed on a small sheaf of cards, and she tugged it out triumphantly. Just then, the first glistening fat maggot fell on her bare skin. She wanted to scream with pain as its little feet, or teeth, or suckers, whatever kept it attached to her, burned and stung. She pulled a thin card from the sheaf, which was not a post-it note, but the same amulet on a smaller, rather flimsy note card, and slapped it on the maggot-like thing. Nothing happened. Meredith was thrusting the stave into the middle of the cobra now. Elena saw another of the creatures fall almost onto her upturned face, and managed to turn away so that it hit her collar instead. She tried another card from the sheaf, and when it just floated away, the maggots looked gooey but weren't. She gave a primal scream and ripped with both hands at the ugly things attached to her. They gave way, leaving her skin covered with red marks, and her t-shirt torn at the shoulder. "The amulets aren't working," she yelled to Meredith. Meredith was actually standing under the swaying, hooded head of the maggot cobra, stabbing and stabbing as if to reach the center. Her voice was muffled. "Not enough amulets anyway. Too many of these grubs. You better run." An instant later, Stefan shouted, "Everybody get away from here. There's something solid in there." "That's what I'm trying to get," Meredith shouted back. Frantically, Matt yelled, "Where's Misao?" The last time Elena had seen her, she had been diving into the writhing mass of segmented darkness. "Gone," she shouted back. "Where's Mrs. Flowers?" "In the kitchen," said a voice behind her. Elena glanced back and saw the old woman pulling down herbs with both hands. "Okay," Stefan shouted. "Everybody take a few steps back. I'm going to hit it with power. Do it, now!" His voice was like a whiplash. Everyone stepped back, even Meredith, who had been probing the snake with her stave. Stefan curled his hand around nothingness, around air, and it turned to sparkling, swirling, bright energy. He threw it point blank into the cobra made of maggots. There was an explosion, and then suddenly it was raining maggots. Elena had her teeth locked so as to keep herself from screaming. The oval, translucent bodies of the maggots broke open on the kitchen floor like overripe plums, or else bounced. When Elena dared look up again, she saw a black stain on the ceiling. Beneath it, smiling, was Shinichi. Meredith, lightning quick, tried to put the stave through him, but Shinichi was faster, leaning out of her way and out of the next thrust, and the next. "You humans," he said. "All the same, all stupid. When midnight finally comes, you'll see how stupid you were," he said midnight, as if he were saying the apocalypse. "We were smart enough to discover that you weren't Stefan," Matt said from behind Shinichi. Shinichi rolled his eyes. "And to put me into a little room roofed with wood? You can't even remember that Kitsunye control all plants and trees? The walls are all full of mallet grubs by now, you know. Thoroughly infested." His eyes flickered, and he glanced backward, Elena saw, looking toward the open door of the root cellar. Her terror soared, and at the same time Stefan shouted, "Get out of here! Out of the house! Go to somewhere safe!" Elena and Meredith stared at each other, paralyzed. They were on different teams, but they couldn't seem to let go of each other. Then Meredith snapped out of it and turned to the back of the kitchen to help Mrs. Flowers. Matt was already there, doing the same thing. And then Elena found herself swept off her feet and moving fast. Stefan had her and was running toward the front door. Distantly, she heard Shinichi shout, "Bring me back their bones!" One of the maggots that Elena batted out of the way burst its skin, and Elena saw something crawling out. These really were Malik, she realized. Smaller editions of the one that had swallowed Matt's arm and left those long, deep scratches when he pulled it out again. She noticed that one was stuck on Stefan's back. Reckless with fury, she grabbed it near one end and ripped it off, yanking relentlessly, even though Stefan gasped in pain. When it came free, she got a glimpse of what looked like dozens of small children's teeth on the bottom side. She threw it against a wall as they reached the front door. There, they almost collided with Matt, Meredith, and Mrs. Flowers coming through the den. Stefan wrenched the door open, and when they all were through, Meredith slammed it shut. A few Malik, grubs and still wet flying ones, made it out with them. "We're safe," snapped Meredith. "I mean, really safe. Safe for a couple of days." Neither she nor Matt had released their grip on Mrs. Flowers, and from their speed Elena guessed that she must be almost as light as a straw figure. She kept saying, "My goodness! Oh, gracious!" "My house?" Matt suggested. "The block's bad, but it was okay the last time I saw it, and my mom's gone with Dr. Alpert." "Okay, Matt's house. Using the master keys. But let's do it from the storage room. I do not want to open this front door again, no matter what," Elena said. When Stefan tried to pick her up, she shook her head. "I'm fine. Run as fast as you can and smash any Malik you see." They made it to the storage room, but now a sound like vip, 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 a sort of high-pitched buzzing that could only have been produced by the Malik, was following them. "What now?" Matt panted, helping Mrs. Flowers to sit on the bed. Stefan hesitated. "Is your house really safe, do you think?" "Is anywhere safe? But it's empty. Or it should be." Meanwhile, Meredith drew Elena and Mrs. Flowers aside. To Elena's horror, Meredith was holding one of the smaller grubs, gripping it so that its underside was turned upward. "Oh, God!" Elena protested, but Meredith said, "They look a lot like little kids' teeth, don't they?" Suddenly, Mrs. Flowers became animated. "They do indeed. And you're saying that the femur we found in the thicket—" "Yes, it was certainly human, but maybe not chewed by humans." "Human children," Meredith said. "And Shinichi yelled to the Malik to bring back our bones," Elena said and swallowed. Then she looked at the grub again. "Meredith, get rid of that thing somehow. It's going to pop out as a flying Malik." Meredith looked around the storage room blankly. "Okay, just drop it and I'll step on it," Elena said, holding her breath to hold in her nausea. Meredith dropped the fat, translucent black thing, which exploded on impact. Elena stamped on it, but the Malik inside didn't crush. Instead, when she lifted her foot, it tried to skitter under the bed, The stave cut it cleanly in two. "Guys," Elena said sharply to Matt and Stefan. "We have to go now. Outside are a bunch of flying Malik." Matt turned toward her. "Like the one that—" "Smaller, but just like the one that attacked you, I think. Okay. Here's what we figured out," Stefan said in a way that immediately made Elena uneasy. "Somebody has to go to the dark dimension anyway to check on Bonnie. I guess I'm the only one to do that since I'm a vampire." "You couldn't get in." "Yes, we could," Meredith said. "With these keys, we could just say, 'Take us to Lady Oma's house in the dark dimension,' or 'Take me to wherever Bonnie is.' Why shouldn't it work?" Elena said, "Okay, Meredith, Matt, and Mrs. Flowers can stay here and try to figure out what midnight is. From the way Shinichi said it, it sounded bad. Meanwhile, Stefan and I go to the dark dimension and find Bonnie." "No," Stefan said. "I won't take you to that horrible place again." Elena looked him straight in the eye. "You promised," she said, indifferent to the other people in the room. "You promised never to go again on a quest without me, no matter how short the time, no matter what the cause. You promised." Stefan looked at her desperately. Elena knew he wanted to keep her safe. But which world was truly safe now? Both were filled with horror and danger. "Anyway," she said with a grim smile, "I have the key." Chapter 26. "Now you know how it's done," Elena asked Meredith. "You put the key in the keyhole and say where you want to go. Then open the door and go through. That's it. You three go first," Stefan added. "And quick." "I'll turn the key," Meredith told Matt. "You take care of Mrs. Flowers." Just then, Elena thought of something that she didn't want to say aloud, only to Stefan. But she and he were physically so close, she knew he would pick it up. "Saber," she thought to Stefan. "We can't leave him to these Malik." "We won't," she heard Stefan's voice in her head say. "I showed him the way to Matt's house, and told him to go there and take Talon and protect the people who will be coming." At the same time, Matt was saying, "Oh my God, Saber! He saved my life. I can't just leave him." "Already taken care of," Stefan reassured him, and Elena patted him on the back. "He'll be at your house in a little while, and if you go somewhere else, he'll track you." Elena turned her pats into gentle pushes. "Be good." "Matt Honeycutt's bedroom in Fell's Church," Meredith said, thrusting the key at the door handle and opening the door. She and Mrs. Flowers and Matt all stepped forward. The door shut. Stefan turned to Elena. "I'm going first," he said flatly. "But I'm holding on to you. I'm not going to let you go." "Never let me go. Never let me go," Elena whispered in an imitation of Misau's "have nightmares." Then she had a thought. "Slave bracelets." "What?" Stefan said. Then, "Oh, I remember, you told me. But what are they supposed to look like?" "Like any two bracelets, matching if possible." Elena was scrambling around the back of the room where furniture was piled up, opening drawers, closing them. "Come on, bracelets. Come on. This house is supposed to have everything." "What about these things you wear in your hair?" Stefan asked. Elena looked back, and he tossed her a bag of soft cotton ponytail holders. "You're a genius. They won't even hurt my wrists. And here are two white ones, so they'll match," Elena said happily. They arranged themselves in front of the door, with Stefan to Elena's left, so he could see what was out there before they stepped in. He also had a firm grip on Elena's left arm. "Wherever our friend Bonnie McCullough is," Stephen said, and thrust the key into the lockless door handle, turning it. Then, after giving Elena the key, he gingerly opened the door. Elena wasn't sure what she was expecting. A blaze of light, maybe, as they traveled through dimensions. Some kind of spiraling tunnel or shooting stars. At least a feeling of motion. What she got was steam. It soaked through her t-shirt and dampened her hair. And then she got noise. "Elena! Elena! You're here!" Elena recognized the voice, but couldn't locate the screamer in the steam. Then she saw an immense bathtub made of tiles of malachite, and a frightened-looking girl tending a charcoal fire at the bath's foot, while two other young attendants holding scrubbing brushes and pumice stones cowered against the other wall. And in the bath was Bonnie. It was obvious that the tub was very deep, because Bonnie wasn't able to touch bottom in the middle, but she was half leaping out of the water like a foam-covered dolphin over and over to attract attention. "There you are," gasped Elena. She dropped to her knees on a thick, soft blue rug. Bonnie made a spectacular leap, and just for a moment, Elena could feel a small, soapy, sudsy body in her arms. Then Bonnie went down again and came up laughing. "And is that Stephen? It's Stephen! Stephen, hello! Hello!" Stephen glanced back, as if trying to assess the sud situation. He seemed satisfied with it, turned slightly, and waved. "Hey, Bonnie?" he asked, voice muffled by the sounds of continual splashing. "Where are we?" "It's Lady Ulma's house. You're safe. You're all safe." She turned a small, hopeful face to Elena. "Where's Meredith?" Elena shook her head, thinking of all the things about Meredith that Bonnie didn't know yet. Well, she decided, this wasn't the time to mention them. She had to stay behind, to protect Bell's church. "Oh." Bonnie looked down, troubled. "Still bad, is it?" "You wouldn't believe it. Really, it's indescribable. That's where Matt and Mrs. Flowers and Meredith are. I'm sorry." "No, I'm just so glad to see you. Oh, my God. But you're hurt." She was looking at the small tooth wounds on Elena's arm and the blood on her torn t-shirt. "I'll get out and—" "Hey, no, you get in. There's plenty of room, plenty of hot water, and plenty of clothes. Lady Ulma even designed some for us, for when we came back." Elena, smiling reassuringly at the bath girls, was already stripping as fast as she could. The tub, which was big enough for 6 to swim in, looked too luxurious to miss, and, she reasoned, it made sense to be clean when you greeted your hostess. "Go have fun," she shouted to Stephen. "Is Damon here?" she added in a whispered aside to Bonnie, who nodded. "Damon's here too," Elena caroled. "If you find Lady Ulma, tell her Elena's coming, but she's getting washed up first." She didn't actually dive into the pearl-pink steaming water, but she got onto the second step down and let herself slide from there. Instantly, she was immersed in delicious heat that seeped straight into her body, pulling some magic string that relaxed all her muscles at once. Perfumes suffused the air. She flung her wet hair back and saw Bonnie laughing at her. "So, you got out of your hole and you've been here wallowing in luxury while we've been worried sick?" Elena couldn't help but hear the way her voice went up at the end, making it a question.
No, I got picked up by some people and...
Bonnie broke off.
Well, the first few days were tough, but never mind. Thank God we got to Lady Ulma's in the end. Want a bath brush? Some soap that smells just like roses?
Elena was looking at Bonnie with slightly narrowed eyes. She knew that Bonnie would do just about anything for Damon. That included covering up for him. Delicately, all the while enjoying the brushes and unguents and many kinds of soaps laid out on a shelf for easy reach, she began an inquisition. Stefan got out of the steamy room before he was soaking wet. Bonnie was safe, and Elena was happy. He found he had stepped into another room, in which were a number of couches made of some soft, spongy material. For drying? Massage? Who knew? The next room he entered had gas lanterns that were turned high enough to rival electrical light. Here there were 3 more couches. He had no idea what for. A full-length, silvered glass mirror, and smaller mirrors in front of chairs. Obviously a place for makeup and beautifying. This last room opened onto a hallway. Stefan stepped out and hesitated, spreading delicate tendrils of power in different directions, hoping to find Damon before Damon noticed his presence in the estate. The master key had proved that it could overcome the fact that he hadn't been invited here. That meant that maybe he could... At that moment he got a hit, and withdrew his probe immediately, startled. He stared down the long corridor. He could actually see Damon, pacing in the room at the end, talking to someone Stefan couldn't see behind the door. Stefan crept very quietly down the hallway, stalking. He made it to the door without his brother even noticing, and there he saw that the person Damon was talking to was a woman wearing what looked like buckskin breeches and shirt, who had weathered skin and a general aura of being more at home outside civilization than inside it. Damon was saying, "Make sure there's enough warm clothes for the girl. She's not exactly hardy, you know." "Then where are you taking her, and why?" Stefan asked, leaning against the door jamb. He had the good fortune to once, just this once, take Damon unaware. His brother glanced up, and then jerked like a startled cat. It was priceless to watch Damon scrambling for a mask until he decided on the facade of absent amiability. Stefan guessed that no one had ever put so much effort into walking over to a desk chair, sitting down, and forcing himself to lounge. "Well, well, little brother, you dropped in for a visit. How nice. What a pity, though, that I'm practically running out the door on a journey, and there's no room for you." At this point, the weather-beaten woman who had been taking notes, and who had risen when Stefan entered the room, spoke up. "Oh, no, my lord. The Thurgs won't mind the extra weight of this gentleman. They probably won't notice it. If his baggage can be ready by tomorrow, you can start out in the early morning just as you planned." Damon gave her his best shut-up-or-die glare. She shut up. Through clenched teeth, Damon managed to say, "This is Pilat. She's the coordinator of our little expedition. Hello, Pilat. Goodbye, Pilat. You may go." "As you wish, my lord." Pilat bowed and left. "Aren't you taking this my lord thing a bit too seriously?" Stefan asked. "And what is that costume you're wearing?" It's the uniform of the captain of the guard of Madame la Princesse Jesseline d'Aubigny, Damon said coldly. You got a job. It was a position. Damon bared his teeth. And it's none of your business. Got your canines back too, I see. And that's none of your business either. But if you want me to knock you out and trample over your undead body, I'll be delighted to oblige. Something was wrong, Stefan thought. Damon should be through the taunting phase and be actually trampling on him by now. It only made sense if... I've already spoken to Bonnie, he said. And so he had, to ask where he was. But to a guilty mind, apparent foreknowledge often worked wonders. And Damon hastily said exactly what Stefan hoped he wouldn't. I can explain. Oh, God, Stefan said. If she'd just done as I told her. While you were off becoming a princess's captain of the guard, and she was... Where? She was safe at least. But no, she had to go out into the street and then to that shop. Shocking. She actually walked in the street. Damon ground his teeth. You don't know how it is around here, or how the slave trade works. Every day. Stefan slammed both hands on the desk, now truly angry. She was picked up by slavers? While you were sleazing around with a princess? Princess Jesseline does not sleaze, Damon replied icily. Nor do I. And anyway, it all turned out to be a good thing, because now we know where the 7 Kitsune treasures are. What treasures? And who cares about treasures when there's a town being destroyed by Kitsune? Damon opened his mouth, shut it, then looked narrowly at Stefan. You said that you talked to Bonnie about all this. I did talk to Bonnie, Stefan said flatly. I said hello. Damon's dark eyes flared. For a moment, Stefan thought he was going to snarl or start a fight. But then, through clenched teeth, he said, It's all for that damned town, don't you see that? Those treasures include the largest starball ever to be filled with power. And that power may be enough to save Fell's Church, at least to stop its total annihilation. Maybe to even clear out every Malik that exists and destroy Shinichi and Misao with a single blow. Is that noble enough for you, little brother? Is it reason enough? But taking Bonnie, you stay with her here if you like. Spend your lives here. I might mention that without her, I would never have been able to set up an expedition, and that she's determined to go. Besides, we're not coming back this way. There has to be an easier route from the gatehouse to Earth. We wouldn't survive coming back, so you'd better hope like hell that there is one. Stefan was surprised. He had never heard his brother speak with such passion about anything that involved humans. He was about to reply, when behind him there came a scream of pure, unadulterated rage. It was frightening, and worrying too, because Stefan would recognize that voice anywhere, any time. It was Elena's. Chapter 27. Stefan whirled around and saw Bonnie, with only a towel wrapped around her, trying to physically restrain Elena, who was similarly clad. Elena's hair was wet and uncombed. Something had caused her to leap out of the bathing pool and run directly into the corridor. Stefan was surprised by Damon's reaction. Was that a spark of alarm in the endlessly dark eyes that had remained impassive, watching 1,000 disasters, calamities, cruelties? No, it couldn't be. But it certainly looked like one. Elena was getting closer. Her voice rang out clearly through the hallway. which was spacious enough to give it a slight echo. "Damon, I see you. You wait right there. I'm coming to kill you." This time the flicker was unmistakable. Damon glanced at the window, which was partly open. Meanwhile, Bonnie had lost the fight, and Elena was running like a gazelle toward the office. Her eyes, however, were definitely not doe-like. Stefan saw them glitter dangerously as Elena herself eluded him, mainly because he didn't dare grab her by the towel, and every other part of her was slippery. Elena was now facing Damon, who had risen from his chair. "How could you?" she cried. "Using Bonnie like that? Influencing her, drugging her, all to get at what didn't belong to you? Using almost all the power that was left in Misau's starball. What did you think Shinichi would do when you did that? He came after us, that's what he did. And who knows if the boarding house is still standing?" Damon opened his mouth, but Elena wasn't finished. "And then to bring Bonnie to the dark dimension with you? I don't care if you didn't want to waste opening the gate or not. You knew you shouldn't be taking her here." Damon was angry now. But Elena cut him off without even hesitating. "Then once you drag her here, you abandon her? You leave her terrified alone in a room where she's not even allowed to look out of the window? With a collection of starballs that you don't even bother to examine, but which are completely unsuitable and give her nightmares? If the little dolt had just had the sense to wait quietly." "What? What did you say?" "I said if the little dolt had just had the sense." Stefan, who was already on the move, shut his eyes briefly. He opened them again in time to see the slap and to feel Elena putting all her power into it. It snapped Damon's head around. What astonished him, even though he positioned himself precisely in case of it, was to see Damon's hand flash up as quick as a cobra's strike. There was no follow-through, but Stefan had already picked Elena up bodily and pulled her back out of range. "Let go!" Elena cried, struggling to get out of Stefan's arms, or at least get her feet on the ground. "I'm going to kill him!" The next astonishing thing, discontinuing the raw fury that Stefan could feel coursing through Elena's aura, was that Elena was actually winning the struggle, despite the fact that he was orders of magnitude stronger than she was. Part of it had to do with the towel, which was threatening to drop at any moment. The other part was that Elena had acquired a unique style of fighting stronger opponents, at least those with any conscience. She deliberately threw herself against any point at which it would hurt her to restrain her, and she didn't give up. Eventually, he was going to have to choose between injuring her and letting her go. At that moment, however, Elena stopped moving. She froze, head turned as she looked behind him. Stefan glanced backward too, and felt an electrical shock shoot through him. Bonnie was standing directly behind them, looking at Damon, her lips parted in anguish, tears in her wide brown eyes and streaming down her cheeks. Instantly, even before he could register Elena's pleading glance, Stefan released her. He understood. Her mood and the dynamics of this situation had just been turned upside down. Elena adjusted her towel and turned to Bonnie, but by then Bonnie was running away down the corridor. Elena's longer strides allowed her to reach Bonnie in a moment, and she caught the smaller girl and held her, not so much by force as by sisterly magnetism. "Don't worry about that snake." Elena's voice came back to them clearly, as it was obviously meant to. "He's a..." And here Elena indulged in some very creative cursing. Stefan could hear all of it distinctly, and noticed that it broke off into tiny, hushing sounds, just as Elena turned into the door of the bathing salon. Stefan glanced sideways at Damon. He didn't mind fighting his brother in the least right now. He was full of rage himself on behalf of Bonnie. But Damon ignored him as if he were part of the wallpaper, staring at nothing with an expression of icy fury. At that moment, Stefan heard a faint sound from the farthest end of the corridor, which was quite a distance away. But his vampire senses informed him that surely the person in front was a woman of consequence, probably their hostess. He stepped forward so that at least she could be greeted by someone who was wearing clothing. However, at the last moment, Elena and Bonnie appeared in front of him, clad in gowns, that were both casual and works of genius. Elena's was an informal robe of deep lapis blue, with her hair drying into a soft golden mass around her shoulders. Bonnie was wearing something shorter and lighter, pale violet, shot with threads of silver in no particular pattern. Both outfits, Stefan grasped suddenly, would look as good in the interminable sunlight as in a closed room with no windows and gas lamps. He remembered the stories Elena had told about Lady Ulma designing gowns for her, and he realized that whatever else his hostess might be, she was truly a genius couturier. And then Elena was running, dainty gold sandals flying, and Bonnie's silver slippers were following, and Stefan began to run too, fearing some unknown danger. They all arrived at the far end of the hallway at the same time, and Stefan saw that the woman standing there was dressed even more splendidly than the girls. She was wearing a deep red, raw silk gown, with a heavy diamond and ruby necklace and ring, but no bracelets. The next minute the girls were both curtsying, deep, graceful curtsies. Stefan made his best bow. Lady Ulma held out both hands to Elena, who seemed to be almost frantic over something that Stefan didn't understand. Elena took the extended hands, breathing quickly and shallowly. "Lady Ulma, you're so thin." Just then, the babbling of a baby could be heard. Elena's face lit up, and she smiled at Lady Ulma, letting out a quick breath. A young servant, even younger looking than Bonnie, gently put a tiny bundle made of lace and sheerest lawn into Lady Ulma's arms. Both Elena and Bonnie blinked away tears, all the while beaming at the child and making little nonsense noises. Stefan could understand that. They'd known the lady since she was a whip-torn slave, trying not to miscarry. "But how—" Elena began spluttering. "We saw you only a few days ago, but this baby is months old." "A few days? Is that how long it seems to you?" asked Lady Ulma. "To us it has been many months. But the magic still works, Elena. Your magic remained. It was an easy delivery. Easy. And then Dr. Megger says that you saved me before she suffered injury from the abuse I went through. She is trying to speak already. It is you, Elena. It is your magic." At this, the lady made a movement as if to kneel at Elena's feet. She got no farther than a few inches, though, because Elena caught her hands, crying, "Lady Ulma, no!" while Stefan, at his best speed, slipped beside the girl servant and caught the lady by her elbows, supporting her weight. "And I'm not magic," Elena added. "Stefan, tell her that I'm not magic." Obediently, Stefan leaned toward the ear of the tall woman. "Elena is the most magic I've ever encountered," he stage whispered. "She has powers that I can't even understand." "Ah!" Elena made a wordless exclamation of frustration. "Do you know what I'm naming her?" the lady continued. Her face, if not conventionally beautiful, was striking, with an aristocratic combination of Roman nose and high cheekbones. "No," Elena smiled, and then, "No," Elena cried. "Please, don't condemn her to a life of expectations and terror. Don't tempt anyone to hurt her while she's still a child. Oh, Lady Ulma! But my dear Savior." Then Elena began to manage things. Once she took a situation in hand, there was no way not to go with the flow of it. "Lady Ulma," she said clearly, "forgive me for interfering in your affairs, but Bonnie has told me—" She stopped, hesitated. "Of the troubles of strong and hopeful young girls, for the most part poor or enslaved, who have taken on the names of the 3 bravest young women who ever graced our world," Lady Ulma finished for her. "Something like that?" Elena said, flushing. "Nobody's calling themselves Damon," put in the young nurse cheerfully and with the utmost goodwill. "Neither boys nor girls." Stefan could have kissed her. "Oh, Lakshmi!" Elena hugged the coltish-looking teenager. "I didn't even see you properly. Let me look at you." She held the girl at arm's length. "Do you know, you've grown at least an inch since I last saw you?" Lakshmi beamed. Elena turned back to Lady Ulma. "Yes, I am afraid for the child. Why not call her Ulma?" The patrician lady half shut her eyes. "Because, my dear Elena, Helena, Aliana, Aliana, Lainey, Ella, I would not wish Ulma on anyone, much less my lovely daughter." "Why not call her Adara?" Lakshmi put in suddenly. "I always thought that was pretty, since I was a kid." There was a silence, almost a stunned silence. Then Elena said, "Adara. It's a lovely name." "And not at all dangerous," Bonnie said. Stefan said, "It wouldn't stop her from starting a revolution if she wanted to." There was a pause. Everyone looked at Damon, who was looking out the window expressionlessly. Everyone waited. He finally turned. "Oh, excellent," he said blankly, clearly having no idea and less interest in what they were talking about. "Oh, come on, Damon." Bonnie's eyes were still swollen, but she spoke brightly. "Make it unanimous. That way, Lady Ulma will be sure." Good God, Stefan thought. She must be the most forgiving girl in the universe. "Certainly, then," Damon said indifferently. "Forgive us," Elena said tightly to the room in general. "We've all been going through a bit of a hard time." That gave Lady Ulma her cue. "Of course you have," she said, smiling the smile of one who has known bitter suffering. "Bonnie has told us of the destruction of your town. I am deeply sorry. What you need now is food and rest. I'll have someone conduct you to your rooms." "I should have introduced Stefan at the start, but I was so worried I forgot to," Elena said. "Stefan, this is Lady Ulma, who was so good to us before. Lady Ulma, well, you know who this is." She went on tiptoe to kiss Stefan lingeringly enough that Stefan had to gently detach her and put her down. He was almost frightened at this display of bad manners. Elena was really angry at Damon, and if she didn't forgive him, the scenes would only continue to escalate. And if he was right, Elena was truly getting closer to being able to cast wings of destruction. He didn't even consider asking Damon to forgive anyone. After the girls had whispered raptures over the baby again, they were conducted to opulent bedchambers, each furnished in excellent taste, down to the smallest decoration. As usual, though, they all congregated in one room, which happened to be Stefan's. There was more than enough space on the bed for the three of them to sit or flop. Damon wasn't present, but Stefan would bet his undead life that he was listening in. "All right," Elena said briskly, and went into storytelling mode. She explained to Bonnie everything that had happened through their taking the master keys from Shinichi and Misao to their flight to Lady Ulma's bathing chamber.
To have so much power suddenly torn away from you in an instant?
Bonnie had her head down, and it wasn't hard to guess who she was thinking about. She looked up.
"Please, Elena, don't be so angry at Damon. I know he's done some bad things, but he's been so unhappy."
"That's no excuse," Elena began. "And frankly, I'm—" "Don't, Elena. Don't tell her that you're ashamed of her for putting up with it. She's already ashamed of herself." "I'm surprised at him," Elena said with only the smallest hesitation. "I know for a fact that he cares for you. He even has a pet name for you, his little red bird." Bonnie sniffed.
"You always say that pet names are stupid."
"Well, but I meant names like, if he called you Bonbon or something." Bonnie's head came up.
"Even that would be okay for the baby,"
she said with a sudden smile, like a rainbow after a storm. "Oh, yes, isn't she adorable? I never saw such a happy baby. Margaret used to just look at you with big eyes. Adara, if she is Adara, should have such a happy life." Stefan settled back against the headboard. Elena had the situation in hand. Now he could worry about where Damon was going. After a moment, he tuned back in to find Bonnie talking about treasure.
"And they kept asking me, and I couldn't figure out why, since the star ball with the story on it was right there. Only the story is gone now. Damon checked. Shinichi was going to throw me out the window, and that was when Damon rescued me. And the Guardians asked me about the story, too."
"Strange," Stefan said, sitting up alertly. "Bonnie, tell me how you first felt this story. Where you were and all." Bonnie said,
"Well, first I saw a story about a little girl named Marit going to buy a sugar plum. That was why I tried to do the same thing the next day. And then I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. So then I picked up the star ball again, and it showed me the story about the Kitsune treasures. The stories are shown in order, so it had to be the one right after the sweet shop story. But then suddenly I was out of my body, and I was flying with Elena right over Alaric's car."
"Did you do anything in between experiencing the story and going to bed?" Stefan asked. Bonnie thought. Her rosebud mouth pursed.
"I suppose I turned down the gas lamp. Every night I would turn the lamp way down so that it was only a flicker."
"And did you turn it back up again when you couldn't sleep and reached for the star ball again?"
No, but they're not books. You don't have to see to experience a story."
"That wasn't what I meant. How did you find the star ball in that dim room? Was it the only star ball on the floor near you?" Bonnie's brows came together.
"Well, no. There were 26. 2 others were hideous. I'd kicked those into a corner. 25 were soap operas. So boring. It's not as if I had shelves or anywhere else to put them.
Bonnie, do you want to know what I think happened? Bonnie blinked and nodded. I think that you read a children's story, and then you went to bed. And you actually fell asleep very quickly, even though you dreamed you were awake. Then you dreamed a premonition. Bonnie groaned.
Another one of those? But there wasn't even anyone to tell it to then.
Exactly. But you wanted to tell it to someone, and that longing brought you, your spirit, to where Elena was. But Elena was so worried about getting word across to Alaric that she was having an out-of-body experience. She'd been asleep too, I'm sure of it. Stefan looked at Elena. What do you think of that? Chapter 28. Elena was nodding slowly. It would work with what happened to me. At first, I was alone out of my body, but then I saw Bonnie beside me. Bonnie bit her lip.
Well, the first thing I saw was Elena, and we were both flying. I was a little behind her. But, Stefan, why do you think I fell asleep and dreamed a whole story? Why can't my version just be true?
Because I think the first thing you'd have done would be to turn the light on. If you really were lying there awake. Otherwise, you might well have picked up a soap opera. So boring. Bonnie's forehead smoothed at last.
That would explain why nobody believed me, even when I told them exactly where the story was. But why didn't I tell Elena about the treasure?
I don't know. But sometimes when you wake up, and I think you did wake up to have the out-of-body experience, you forget the dream if something interesting is going on, but then you might remember it later if something reminds you of it. Bonnie stared into a middle distance, thinking. Stefan was silent, knowing that only she could unravel the riddle for herself. At last Bonnie nodded.
It could be that way. I woke up and the first thing I thought of was the sweet shop. And after that, I never gave another thought to the treasure dream until somebody asked for stories. And it just popped into my head.
Elena pushed the deep blue-green velvet coverlet one way to make it green, then the other way to smooth it into blueness. I was going to forbid Bonnie to go on the expedition, she said. This slave, who didn't have a gem on her body except Stefan's pendant, which hung from a fine chain around her neck, and was still in the simplest kind of after-bath robe. But if it's something we have to do, I'd better talk to Lady Ulma. It sounds as if time is precious.
Remember, time runs differently here than back on Earth. But we're supposed to leave in the morning,
Bonnie said. Then I definitely need to talk to her. Right now. Bonnie jumped up, excited.
I'll help.
Wait. Stefan put a gentle hand on Bonnie's arm. I have to say this. I think you are a miracle, Bonnie. Stefan knew his eyes must be shining in a way that showed he could hardly rein in his excitement. In spite of the danger, in spite of the guardians, in spite of everything, the largest starball, full of power. He gave Bonnie a sudden, impetuous hug, sweeping her off the bed and whirling her before putting her down again. You and your precognitions.
Oh,
Bonnie said dizzily, gazing up at him.
Damon was excited, too, when I told him about the gateway of the 7 treasures.
You know why, Bonnie? It's because everybody has heard about those 7 treasures. But no one has any idea where they are until you dreamed it. You do know exactly where they are.
Yes, if the precognition was true.
Bonnie was flushed with pleasure.
And you agree that that giant star ball will save Bell's Church?
I'd bet my life on it.
Woohoo!
Cried Bonnie, pumping a fist.
Let's go.
So you see, Elena was saying, it'll mean twice as much of everything. I don't see how we can start tomorrow. Now, Elena. As we discovered, 11 months ago when you left, any job can be done quickly if we summon enough hands. I am now the regular employer of all those women we used to call in to make your ball gowns. As Lady Ulma spoke, she quickly and gracefully took Elena's measurements. Why do only one thing when you can do two at once? She glanced at her measuring tape. Still exactly the same as when I last saw you. You must lead a very healthy life, Elena. Elena laughed. Remember, for us it's only been a few days. Oh, yes. Lady Ulma laughed too, and Lakshmi, who was seated on a stool amusing the baby, made what Elena knew was one last appeal.
I could go with you,
she said earnestly, looking at Elena.
I can do all sorts of helpful things, and I'm tough.
Lakshmi, Lady Ulma said gently, but in a voice that wore the hat of authority. We're already doubling the size of the wardrobe needed to accommodate Elena and Stefan. You wouldn't want to take Elena's place, would you?
Oh, no,
the young girl said hastily.
Oh, well,
she said. I'll take such good care of little Adara that she's no bother to you while you supervise Elena and Stefan's clothes. Thank you, Lakshmi, Elena said from her heart, noting that Adara now seemed to be the baby's official name. Well, we can't let out any of Bonnie's things to fit you, but we can call in reinforcements and have a full set of garments ready for you and Stefan by the morning. It's just a matter of leather and fur to keep you warm. We use the pelts of the animals up north.
They're not nice, cuddly baby animals either,
Bonnie said.
They're vicious, nasty things that are used for training, or they might come up from the dimension below and attack all the people on the northern fringes here. And when they finally get killed, the bounty hunters sell the leather and fur to Lady Ulma.
Oh, well, good, Elena said, deciding not to make an animal rights speech just now. The truth was that she was still very shaken by her actions, her reactions, toward Damon. Why had she acted that way? Was it just to let off pressure? She still felt as if she could smack him a good one for taking poor Bonnie away, and then leaving her alone, and for taking poor Bonnie and not taking her. Damon must hate her now, she thought, and suddenly the world developed a sickening, out-of-control motion, as if she were trying to balance on a seesaw. And Stefan? What else could he think but that she was a woman scorned, the kind that hell had no fury like? How could he be so kind, so caring, when anyone in their right mind would know she'd gone mad with jealousy? Bonnie didn't understand either. Bonnie was a child, not a woman. Although she'd grown somehow, in goodness, in understanding. She was willfully blind, like Stefan. But didn't that take maturity? Could Bonnie be more of a woman than she, Elena, was? I'll have a private supper sent up to your rooms, Lady Ulma was saying, as she quickly and deftly used the measuring tape on Stefan. You get a good night's sleep. The Thurgs and your wardrobes will be waiting tomorrow. She beamed at all of them. Could I have... is there any black magic at all? Elena stumbled. The excitement... I'm going to sleep in my room alone. I want to get a good night's rest. We're going on a quest, you know. All the truth, all a lie. Of course. I'll have a bottle sent to... Lady Ulma hesitated and then quickly recovered. To your room. But why don't we all have a nightcap now? It looks just the same outside, she added to Stefan, the newcomer. But it's really rather late. Elena drank her first glass in one draught. The attendant had to refill it immediately, and again a moment later. After that her nerves seemed to relax a bit. but the seesaw feeling never entirely left, and though she slept alone in her room, Damon didn't visit to quarrel with her, mock her, or kill her, and certainly not to kiss. Thurgs, Elena discovered, were something like two elephants stitched together. Each had two side-by-side trunks and four wicked-looking tusks. Each also had a high, wide, long, rigid tail, like a reptile. Their small yellow eyes were placed all around their dome-like heads, so that they could see 360 degrees around, looking for predators that could take down a Thurg. Elena imagined a sort of saber-toothed cat, enormous, with a milk-white pelt big enough to line several garments of hers and Stefan's. She was pleased with her new outfits. Each one was essentially a tunic and breeches, soft, pliable, rain-shedding leather on the outside, and warm, luxurious fur on the inside. But they wouldn't be genuine Lady Ulma creations if that was all there were to them. The inner bodysuit of white fur was reversible and removable, so you could change depending on the weather. There were triple-thick, wind-around collars, which trailed behind or could be turned into scarves that wrapped a face up to the eyes. The white pelts spilled out of the leather at the wrists to make mittens you couldn't lose. The guys had straight leather tunics that just met at the breeches and fastened with buttons. The girls' tunics were longer and flared out a bit. They were neatly fringed, but not stained or dyed, except for Damon's, which, of course, were black with sable fur. One Thurg would carry the travelers and their baggage. A second, larger and wilder looking, would carry heating stones to help cook human food, and all the food, it looked like red hay, that the two Thurgs would eat on the way to the netherworld. Palat showed them how to move the giant creatures with the lightest of taps of a very long stick, which could scratch a Thurg behind its hippo-like ears, or give it a ferocious tap at that sensitive spot, signaling it to hasten forward.
Is it safe having Birats carry all the Thurg food? I thought you said she was unpredictable,
Bonnie asked Palat. Now, miss, I wouldn't give her to you if she wasn't safe. She'll be roped to Dazar, so all she has to do is follow, Palat replied. We ride these? Stefan said, craning his neck to get a look at the small, enclosed palanquin on top of the very large animal. We have to, Damon said flatly. We can hardly walk all the way. We're not allowed to use magic like that fancy master key you used to get here. No magic, but telepathy works up at the very top of the dark dimension. These dimensions are flat like plates. And according to Bonnie, there's a fracture, just at the far north of this one, not too far from here, in other words. The crack is small by dimensional standards, but big enough for us to get through. If we want to reach the gatehouse of the 7 treasures, we start on Thurgs. Stefan shrugged. All right. We're doing it your way. Palat was putting a ladder up. Lady Ulma, Bonnie, and Elena were weeping and laughing over the baby together. They were still laughing as they left on their way. The first week or so was boring. They sat in the palanquin on the back of the Thurg named Dazar, with a compass from Elena's backpack dangling from the roof. They generally kept all the sides of the palanquin's curtains rolled up, except the one facing west, where the bloated, bloody red sun, too bright to look at in the higher, cleaner air outside the city, constantly loomed on the horizon. The view all around them was dreadfully monotonous, mind-bendingly so, with few trees and many miles of dried, brown, grassy hills. Nothing interesting to a non-hunter ever showed up. The only thing that changed was as they traveled farther north, it got colder. It was difficult for all of them, living in such close quarters. Damon and Elena had reached an equilibrium, or at least a pretense, of ignoring each other, something Elena would never have imagined could be possible. Damon made it easier by working on a different sleep cycle than the others, which helped to guard them as the Thurgs trudged onward, day and night. If he was awake when Elena was, he would ride outside the palanquin on the Thurg's enormous neck. They both had such stiff necks, Elena thought. Neither of them wanted to be the first to bend. Meanwhile, those inside the palanquin began to play little games, like picking the long dried grasses from the side of the road and trying to weave them into dolls, fly whisks, hats, whips. Stefan proved to be the one who made the tightest weave, and he made fly whisks and broad fans for each of them. They also played various card games, using stiff little place cards. Had Lady Ulma thought they might give a dinner party on the way? As playing cards, after carefully marking them with the 4 suits. And of course, the vampires hunted. Sometimes this took quite a long time, since game was scarce. The black magic Lady Ulma had stocked helped them stretch the time between hunts. When Damon visited the palanquin, it was as if he were crashing a private party and thumbing his nose at the hosts. Finally, Elena couldn't stand it any longer, and had Stefan float her up the side of the Thurg. Looking down or climbing up were definitely not options, while flying magic still worked. She sat down on the saddle beside Damon and gathered her courage. Damon, I know you have a right to be angry with me, but don't take it out on the others, especially Bonnie. Another lecture, Damon asked, giving her a look that would freeze a flame. No, just a request. She couldn't bring herself to say a plea. When he didn't answer and the silence became unbearable, she said, Damon, for us, we're not going on a quest for treasure out of greed or adventure or any normal reason. We're going because we need to save our town. From midnight, a voice just behind her said. From the last midnight. Elena whirled to stare. She expected to see Stefan holding Bonnie clasped to him hard, but it was only Bonnie at her head level, hanging on to the Thurg ladder. Elena forgot she was afraid of heights. She stood up on the swaying Thurg, ready to climb down on the sun side if there wasn't enough room for Bonnie to sit down fast in the driver's saddle. But Bonnie had the slimmest hips in town, and there was just room for all 3 of them. The last midnight is coming, Bonnie repeated. Elena knew that monotonous voice, knew the chalk-white cheeks, the blank eyes. Bonnie was in trance and moving. It must be urgent. Damon, Elena whispered. If I speak to her, she'll break trance. Can you ask her telepathically what she means? A moment later, she heard Damon's projection. What is the last midnight? What's going to happen then? That's when it starts, and it's over in less than an hour. So, no more midnights. I beg your pardon. No more midnights. Not in Fell's church. No one left to see them. And when is this going to happen? Tonight. The children are finally ready. The children. Bonnie simply nodded, her eyes far away. Something's going to happen to all the children. Bonnie's eyelids drooped to half-mast. She didn't seem to hear the question. Elena needed to hold on to something, and suddenly she was. Damon had reached across Bonnie's lap and taken her hand. "Bonnie, are the children going to do something at midnight?" he asked. Bonnie's eyes filled, and she bowed her head. "We've got to go back. We have to go to Fell's church," Elena said, and scarcely knowing what she was doing, unclasped Damon's hand and climbed down the ladder. The bloated red sun looked different, smaller. She tugged at the curtain and almost bumped heads with Stefan as he rolled it up to let her in. "Stefan, Bonnie's in trance, and she said, 'I know. I was eavesdropping. I couldn't even catch her on the way up. She jumped onto the ladder and climbed like a squirrel. What do you think she means? You remember in the out-of-body experience she and I had? A little spying on Alaric? That's what's going to happen in Fell's church. All the children, all at once, just at midnight. That's why we have to get back. Easy, easy, love. Remember what Lady Ulma said. Nearly a year here came out to be only days in our world." Elena hesitated. It was true. She couldn't deny it. Still, she felt so cold. Physically cold, she realized suddenly, as a blast of frigid air swirled around her, cutting through her leather like a machete. "We need our inner furs," Elena gasped. "We must be getting near the fracture." They yanked down the palanquin covers and secured them, and then hastily rummaged through the neat cabinet that was set on the rump of the third. The furs were so sleek that Elena could fit 2 under her leather easily. They were disturbed by Damon coming inside with Bonnie in his arms. "She stopped talking," he said, and added, "Whenever you're warm enough, I suggest that you come out." Elena laid Bonnie down on one of the 2 benches inside the palanquin and piled blanket after blanket over her, tucking them in around her. Then Elena made herself climb back up. For a moment she felt blinded. Not by the surly red sun. They had left that behind some mountains, which it turned a pink sapphire color, but by a world of white, seemingly endless, flat, featureless whiteness stretched out before her until a bank of fog obscured whatever was behind it. "According to legend, we should be headed toward the Silver Lake of Death," Damon's voice said from behind Elena, and oddly, throughout all this chill, his voice was warm, almost friendly. "Also known as Lake Mirror. But I can't change into a crow to scout ahead. Something's hindering me, and that fog in front of us is impenetrable to psychic probing." Elena instinctively glanced around her. Stefan was still inside the palanquin, obviously still tending to Bonnie. "You're looking for the lake? What's it like? I mean, I can guess why it might be called Silver and Lake Mirror," she said. "But what's the death bit?" "Water dragons. At least that's what people say. But who has been there to bring back the story?" Damon looked at her. He took care of Bonnie while she was in a trance, Elena thought. And he's talking to me at last. "Water dragons?" she asked him, and she made her voice friendly too, as if they'd just met. They were starting over. "I've always suspected Kronosaurus myself," Damon said. He was right behind her now. She could feel him blocking the icy wind. No, more than that. He was generating an envelope of heat for her to stand in. Elena's shivering stopped. She felt for the first time that she could unwrap her arms from clutching herself. Then she felt a pair of strong arms folding around her, and the heat abruptly got quite intense. Damon was standing behind her, holding her, and all at once she was very warm indeed. "Damon," she began, not very steadily, "we can't just— There's a rock outcropping over there. No one could see us," the vampire behind her offered, to Elena's absolute shock. A week of not speaking at all, and now this? "Damon, the guy in the palanquin just below us is my— Prince? Don't you need a knight, then?" Damon breathed this directly into her ear. Elena stood like a statue. But what he said next rocked her entire universe. "You like the story of Camelot, don't you? Only here you're the queen, princess. You married your not-quite-fairy-tale prince, but along came a knight who knew even more of your secrets, and he called to you." "He forced me," Elena said, turning to meet Damon's dark eyes straight on, even as her brain screamed for her to let it go. "He didn't wait for me to hear his call. He just took what he wanted, like the slavers do. I didn't know how to fight then." "Oh, no, you fought and fought. I've never seen a human fight so hard. But even when you fought, you felt the call of my heart to yours. Try to deny that." "Damon, why now, all of a sudden—" Damon made a move as if to turn away, then turned back. "Because by tomorrow we may be dead," he said flatly. "I wanted you to know how I felt about you before I died. Or you did." "But you haven't told me a word about how you feel about me. Only about what you think I feel about you. And I'm sorry that I slapped you the first day I was here, but—" "You were magnificent," Damon said outrageously. "Forget it now. As for how I feel, maybe I'll get a chance to really show it to you someday." Something sparked inside Elena. They were back to fencing with words, as they had been when they'd first met. Someday? Sounds convenient. And why not now? Do you mean that? Do I habitually say things I don't mean? She was waiting for some kind of apology, some words spoken as simply and sincerely as she had been speaking to him. Instead, with the utmost gentleness, and without glancing around to see if anyone was watching them, Damon cupped Elena's scarf-bound cheeks with his bare hands, pulled the scarf just below her lips with his thumbs, and kissed her softly. Softly, but not briefly, and something in Elena kept whispering to her that of course she had heard his call from the moment she first saw him, first felt his aura call to her. She hadn't known that it was an aura then. She hadn't believed in auras. She hadn't believed in vampires. She'd been an ignorant little idiot. "Stefan." A voice like crystal sounded off 2 notes in her brain, and suddenly she was able to step back from Damon's embrace and look at the palanquin again. No sign of motion there. "I have to go back," she told Damon brusquely. "I have to know what's going on with Bonnie." "You mean to see what's going on with Stefan," he said. "You needn't worry. He's fast asleep. And so is our little girl." Elena tensed. "You influenced them? Without seeing them?" It was a wild guess, but one side of Damon's mouth crooked up, as if congratulating her. "How dare you?" she said. "To be honest, I don't know how I dare." Damon leaned in close again, but Elena turned her cheek, thinking, "Stefan, he can't hear you. He's dreaming about you." Elena was surprised at her own reaction to that. Damon had caught and held her eyes again. Something inside her melted in the intensity of his steady, black gaze. I'm not influencing you, I give you my word, in a whisper. But you can't deny what happened between us the last time we were in this dimension. His breath was on her lips now, and Elena didn't turn aside. She trembled. Please, Damon, show some respect. Oh, God. God! Elena! Elena! Elena, what's wrong? Hurts. That was all Elena could think. A terrible agony had lanced through her chest on the left side, as if she'd been stabbed through the heart. She stifled a scream. Elena, talk to me. If you can't, send your thoughts. Speak. Through numb lips, Elena said, Pain. A heart attack. You're too young and healthy for that. Let me check. Damon was unfastening her top. Elena let him. She could do nothing for herself except gasp. Oh, God! It hurts! Damon's warm hand was inside her leather and furs. His hand came to rest slightly to the left of center, with only her camisole between his probing fingers and her flesh. Elena, I'm going to take the pain away now. Trust me. Even as he spoke, the stabbing anguish drained. Damon's eyes narrowed, and Elena knew he'd taken the pain into himself to analyze it. It's not a heart attack, he said a moment later. I'm as sure as I can be. It's more as if, well, as if you'd been staked. But that's silly. It's gone now. For Elena, it had been gone since he'd taken it, protecting her. Thank you, she breathed, suddenly realizing that she had been clinging to him in utter terror that she was dying, or that he was. He gave her a rare, full, genuine smile. We're both fine. It must have been a cramp. His gaze had dropped to her lips, though I deserve a kiss. He had comforted her. He had taken the terrible pain away. How could she sanely say no? Just one, she whispered. A hand under her chin, her eyelids wanted to melt closed, but she widened her eyes and wouldn't let them. As his lips touched hers, his arm around her changed somehow. It was no longer trying to restrain her. It seemed to be wanting to comfort her. And when his other hand stroked her hair softly at the very ends, crushing the waves gently, and just as gently smoothing them out, Elena felt a rush of shivering warmth. Damon wasn't deliberately trying to batter her with the strength of his aura, which at the moment was filled with nothing but his feelings for her. The simple fact, though, was that although he was a new-made vampire, he was exceptionally strong, and he knew all the tricks of an experienced one. Elena felt as if she had stepped into clear, calm water, only to find herself caught in a fierce undertow that there was no resisting, no bargaining with, and certainly no possibility of reaching by reason. She had no choice but to surrender to it and hope that it was taking her eventually to a place she could breathe and live. Otherwise, she would drown. But even that possibility didn't seem so dire, now that she could see the tide was made of a chain of little moments, strung like pearls. In each one of them was a tiny sparkle of admiration that Damon had for her. Pearls for her courage, for her intelligence, for her beauty. It seemed that there was no slightest motion she had made, no briefest word that she had said, that he had not noticed and locked in his heart as a treasure. But we were fighting then, Elena thought to him, seeing in the undertow a sparkling moment when she had cursed him. Yes, I said you were magnificent when you were angry, like a goddess come to put the world to rights. I don't want to put the world to rights. No, 2 worlds, the dark dimension and my home. But I'm no goddess. Suddenly she felt that keenly. She was a schoolgirl who hadn't even finished high school, and it was in part because of the person who was kissing her wildly now. Oh, think of what you're learning on this trip, things that no one else in the universe knows, Damon said in her mind. Now, pay attention to what you're doing. Elena paid attention, not because Damon wanted her to, but because she couldn't help it. Her eyes drifted shut. She realized that the way to calm this maelstrom was to become part of it, neither giving in nor forcing Damon to, but by meeting the passion in the undertow with what was inside her own heart. As soon as she did, the undertow became wind, and she was flying and not drowning. No, it was better than flying, better than dancing. It was what her heart always yearned for, a high, still place where nothing could ever harm them or disturb them. And then, when she was most vulnerable, the pain came again, drilling through her chest a little to the left. This time Damon was so mind-locked with her that he felt it from the beginning, and she could hear clearly a phrase in Damon's mind. Staking is just as effective on humans as it is on vampires, and his sudden fear that this was a precognition. In the swaying little room, Stefan was asleep, holding Bonnie by his side, with the sparkling of power engulfing them both. Elena, who had a good grip on the palanquin's ladder, vaulted the rest of the way inside. She put a hand on Stefan's shoulder, and he woke. "What is this? Is something wrong with her?" she asked, with a third question. "Do you know?" buzzing around in her head. But when Stefan lifted his green eyes to her, they were simply worried. Clearly he was not invading her thoughts. He was focused entirely on Bonnie. Thank God, he's such a gentleman, Elena thought for the 1000th time. "I'm trying to get her warm," Stefan said. After she came out of trance, she was shivering. Then she stopped shivering, but when I took her hand, it was colder than ever. Now I've put an envelope of heat around her. I guess I dozed off for a little while after that," he added. "Did you find anything?" "I found Damon's lips," Elena thought wildly, but she forced herself to blank out the memory. "We're looking for Lake Silver Death Mirror," she said, but all I could see was white. The snow and the fog seemed to go on forever. Stefan nodded. Then he carefully went through the motions of plucking apart 2 layers of air and slid in a hand to touch Bonnie's cheek. "She's warming up," he said, and smiled. It took a long while before Stefan was satisfied that Bonnie was warm. When he did, he gently unwrapped her from the heated air that had formed the envelope and lay her on one bench, coming to sit with Elena on the other. Eventually Bonnie sighed, blinked, and opened her eyes. "I had a nap," she said, obviously aware that she had lost time. "Not exactly," Elena said, keeping her voice gentle and reassuring. "Let's see. How did Meredith do this?" "You went into trance, Bonnie. Do you remember anything about it?" Bonnie said. "About the treasure?" "About what the treasure is for," Stefan said quietly. No. "You said that this was the last midnight," Elena said. As far as she could remember, Meredith was pretty direct. "But we think you were talking about back at home," she added hastily. seeing terror leap in Bonnie's eyes.
The last midnight? And no morning afterward?
Bonnie said.
I think I heard someone saying those words, but no more.
She was as skittish as a wild colt. Elena reminded her about time running differently between the two worlds, but it didn't seem to comfort her. Finally, Elena just sat by her and held her. Her head was spinning with thoughts of Damon. He'd forgiven her. That was good, even though he'd taken his own time about it. But the real message was that he was willing to share her, or at least willing to say he would to get in her good graces. If she knew him at all, if she ever agreed, oh God, he might murder Stefan. Again. After all, that was what he had done when Catherine had had the same sentiment. Elena could never think of him without longing. She could never think of him without thinking of Stefan. She had no idea what to do. She was in trouble. Chapter 29. Oi! Damon shouted from outside the palanquin. Is anybody else looking at this? Elena was. Both Stefan and Bonnie had their eyes shut. Bonnie was wrapped in blankets and cuddled against Elena. They had rolled down all the curtains of the palanquin except one. But Elena had watched through the single window and had seen how tendrils of fog had begun drifting by. First, just filmy tatters of mist, but then longer, fuller veils, and finally blankets engulfing them whole. It seemed to her that they were being deliberately cut off from even the perilous dark dimension, that they were passing a border into a place they weren't meant to know about, much less enter. How do we know we're going in the right direction? Elena shouted to Damon after Stefan and Bonnie woke. She was glad to be able to talk again. The Thurgs know, Damon called back. You set them on a line and they walk that line until somebody stops them, or what? Elena yelled out of the opening. Until we get to a place like this. This was obviously bait, and neither Stefan nor Elena could resist taking it, especially when the Thurg they were riding stopped. Stay here, Elena said to Bonnie. She pushed a curtain out of the way and found herself looking too far down at white ground. God, these Thurgs were big. The next moment, though, Stefan was on the ground holding up his arms. Jump! Can't you come up and float me? Sorry. Something about this place inhibits power. Elena didn't give herself time to think. She launched into the air and Stefan caught her neatly. Spontaneously, she clung to him and felt the familiar comfort of his embrace. Then he said, Come look at this. They had reached a place where the land ended and the mist divided, like curtains being held to either side. Directly in front of them was a frozen lake, a silvery, frozen lake, almost perfectly round in shape. Lake Mirror, Damon said, cocking his head to one side. I always thought that was a fairy tale, Stefan said. Welcome to Bonnie's storybook. Lake Mirror formed a vast body of water in front of them, frozen right into the ice sheet below her feet, or so it seemed. It did look like a mirror, a purse mirror after you'd breathed softly on it. But the Thurgs, Elena said, or rather whispered. She couldn't help whispering. The silent lake pressed on her, as did the lack of any kind of natural sound. There were no birds singing, no rustling in the bushes. No bushes, no trees. Instead, just the mist surrounding the frozen water. The Thurgs, Elena repeated in a slightly louder voice. They can't possibly walk on that. Depends on how thick the lake ice is, Damon said, flashing his old, 250-kilowatt smile at her. If it's thick enough, it'll just be like walking on land for them.
And if it isn't?
Do Thurgs float? Elena gave him an exasperated glance and looked at Stefan. What do you think? I don't know, he said doubtfully. They're very large animals. Let's ask Bonnie about the kids in the fairy tale. Bonnie, still wrapped in fur blankets that began collecting chunks of ice as they dragged on the ground, looked at the lake grimly.
The story didn't go into detail, she said. It just said that they went down, 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 and that they had to pass tests of their courage and wittiness before they got there.
Fortunately, Damon said, smiling, I have large enough amounts of both to make up for my brother's entire lack of either. Stop it, Damon! Elena burst out. The moment she'd seen the smile, she turned to Stefan, pulled him down to her height, and begun kissing him. She knew what Damon would see when he turned back toward them. Her and Stefan locked in an embrace, Stefan hardly aware of anything being said. At least they could still touch with their minds. And it was intriguing, Elena thought. Stefan's warm mouth when everything else in the world was cold. She looked quickly at Bonnie to make sure she hadn't upset her, but Bonnie was looking quite cheerful. The farther I seem to drive Damon away, the happier she is, Elena thought. Oh, God, this is a problem. Stefan spoke up quietly. Bonnie, what it comes down to is that it has to be your choice. Don't try to use courage or wit or anything except your inner feelings. Where do we go? Bonnie glanced back at the Thurgs, then looked at the lake. That way, she said without hesitation, and she pointed straight across the lake. We'd better carry some of the cooking stones and fuel, and backpacks with iron rations in them, Stefan said. That way, if the worst happens, we'll still have basic supplies. Besides, said Elena, it'll lighten that Thurg's load, if only by a little. It seemed a crime to put a backpack on Bonnie, but she insisted. Finally, Elena arranged one filled entirely with the warm, curiously light fur clothes. Everyone else was carrying furs, food, and poop. The dried animal dung that would from now on be their only fuel. It was difficult from the first. Elena had only had a couple of experiences with ice that she had reason to be wary of, but one of those had almost been disastrous for Matt. She was ready to jump and whirl at any crack, any sound that the ice was breaking. But there were no cracks, no water flowing up to slosh onto her boots. The Thurgs were the ones who seemed actually built for walking on frozen water. Their feet were pneumatic and could spread out to almost half again their original size, avoiding putting too much pressure on any one section of ice. Crossing the lake was slow, but Elena didn't see anything particularly deadly about it. It was simply the smoothest, slickest ice she had ever encountered. Her boots wanted to skate.
Hey, everybody!
Bonnie was skating, exactly as if she were in a rink, backward and forward and sideways.
This is fun!
We're not here to have fun, Elena shouted back. She longed to try it herself, but was afraid to make cuts, even scuffs, in the ice. And beside that, Bonnie was expending twice as much energy as she needed to. She was about to call out to Bonnie and tell her this, when Damon, in a voice of exasperation, made all the points she had thought of, and a few more. This isn't a pleasure cruise, he said shortly. It's for the fate of your town. As if you care, Elena murmured, turning her back on him and touching the unhappy Bonnie's hand, both to give comfort and to get them going at arm's length again.
Bonnie,
do you sense anything magical about the lake?
No.
But then Bonnie's imagination seemed to fly into high gear.
But maybe it's where the mystics from both dimensions all gathered to exchange spells. Or maybe it's where they used the ice like a real magic mirror to see faraway places and things.
Maybe both of them, Elena said, secretly amused, but Bonnie nodded solemnly. And that was when it came. The sound Elena had been waiting for. Nor was it a distant booming which could be ignored or discussed. They had been walking at arm's length from one another to avoid stressing the ice, while the Thurgs walked behind them and to either side like a flock of geese with no leaders. This noise was a dreadfully near crack, like the report of a gun. Immediately it sounded again, like a whiplash, and then a crumbling. It was to Elena's left, on Bonnie's side. "Skate, Bonnie!" she shouted. "Skate as fast as you can! Scream if you see land!" Bonnie didn't ask a single question. She took off like an Olympic speed skater in front of Elena, and Elena swiftly turned. It was Birotz, the Thurg Bonnie had asked Palat about. She had one monstrous back leg in the ice, and as she struggled, more ice cracked. "Stefan, can you hear me?" Faintly. "I'm coming for you." "Yes, but only come as close as you need to influence the Thurg." Make her calm, put her out, whatever. She's ripping up the ice, and it'll just make it harder to get her out." This time there was a pause before Stefan's answer came. She knew, though, by faint echoes, that he was talking telepathically with someone else. "All right, love, I'll do it. I'll take care of the Thurg, too. You follow Bonnie." He was lying. Or not lying, but keeping something from her. The person he'd been sending thoughts to was Damon. They were humoring her. They didn't mean to help at all. Just at that moment she heard a shrill scream, not so far away. It was Bonnie in trouble. No, Bonnie had found land. Elena didn't lose another second. She dumped her backpack on the ice and skated straight back to the Thurg. There it was, so huge, so pathetic, so helpless. The very thing that had kept it safe from other god-awful, hellacious monsters in the dark dimension, its great bulk, was now turned against it. Elena felt her chest tighten as if she were wearing a corset. Even as she watched, though, the animal became calmer. She stopped trying to get her left hind leg out of the ice, which meant that she stopped churning up the ice around it. Now Birotz was in a sort of crouching position, trying to keep her 3 dry legs from going under. The problem was that she was trying too hard, and that there was nothing to push against except breakable ice. "Elena!" Stefan was within earshot now. "Don't get any closer." But even as he said it, Elena saw a sign. Just a few feet away, lying on the ice, was the tickle prod that Palat had used to get the Thurgs going. She picked it up as she skated by, and then she saw another sign. Reddish hay and the original covering for the hay, a giant tarpaulin, were lying behind the Thurg. Together they formed a broad, wide path that was neither wet nor slick. "Elena, this is going to be easy, Stefan." Elena pulled a pair of dry socks out of her pocket and drew them up over her boots. She fastened the tickle stick to her belt, and then she started the run of her life. Her boots were fur with something like felt underneath, and with the socks to aid them, they caught on the tarpaulin and propelled her forward. She leaned into it, vaguely wishing Meredith were here, so she could do this instead, but all the time getting closer. And then she saw her mark. the end of the tarp and beyond it floating chunks of ice. But the Thurg looked climbable. Very low in back, like a dinosaur halfway into a tar pit, but then rising up along the curved backbone. If she could just somehow land there. 2 steps till jump off. 1 step till jump off. Jump! Elena pushed off with her right foot, flew through the air for an endless time, and hit the water. Instantly she was soaked from head to foot, and the shock of the icy water was unbelievable. It caught hold of her like some monster with a handful of jagged ice shards. It blinded her with her own hair. It squeezed all the sound out of the universe. Somehow, clawing at her face, she freed her mouth and eyes from hair. She realized that she was only slightly below the surface of the water, and that was all she needed to push upward until her mouth broke the surface and she could suck in a lungful of delicious air, after which she had a coughing fit. First time up, she thought, remembering the old superstition that a drowning person will rise 3 times and then sink forever. But the strange thing was that she wasn't sinking. There was a dull pain in her thigh, but she wasn't going under. Slowly she realized what had happened. She had missed the back of the Thurg, but landed on its thick, reptilian tail. One of the serrated fins had gashed her, but she was stable. So, now, all I have to do is climb the Thurg, she puzzled out slowly. Everything seemed slow because there were icebergs bobbing around her shoulders. She put up a fur-lined, gloved hand and reached for the next fin up. The water, while making her soaking clothes heavier, supported some of her weight. She managed to pull herself up to the next fin, and the next, and then here was the rump, and she had to be careful. No more footholds. Instead, she grabbed for handholds and found something with her left hand. A broken strap from the hay carrier. Not a good idea, in retrospect. For a few minutes, that qualified as among the worst in her life, she was showered with hay, pounded with rocks, and smothered in the dust of old dung. When it was finally over, she looked around, sneezing and coughing, to find that she was still on the Thurg. The tickle stick had been broken, but enough remained for her to use. Stefan was frantically asking, both aloud and by telepathy, if she was all right. Bonnie was skating back and forth like a Tinkerbell guide, and Damon was cursing at Bonnie to get back to land and stay there. Meanwhile, Elena was inching up the rump of the Thurg. She made it through the crushed supply basket. She finally reached the Thurg's summit, and she settled just behind the domed head, in the seat where a driver would sit. And then she tickled the Thurg behind the ears. "Elena!" Stefan shouted, and then, "Elena, what are you trying to do?" "I don't know," she shouted back. "Trying to save the Thurg." "You can't," Damon interrupted Stefan's answer in a voice as cold and still as the place they were in. "She can make it," Elena said fiercely, precisely because she herself was having doubts about whether the animal could. "You could help by pulling on her bridle." "There's no point," Damon shouted, and turned about face, walking quickly into the mist. "I'll give it a try. Throw it out in front of her," Stefan said. Elena threw the knotted bridle as hard as she could. Stefan had to run almost to the edge of the ice to grab it before it fell in. Then he held it aloft, triumphantly. "Got it. Okay, pull. Give her a direction to start in." "Will do." Elena tapped Birat's again behind her right ear. There was a faint rumble from the animal, and then nothing. Elena could see Stefan straining at the bridle. "Come on," Elena said, and slapped sharply with the stick. The thurg lifted up a giant foot, placed it farther on the ice, and struggled. As soon as she did, Elena smacked hard behind the left ear. This was the crucial moment. If Elena could keep Birat's from crushing all the ice between her back legs, they might have a chance. The thurg tentatively lifted her left hind leg and stretched it until it made contact with the ice. "Good, Birat's! Now!" Elena shouted. Now if Birat's would only surge forward. There was a great upheaval underneath her. For several minutes, Elena thought that perhaps Birat's had broken through the ice with all four legs. Then the thrashing changed to a rocking motion, and suddenly, dizzyingly, Elena knew that they had won. "Easy now, easy," she called to the animal, giving her a gentle tickle with a stick. And slowly, ponderously, Birat's moved forward. Her domed head drooped farther and farther as she went, and she foundered at the edge of a bank of mist, breaking the ice again. But there she only sank a few inches before meeting mud. A few more steps and they were on solid ground. Elena had to suck in her breath to stifle a scream as the thurg's dome-like head slumped, giving her a short and scary ride to where the tusks recurved on themselves. Somehow, she slid right between them and had to hastily scramble off Birat's trunks. "It was pointless, doing that," Damon said from somewhere in the mist beside her, "risking your own life." "What do you mean, pointless?" Elena demanded. She wasn't frightened. She was freezing. "The animals are going to die anyway. The next trial is one they can't manage, and even if they could, this isn't a place where anything grows. Instead of a quick, clean death in the water, they're going to starve, slowly." Elena didn't answer. The only answer she could think of was, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" She had stopped shivering, which was a good thing, because a moment ago her body had felt as if she might shake herself apart. Clothes, she thought vaguely. That was the problem. It certainly couldn't be as cold here in the air as it had been in that water. It was her clothes that were making her so cold. She began with numb fingers to take them off. First, she unfastened her leather jacket. No zippers here. Buttons. That was a real problem. Her fingers felt like frozen hot dogs, and only nominally under her direction. But somehow or other, she managed to undo the fastenings, and the leather dropped to the ground with a muffled thump. It had taken a layer of her inner fur off with it. Ugh! Smell of wet fur. Now she had to... But she couldn't. She couldn't do anything because someone was holding her arms. Burning her arms. Those hands were annoying, but at least she knew who they belonged to. They were firm and very gentle, but very strong. All that added up to Stefan. Slowly, she raised her dripping head to ask Stefan to stop burning her arms. But she couldn't, because on Stefan's body, there was Damon's head. Now that was funny. She'd seen a lot of things that vampires could do, but not this swapping heads business. "Stefan, Damon, please stop," she gasped between hysterical whoops of laughter. "It hurts. It's too hot." "Hot? You're frozen, you mean?" The deft, searing hands were rubbing up and down her arms, pushing back her head to rub her cheeks. She let it happen, because it seemed to be only sense that if it was Damon's head, they were Stefan's hands. "You're cold, but you're not shivering," a grim Damon voice said from somewhere. "Yes, so you see I must be warming up." Elena didn't feel very warmed up. She realized that she still had on a longer fur garment, one that reached to her knees under her leather breeches. She fumbled with her belt. "You're not warming up. You're going into the next stage of hypothermia. And if you don't get dry and warm right now, you're going to die." Not roughly, he tilted her chin up to look into her eyes. "You're delirious now. Can you understand me, Elena? We need to really get you warm." Warm was a concept as vague and far away as life before she had met Stefan. But delirious, she understood. That was not a good thing. What to do about it except laugh? "All right, Elena, just wait for a moment. Let me find—" In a moment he was back, not quick enough to stop her from unwrapping the fur down to her waist, but back before she could get her camisole off. "Here." He stripped off the damp fur and wrapped a warm, dry one around her, over her camisole. After a moment or two, she began to shiver. "That's my girl," Damon's voice said. It went on. "Don't fight me, Elena. I'm trying to save your life. That's all. I'm not going to try to do anything else. I give you my word." Elena was bewildered. Why should she think that Damon, this must be Damon, she decided, would want to hurt her? Although he could be a bastard sometimes, and he was taking off her clothes. No, that shouldn't be happening. Definitely not, especially since Stefan must be somewhere around. But by now Elena was shivering too hard to talk. And now that she was in her underwear, he was making her lie down on furs, tucking other furs around her. Elena didn't understand anything that was happening, but it was all starting not to matter. She was floating somewhere outside herself, watching without much interest. Then another body was slipping in under the furs. She snapped back from the place she had been floating. Very briefly, she got a look at a bare chest, and then a warm, compact body slid into the makeshift sleeping bag with her. Warm, hard arms went around her, keeping her in contact all over her body. Through the mist, she vaguely heard Stefan's voice. "What the hell are you doing?" Chapter 30. "Strip to your underwear and get in on the other side," Damon said. His voice was neither angry nor fatuous. He added shortly, "Elena is dying." The last 3 words seemed to affect Stefan particularly, although Elena couldn't parse them. Stefan wasn't moving, just breathing hard, his eyes wide. "Bonnie and I have been gathering hay and fuel, and we're all right." "You've been exercising, moving about, wearing clothes that kept you warm. She's been dunked in ice water and sitting still, high up in the wind. I got the other third to break off wood from the dead trees around here and try it on the fire. Now get the hell in, Stefan, and give her some body warmth, or I'm going to make her a vampire." Elena tried to say, but Stefan didn't seem to understand. Damon, however, said, "Don't worry. He's going to warm you up from the other side. You won't have to become a vampire just yet. For God's sake," he added suddenly, explosively. "Some prince you picked." Stefan's voice was quiet and tense. "You tried putting her in the thermal envelope?" "Of course I tried, you idiot. No magic works beyond the mirror except telepathy." Elena had no sense of time going by, but suddenly there was a familiar body pressed against hers from the other side, and somewhere directly in her mind, "Elena, Elena, you're all right, aren't you, Elena? I don't care whether you're playing a joke on me. But you're really all right, aren't you? Just tell me that, love. Elena wasn't able to answer at all. Dimly, fragments of sound came to her ears. Bonnie, on top of her and pack ourselves back on either side. And dull feelings stirred her sense of touch. A small body, almost weightless, like a thick blanket, pressing down on her. Someone sobbing, tears dripping on her neck from above, and warmth on either side. I'm asleep with the other kittens, she thought, dozing. Maybe we'll have a nice dream. I wish we could know how they're doing, Meredith said, on a pause from one of her pacing bouts. I wish they knew how we're doing, Matt said wearily, as he taped another note card amulet onto a window. And another.
Do you know, my dears, I kept hearing a child crying last night in my dreams,
Mrs. Flowers said slowly. Meredith turned, startled. So did I. Right out on the front porch it sounded like, but I was too tired to get up.
It might mean something. Or nothing at all.
Mrs. Flowers frowned. She was boiling tap water for tea. The electricity was sporadic. Matt and Saber had driven back to the boarding house earlier that day so that Matt could gather Mrs. Flowers' most important instruments, her herbs for teas, compresses, and poultices. He hadn't had the heart to tell her about the state of the boarding house or what those maggot Malik had done to it. He'd had to find a loose board from the garage to get from the hall to the kitchen. There was no third floor anymore, and very little second. At least he hadn't run into Shinichi. What I'm saying is that maybe there's some real kid out there, Meredith said. At night alone? Sounds like a Shinichi zombie, Matt said. Maybe. But maybe not. Mrs. Flowers, do you have any idea of when you hear the crying? Early in the night or late?
Let me think, dear. It seems to me that I hear it whenever I wake up, and old people wake up quite frequently.
I usually hear it toward the morning, but I usually sleep without dreaming for the first few hours and wake up early. Mrs. Flowers turned to Matt.
What about you, Matt, dear? Do you ever hear a sound like crying?
Matt, who deliberately overworked himself these days to try to get a solid 6 hours of sleep at night, said, I've heard the wind kind of moaning and sobbing around midnight, I guess.
It sounds as if we have an all-night ghost, my dears,
Mrs. Flowers said calmly, and poured them each a mug of tea. Matt saw Meredith glance at him uneasily, but Meredith didn't know Mrs. Flowers as well as he did. You don't really think it's a ghost, he said now.
No, I don't. Mamma hasn't said a word about it. And then it's your house, Matt dear. No gruesome murders or hideous secrets in its past, I should think. Let me see.
She shut her eyes and let Matt and Meredith go on with their tea. Then she opened her eyes and gave them a puzzled smile.
Mamma says, search the house for your ghost. Then listen well to what it has to say.
Okay, Matt said, poker-faced. Since it's my house, I guess I'd better search for it. But when? Should I set an alarm?
I think the best way would be to arrange a watch rota,
Mrs. Flowers said. Okay, Meredith agreed promptly. I'll take the middle watch from midnight to 4. Matt can have the first one, and Mrs. Flowers, you can have the early morning one and get a nap in the afternoon if you want. Matt felt uneasy. Why don't we just break it up into 2 watches and the 2 of you can share one? I'll take the other. Because, dear Matt, Meredith said, we don't want to be treated like ladies. And don't argue. She hefted the fighting stave. Because I'm the one with the heavy equipment. Something was shaking the room, shaking Matt with it. Still half asleep, he put his hand under his pillow and pulled out the revolver. A hand grabbed it, and he heard a voice. Matt, it's me, Meredith. Wake up, will you? Groggily, Matt reached for the lamp switch. Again, strong, slim, cold fingers prevented him from doing what he wanted. No light, Meredith whispered. It's very faint, but if you come with me quietly, you can hear it, the crying. That woke Matt up the rest of the way. Right now? Right now! Doing his best to walk quietly through the dark halls, Matt followed Meredith to the downstairs living room. Shh, Meredith warned. Listen. Matt listened. He could hear some sobbing all right, and maybe some words, but they didn't sound all that ghostly to him. He put his ear to the wall and listened. The crying was louder. Do we have a flashlight? Matt asked. I have two, my dears. But this is a very dangerous time of night. Mrs. Flowers was a shadow against darkness. Please give the flashlights to us, said Matt. I don't think our ghost is very supernatural. What time is it anyway? About 12:40 a.m., Meredith answered. But why do you think it isn't supernatural? Because I think it's living in our basement, Matt said. I think it's Cole Reese, the kid who ate his guinea pig. 10 minutes later, with the stave, 2 flashlights, and Saber, they had caught their ghost. I didn't mean anything bad, Cole sobbed, when they had lured him upstairs with promises of candy and magic tea that would let him sleep. I didn't hurt anything, honest, he choked, wolfing down Hershey bar after Hershey bar from their emergency rations. I'm scared that he's on to me, because after you hit me with that sticky note, I haven't been able to hear him in my head anymore. And then you came here, he gestured around Matt's house, and you had amulets, and I figured it would be better to stay inside them, or it could be my last midnight, too. He was babbling, but something about the last words made Matt say, What do you mean, your last midnight, too? Cole looked at him in terror. The rim of melted Hershey bar around his lips made Matt remember the last time he'd seen the boy. You know, don't you? Cole faltered. About the midnights? The countdown? 12 days till the last midnight? 11 days till the last midnight, and now tonight is 1 day till the last midnight. He began to sob again, even while cramming chocolate into his mouth. It was clear that he was starving. But what happens on the last midnight? Meredith asked. You know, don't you? That's the time when... You know. Maddeningly, Cole seemed to think they were testing him. Matt put his hands on Cole's shoulders, and to his horror, felt bones under his fingers. The kid really was starving, he thought, for giving him all the Hershey bars. His eyes met Mrs. Flower's eyes, and she immediately went to the kitchen. But Cole wasn't answering. He was mumbling incoherently. Matt forced himself to apply pressure to those bony shoulders. Cole, talk louder. What's this last midnight about? You know, that's when all the kids, they wait up and at midnight they get knives or guns, and we go into our parents' room while they're asleep, and... Cole broke down again, but Matt noticed he had slipped into saying we and our by the end. Meredith spoke in her calm, steady voice. The children are going to kill their parents, is that right?
He showed us where to slash or stab, or if there's a gun.
Matt had heard enough. You can stay. In the basement, he said. And here are some amulets. Put them on you if you feel like you're in danger. He gave Cole a whole packet of Post-it notes. Just don't be afraid, Meredith added, as Mrs. Flowers came in with a plate of sausages and fried potatoes for Cole. At any other time, the smell would have made Matt hungry. It's just like that island in Japan, he said. Shinichi and Misao made it happen there, and they're going to do it again. I say time's running out. Actually, it's already the last midnight day. It's nearly 1:30 in the morning, Meredith said. We have less than 24 hours. We should either get out of Fell's church or do something to arrange a confrontation. A confrontation? Without Elena or Damon or Stefan? Matt said. We'll be murdered. Don't forget Sheriff Mossberg. He didn't have this. Meredith tossed the fighting stave into the air, caught it neatly, and put it at her side. Matt shook his head. Shinichi will still kill you. Or some little kid will, with the semi-automatic from Daddy's closet. We have to do something, Matt thought. His head was pounding. Finally, he said, head lowered. When I got the herbs, I got Miso's starball too. You're kidding. Shinichi still didn't find it? No. And maybe we could do something with it. Matt looked at Meredith, who looked at Mrs. Flowers. Mrs. Flowers said,
What about pouring out the liquid in different places in Fell's church? Just a drop here and a drop there. We could ask the power in it to protect the town. Maybe it would listen.
Meredith said, that was the exact reason we wanted to get Shinichi's and Misao's star balls in the first place. The star balls control their owners, according to legend. Matt said, it may be old ways thinking, but I agree. Meredith said, then let's do it right now. While the other two waited, Matt got Misao's star ball. It had a very, very little liquid on the bottom. After the last midnight, she plans to fill it to the top with the energy of the new lives that get taken, Meredith said. Well, she's not going to get a chance to do that, Matt said flatly. When we're done, we'll destroy the container. But we probably should hurry, Meredith added. Let's get some weapons together. Something silver, something long and heavy like a fire iron. Shinichi's little zombies are not going to be happy. And who knows who's on his side. Chapter 31. Elena woke up feeling stiff and cramped. But that wasn't surprising. 3 other people seemed to be on top of her. Elena, can you hear me?
Stefan?
Yes. You're awake?
I'm all cramped and hot.
A different voice interrupted. Just give us a moment and you won't be cramped anymore. Elena felt Damon move away. Bonnie rolled into his place. But Stefan clung to her for a moment. Elena, I'm sorry. I never even realized what condition you are in. Thank God for Damon. Can you forgive me? Despite the heat, Elena cuddled closer to him. If you can forgive me for putting the whole party in danger. I did that, didn't I? I don't know. I don't care. All I know is that I love you. It was several minutes before Bonnie woke up. Then she said feebly,
Hey, what you doing in my bed?
Getting out of it, Elena said, and tried to roll over and get up. The world was wobbly. She was wobbly and bruised. but Stefan was never more than a few inches away, holding her, righting her when she started to fall. He helped her get dressed without making her feel like a baby. He examined her backpack, which fortunately hadn't gone into the water. And then he took out anything heavy inside. He put the heavy things in his own pack. Elena felt much better after being given some food, and after seeing the Thurgs, both of them, eating too. Either stretching their great double trunks up to break off pieces of wood from the barren trees, or scooping away snow to find dry grass underneath. They clearly were not going to die after all. Elena knew everyone was watching her to gauge whether or not she was up to any more that day. She hurried to finish drinking the tea heated over a dung fire, trying to conceal the fact that her hands shook. After forcing some jerky down, she said in her most cheerful voice, "So what's next?" "How do you feel?" Stefan asked her. "A little sore, but I'll be fine. I guess everyone expects me to have pneumonia, but I don't even have any cough." Damon, after one heavy-lidded glance at Stefan, took both her hands and stared at her. She didn't dare meet his eyes. So she focused on Stefan, who was looking at her comfortingly. At last, Damon dropped Elena's hands abruptly. "I went in as far as I could. You should know how far that is," he added to Stefan. "She's sound, her nose is wet, and her coat is shiny." Stefan looked as if he were going to smack him one, but Elena took his hand soothingly. "I'm healthy," she said. "So that's 2 votes for me going on to save Fell's church." "I've always believed in you," Stefan said. "If you think you can go on, you can go on." Bonnie sniffled. "Just don't take any more chances, okay?" she said. "You scared me." "I'm really sorry," Elena said gently, feeling the void of Meredith's absence. Meredith would be a great help to both of them now. "So, shall we continue? And where are we heading? I'm all turned around." Damon stood. "I think we just keep in a straight line. The path is narrow after this, and who knows what the next trial is." The path was narrow and misty. Just as before, it started in filmy veils and ended up blinding them. Elena let Stefan, with his cat-like reflexes, go first, and she held on to his pack. Behind her, Bonnie clung like a burr. Just when Elena thought she was going to scream if she had to keep traveling through the white blanket any farther, it cleared. They were near the top of some mountain. Elena took off after Bonnie, who had hurried ahead at the sight of transparent air. She was just fast enough to grab onto Bonnie's pack and pull her backward as she reached the place where the land stopped. "No way!" Bonnie cried, setting up a clamoring echo from below. "There is no way I'm going across that!" That was a chasm with a very thin bridge spanning it. The chasm was frosty white on either side at the top, but when Elena gripped the bridge's ice-cold metal poles and leaned a little forward, she could see glacial blues and greens at the very bottom. A chill wind hit her face. The gap between this bit of the world and the next bit, directly in front of them, was about 100 yards long. Elena looked from the shadowy depths to the slender bridge, which was made of wooden slats, and just wide enough for one person to walk on. It was supported here and there by ropes which ran to the sides of the chasm and were sunk with metal posts into barren, icy rock. It also swooped magnificently down and then back up again. Even looking at it gave the eye a sort of mini thrill ride. The only problem was that it didn't include a safety belt, a seat, 2 handrails, and a uniformed guide saying, "Hands and feet must be kept inside the attraction at all times." It did have a single, thin, creeper-woven rope to hold on to on the left. "Look," Stefan was saying, as quietly and intently as Elena had ever heard him speak. "We can hold on to each other. We can go one by one, very slowly." "No!" Bonnie put into that one word a psychic shriek that almost deafened Elena. "No, no, 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 no! You don't understand! I can't do it!" She flung her backpack down. Then she began laughing and crying at the same time in a full-blown attack of hysterics. Elena had an impulse to dash water in her face. She had a stronger impulse to throw herself down beside Bonnie and shriek, "And neither can I! It's insane!" But what good would that do? A few minutes later, Damon was talking quietly to Bonnie, unaffected by the outburst. Stefan was pacing in circles. Elena was trying to think of Plan A, while a little voice chanted inside her head, "You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it either." This was all just a phobia. They could probably train Bonnie out of it if, say, they had a year or 2. Stefan, on one of his circular trips near her, said, "And how are you about heights, love?" Elena decided to put a brave face on it. "I don't know. I think I can do it." Stefan looked pleased. "To save your hometown." "Yes. But it's too bad nothing works here. I could try to use my wings for flying, but I can't control them. And that kind of magic is simply not available here," Stefan's voice said in her mind. "But telepathy is." "You can hear me too, can't you?" They thought of the answer simultaneously, and Elena saw the light of the idea breaking on Stefan's face even as she began to speak. "Influence Bonnie. Make her think she's a tightrope walker, a performer since she was a toddler. But don't make her too playful so she doesn't bounce the rest of us off." With that light in his face, Stefan looked. Too good. He seized both Elena's hands, whirled her around once as if she weighed nothing, picked her up and kissed her, and kissed her, and kissed her until Elena felt her soul dripping off her fingertips. They shouldn't have done it in front of Damon. But Elena's euphoria was clouding her judgment, and she couldn't control herself. Neither of them had been trying for a deep mind probe, but telepathy was all they had left, and it was warm and wonderful, and it left them for an instant in the circle of each other's arms, laughing, panting, with electricity flashing between them. Elena's whole body felt as if she'd just gotten a sizable jolt. Then she pulled herself out of his arms, but it was too late. Their shared gaze had gone on much too long, and Elena felt her heart pounding in fear. She could feel Damon's eyes on her. She barely managed to whisper, "Will you tell them?" "Yes," Stefan said softly. "I'll tell them." But he didn't move until she actually turned her back on Bonnie and Damon. After that, she peeked over her shoulder and listened. Stefan sat down by the sobbing girl and said, "Bonnie, can you look at me? That's all I want. I promise you. You don't have to go across that bridge if you don't want to. You don't even have to stop crying, but try to look me in the eye. Can you do that? Good. Now." His voice and even his face changed subtly, becoming more forceful, mesmerizing. "You're not afraid of heights at all, are you? You're an acrobat who could walk a tightrope across the Grand Canyon and never turn a hair. You're the very best of all your family, the Flying McCullochs, and they're the best in the world. And right now you're going to choose whether to cross over that wooden bridge. If so, you'll lead us. You'll be our leader." Slowly, while listening to Stefan, Bonnie's face had changed. With swollen eyes fixed on Stefan's, she seemed to be listening intently to something in her own head. And finally, as Stefan said the last sentence, she jumped up and looked at the bridge.
"Okay, let's go,"
she cried, picking up her backpack while Elena sat, staring after her. "Can you make it?" Stefan asked, looking at Elena. "We'll let her go first. There's really no way she can fall off. I'll go after her. Elena can come after me and hold on to my belt. And I'm counting on you, Damon, to hold on to her, especially if she starts to faint." "I'll hold her," Damon said quietly. Elena wanted to ask Stefan to influence her too, but everything was happening so fast. Bonnie was already on the bridge, only pausing when called back by Stefan. Stefan was looking behind him at Elena, saying, "Can you get a good grip?" Damon was behind Elena, putting a strong hand on her shoulder and saying, "Look straight ahead, not down. Don't worry about fainting, I'll catch you." But it was such a frail wooden bridge, and Elena found that she was always looking down, and her stomach floated up outside her body and above her head. She had a death grip on Stefan's belt with one hand, and on the woven creeper with the other. They came to a place where a slat had detached, and the slats on either side looked as if they might go at any moment.
"Careful with these,"
Bonnie said, laughing and leaping over all three. Stefan stepped over the first chancy slat, over the missing one, and put his foot on the next. Crack! Elena didn't scream. She was beyond screaming. She couldn't look. The sound had shut her eyes. And she couldn't move, not a finger. Certainly not a foot. She felt Damon's arms around her waist, both of them. She wanted to let him support her weight as he had many times before. But Damon was whispering to her, words like spells that allowed her legs to stop shaking and cramping, and even let her stop breathing so fast that she might faint. And then he was lifting her, and Stefan's arms were going around her, and for a moment they were both holding her firmly. Then Stefan took her weight and gently put her feet down on firm slats. Elena wanted to cling to him like a koala, but she knew that she mustn't. She would make them both fall. So somewhere, from inner depths she didn't know she had, she found the courage to take her own weight on her feet and fumbled for the creeper. Then she lifted her head and whispered as loudly as she could, "Go on. We need to give Damon room." "Yes," Stefan whispered back, but he kissed her on the forehead, a quick, protective kiss, before he turned and stepped toward the impatient Bonnie. Behind her, Elena heard and felt Damon jumping cat-like over the gap. Elena raised her eyes to stare at the back of Stefan's head again. She couldn't compass all the emotions she was feeling at that moment. Love, terror, awe, excitement, and, of course, gratitude, all at once. She didn't dare turn her head to look at Damon behind her, but she felt exactly the same things for him. "A few more steps," he kept saying. "A few more steps." A brief eternity later, they were on solid ground, facing a medium-sized cavern, and Elena fell to her knees. She was sick and faint, but she tried to thank Damon as he passed by her on the snowy mountain trail. "You are in my way," he said shortly, and as coldly as the wind. "If you had fallen, you might have upset the entire bridge, and I don't happen to feel like dying today." "What are you saying to her? What did you just say?" Stefan, who had been out of earshot, came hurrying back. "What did he say to you?" Damon, examining his palm for creeper thorns, said without looking up, "I told her the truth, that's all. So far, she's 0 for 2 on this quest. Let's hope that as long as you make it through, they let you in the gatehouse. Because if they're grading on performance, we flunked. Or should I say, one of us has flunked." "Shut up, or I'll shut you up," Stefan said in a different voice than Elena had ever heard him use before. She stared. It was as if he'd grown 10 years in 1 second. "Don't you ever talk to her or about her that way again, Damon." Damon stared at him for a moment, pupils contracted. Then he said, "Whatever," and strolled away. Stefan bent down to hold Elena until her shaking stopped. And that's that, Elena thought. An ice-cold rage gripped her. Damon had no respect for her at all. He had none for anyone but himself. She couldn't protect Bonnie from Bonnie's own feelings, or stop him from insulting her. She couldn't stop Bonnie from forgiving, but she, Elena, was done with Damon. This last insult was the end. The fog came in again as they walked through the cavern. Chapter 32.
"Damon doesn't mean to be such a bastard,"
Bonnie said explosively.
"He's just, so often he feels like it's the 3 of us against him, and...
Well, who started that? Even back riding the Thurgs," Stefan said.
"I know, but there's something else,"
Bonnie said humbly.
"Since it's only snow and rock and ice, I don't know. He's all tight. Something's wrong."
"He's hungry," Elena said, stricken by a sudden realization. Since the Thurgs there had been nothing for the 2 vampires to hunt, they couldn't exist like foxes on insects and mice. Of course, Lady Ulma had provided plenty of black magic for them, the only thing that even resembled a substitute for blood. But their supply was dwindling, and, of course, they had to think of the trip back as well. Suddenly, Elena knew what would do her good. "Stefan," she murmured, pulling him into a nook in the craggy stone of the cave entrance. She pushed off her hood and unrolled her scarf enough to expose one side of her neck.
"Don't make me say please too many times,"
she whispered to him. "I can't wait that long." Stefan looked into her eyes, saw that she was serious and determined, and kissed one of her mittened hands. "It's been long enough now, I think. No, I'm sure. Or I would never even attempt this," he whispered. Elena tipped her head back. Stefan stood between her and the wind, and she was almost warm. She felt the little initial pain, and then Stefan was drinking, and their minds slid together like 2 raindrops on a glass window. He took very little blood, just enough to make the difference in his eyes between still green pools and sparkling, effervescent streams. But then his gaze went still again. "Damon," he said, and paused awkwardly. What could Elena say? I just severed all ties with him? They were supposed to help one another along these trials, to show their wit and courage. If she refused, would she fail again? "Send him quick, then," she said, "before I change my mind." 5 minutes later, Elena was again tucked into the little nook, while Damon turned her head back and forth with dispassionate precision, then suddenly darted forward and sank his fangs into a prominent vein. Elena felt her eyes go wide. A bite that hurt this much. Well, she hadn't experienced it since the days when she had been stupid and unprepared and had fought with all her strength to get free. As for Damon's mind, there was a steel wall. Since she had to do this, she had been hoping to see the little boy who lived in Damon's inmost soul, the one who was the unwilling watchkeeper over all of his secrets. But she couldn't even thaw the steel a little. After a minute or two, Stefan pulled Damon off of her, not gently. Damon came away sullenly, wiping his mouth.
"Are you okay?"
Bonnie asked in a worried whisper, as Elena rummaged through Lady Ulma's medicine box for a piece of gauze to staunch the unhealed wounds in her neck. "I've been better," Elena said briefly, as she wrapped up her scarf again. Bonnie sighed.
"Meredith is the one who really belongs here,"
she said. "Yes, but Meredith really belongs in Fell's Church, too. I only hope they can hold on long enough for us to come back."
"I only hope that we can come back with something that will help them,"
Bonnie whispered. Meredith and Matt spent the time from 2 a.m. to dawn, pouring infinitesimal drops from Misau's star ball onto the streets of the town, and asking the power to somehow help them in the fight against Shinichi. This brisk movement from place to place had also netted a surprising bonus. Kids. Not crazy kids, normal ones, terrified of their brothers and sisters, or of their parents, not daring to go home because of the awful things they had seen there. Meredith and Matt had crammed them into Matt's mother's second-hand SUV and brought them to Matt's house. In the end, they had more than 30 kids, from ages 5 to 16, all too frightened to play or talk or even to ask for anything. But they'd eaten everything Mrs. Flowers could find that wasn't spoiled in Matt's refrigerator and pantry, and from the pantries of the deserted houses on either side of the Honeycutts. Matt, watching a 10-year-old girl cramming plain white bread into her mouth with wolfish hunger, tears running down her grimy face as she chewed and swallowed, said quietly to Meredith, "Think we've got any ringers in here?" "I'd bet my life on it," she replied just as quietly. "But what are we going to do? Cole doesn't know anything helpful. We'll just have to pray that the unpossessed kids will be able to help us when Shinichi's ringers attack. I think the best option when confronted by possessed kids who may have weapons is to run." Meredith nodded absently, but Matt noticed she took the stave everywhere with her now. "I've devised a little test for them. I'm going to smack everyone with a Post-it and see what happens. Kids who have done things they regret may get hysterical. Kids who are already just terrified may get some comfort, and the ringers will either attack or run. This I have to see." Meredith's test lured out only 2 ringers in the whole mob, a 13-year-old boy and a 15-year-old girl. Each of them screamed and darted through the house, shrieking wildly. Matt couldn't stop them. When it was all over and the older kids were comforting the younger ones, Matt and Meredith finished boarding up the windows and pasting amulets between the boards. They spent the evening scouting for food, questioning the kids about Shinichi and the last midnight, and helping Mrs. Flowers treat injuries. They tried to keep one person on guard at all times, but since they had been up and moving since 1:30 a.m., they were all very tired. At 11:45, Meredith came to Matt, who was cleaning the scratches of a yellow-haired 8-year-old. "Okay," she said quietly. I'm going to take my car and get the new amulets Mrs. Saitow said she'd have done by now. Do you mind if I take Saber? Matt shook his head. No, I'll do it. I know the Saitows better anyway. Meredith gave what, in a less refined person, might have been called a snort. I know them well enough to say, "Excuse me, Inari Obasan. Excuse me, Orime-san. We're the troublemakers who keep asking for huge amounts of anti-evil amulets, but you don't mind that, do you?" Matt smiled faintly, let the 8-year-old go, and said, "Well, they might mind it less if you got their names straight. Obasan means grandma, right?" "Yes, of course." "And san is just a thingy you put at the end of a name to be polite?" Meredith nodded, adding, "And a thingy at the end is called an honorific suffix." Yeah, but for all your big words, you've got their names wrong. It's Orime Grandma and Orime Isabel's mother. So Orime Obasan and Orime-san, too. Meredith sighed. Look, Matt, Bonnie and I met them first. Grandma introduced herself as Inari. Now, I know she's a little wacky, but she would certainly know her own name, right? And she introduced herself to me and said not just that she was named Orime, but that her daughter was named after her. Talk your way out of that one. Matt, shall I get my notebook? It's in the boarding house den. Matt gave a short, sharp laugh, almost a sob. He looked to make sure Mrs. Flowers wasn't around and then hissed. It's somewhere down at the center of the earth, maybe. There is no den anymore. For a moment, Meredith looked simply shocked, but then she frowned. Matt glared darkly. It didn't help to think that they were the two most unlikely of their group to quarrel. Here they were, and Matt could practically see the sparks flying. All right, Meredith said finally. I'll just go over there and ask for Orime Obasan, and then tell them it was all your fault when they laugh. Matt shook his head. Nobody's going to laugh, because you're going to get it right that way. Look, Matt, Meredith said. I've been reading so much on the internet that I even know the name Inari. I've come across it somewhere, and I'm sure I would have made the connection. Her voice trailed off. When Matt turned his eyes down from the ceiling, he started. Meredith's face was white, and she was breathing quickly. Inari, she whispered. I do know that name, but... Suddenly she grabbed Matt's wrist so hard that it hurt. Matt, is your computer absolutely dead? It went when the electricity went. By now, even the generator is gone. But you have a mobile that connects to the internet, right? The urgency in her voice made Matt in turn take her seriously. Sure, he said, but the battery's been kaput for at least a day. Without electricity, I can't recharge it. And my mom took hers. She can't live without it. Stefan and Elena must have left their stuff at the boarding house. He shook his head at Meredith's hopeful expression and whispered, or should I say where the boarding house used to be. But we have to find a mobile or computer that works. We have to. I need it to work for just a minute, Meredith said frantically, breaking away from him and beginning to pace as if trying to beat some world record. Matt was staring at her in bewilderment. But why? Because we have to. I need it, even just for a minute. Matt could only gaze at her, perplexed. Finally, he said, I guess we can ask the kids. The kids. One of them has got to have a live mobile. Come on, Matt. We have to talk to them right now. She stopped and said rather huskily, I pray that you're right and I'm wrong. Huh? Matt had no idea what was going on. I said, I pray that I'm wrong. You pray too, Matt. Please. Chapter 33. Elena was waiting for the fog to disperse. It had come in as always, bit by bit, and now she was wondering if it would ever leave, or if it were actually another trial itself. Therefore, when she suddenly realized she could see Stefan's shirt in front of her, she felt her heart bound for joy. She hadn't messed anything up lately. "I can see it," Stefan said, pulling her up beside him, and then, voila, but in a whisper.
"What? What?"
cried Bonnie, bounding forward, and then she stopped too. Damon didn't bound. He strolled. But Elena was turning toward Bonnie at the time, and she saw his face as he saw it. In front of them was a sort of small castle, or large gateway with spires that pierced the low clouds that hung above it. There was some kind of writing over the huge cathedral-like black doors in front, but Elena had never seen anything like the squiggles of whatever foreign language it was. On either side of the building, there were black walls that were nearly as tall as the spires. Elena looked left and right, and realized that they disappeared only off at the vanishing point. And without magic, it would be impossible to fly over them. What the boy and girl in the story had discovered only by following the walls for days, they had simply walked straight into. "It's the gatehouse of the 7 treasures, isn't it, Bonnie? Isn't it? Look!" Elena shouted. Bonnie was already looking, both hands pressed against her heart, and for once without a word to say. As Elena watched, the diminutive girl fell to her knees in the light powdery snow. But Stefan answered. He picked up Bonnie and Elena at the same time and whirled them both. "It is," he said, just as Elena was saying "it is," and Bonnie, the expert, gasping,
"Oh, it really, really is,"
with tears freezing on her cheeks. Stefan put his lips to Elena's ear. "And you know what that means, don't you? If that is the gatehouse of the 7 treasures, you know where we are standing now." Elena tried to ignore the warm, tingling sensation that shot up from the soles of her feet at the feeling of Stefan's breath on her ear. She tried to focus on his question. "Look up," Stefan suggested. Elena did, and gasped. Above them, instead of a fog bank or incessant crimson light from a sun that never stopped setting, were 3 moons. One was enormous, covering perhaps a sixth of the sky, shining in swirls of white and blue, hazy at the edges. Just in front of it was a beautiful silvery moon at least 3/4 as big as it was. Last, there was a tiny moon in high orbit, white as a diamond, that seemed to be deliberately keeping its distance from the other 2. All of them were half full and shone down with gentle, soothing light on the unbroken snow around Elena. "We're in the nether world," Elena said, shaken.
"Oh, it's just like in the story,"
Bonnie gasped.
"Exactly like. Even the writing, even the amount of snow."
"Exactly like the story?" Stefan asked. "Even to the phase of the moons? How full they are?"
"Just exactly the same."
Stefan nodded. "I thought they would be. That story was a precognition, given to you with the purpose of helping us find the largest star ball ever made."
"Well, let's go inside,"
cried Bonnie.
"We're wasting time."
"Okay, put everyone on your guard. We don't want anything to go wrong now," Stefan said. They went into the gatehouse of the 7 treasures in this order. Bonnie, who found that the great black doors swung open at a touch, but that she could see nothing coming in from bright sunlight. Stefan and Elena, hand in hand, and Damon, who waited outside for a long time in the hopes, Elena thought, of being deemed a different party. Meanwhile, the others were having the most pleasant shock since they'd taken the master keys from the kitchenier.
Sage! Sage!
Bonnie shrilled as soon as her eyes adjusted.
Oh, look, Elena, it's Sage! Sage, how are you? What are you doing here? Oh, it's just so good to see you.
Elena blinked twice, and the dim interior of the octagonal room came into focus. She went around the only piece of furniture in the room, the large desk in the middle. Sage, do you know how long it seems? Did you know that Bonnie almost got sold for a slave at a public auction? Did you know about her dream? Sage looked as he always had to Elena's eyes, the bronzed, terminally fit body, like a model of a titan, the bare chest and bare feet, the black Levi's, the long, spiraling tangles of bronze hair, and the strange bronze eyes that could cut steel, or be as gentle as a pet lamb. Mon doux petit chaton, Sage was saying. My two little kittens, you have astounded me. I have been following your adventures. The gatekeeper is not provided with much entertainment, and is not allowed to leave this fortress. But you are most brave and amusing. Je vous félicite. He kissed first Elena's hand, and then Bonnie's, then embraced Stefan with the Latin two-cheeked kiss. Then he resumed his seat. Bonnie was climbing Sage as if she were a real kitten.
Did you take Misau's star ball full of power?
She demanded, kneeling on his thigh.
Did you take half of it, I mean, to get back here?
Mais oui, I did. But I also left Madame Flowers a little...
Do you know that Damon used the other half to open the gate again? And that I fell in it too? Even though he didn't want me? And that because of that I almost got sold as a slave? And that Stefan and Elena had to come after me to make sure I was okay? And that on the way here, Elena almost fell off the bridge, and we're not sure if the Thurgs are going to make it. And do you know that in Bell's church the last midnight is coming, and we don't know?
Stefan and Elena exchanged a long, meaningful glance, and then Stefan said, Bonnie, we have to ask Sage the most important question. He looked at Sage. Is it possible for us to save Fell's church? Do we have enough time? Eh bien, as far as I can tell from the chronological vortex, you have enough time and a little to spare. Enough for a glass of black magic to see you off. But after that, no dawdling. Elena felt like a crumpled piece of paper that had been straightened and smoothed. She took a long breath. They could do it. That allowed her to remember civilized behavior. Sage, how did you get stuck way out here? Or were you waiting for us? Allah, no. I am assigned here as punishment. I got an imperial summons that I could not ignore. Mes amis. He sighed and added, I am just out of favor again. So now I am the ambassador to the netherworld, as you see. He waved a languid hand around the room. Bienvenue. Elena had a sense of time ticking away, of precious minutes being lost. But maybe Sage himself would do something for Fell's church. You really have to stay in here? But assuredly, until mon père, my father. Sage said the word savagely and resentfully. Relents. And I am allowed to return to the infernal court, or, much better, to go my ways without ever returning. At least until someone takes the pity on me and kills me." He looked inquiringly around the room, then sighed and said, "Sever and Talon, they are well?" "They were when we left," Elena said, itching to get on with their real business here. "Bien," Sage said, looking at her kindly. "But we should have your entire group in here for the viewing, no?" Elena glanced at the doors, and then again at Stefan. But Sage was already calling, both with voice and telepathy. "Raymond, mon poussinet, do you not want to come in with your comrades?" There was a long pause, and then the doors opened and a very sullen Damon stepped in. He wouldn't reply to Sage's friendly bienvenue, instead saying, "I didn't come here to socialize. I want to see the treasures in time to save Fell's church. I haven't forgotten about the damned hick town, even if everyone else has."
"Alors, mon paiement,"
Sage said, looking wounded. "You have all passed the tests in your way, and may look upon the treasures. You may even use magic again, although I am not sure that it will help you. It all depends upon which treasure you seek. Félicitations." Everyone but Damon made some gesture of embarrassment. "Now," Sage continued, "I must show each gate to you before you can pick. I will try to be quick, but be cautious. S'il vous plaît. Once you choose a treasure, that is the only door that will open again for any of you." Elena found herself clutching at Stefan's hand, which was already reaching for hers, as one by one the doors shone with a faint, silvery light. "Behind you," said Sage, "is the very gate you entered to get into this room, yes? But next to it, a door brightened to show an impossible cavern. Impossible because of the gems lying on the ground or sticking out of the cave walls. Rubies, diamonds, emeralds, amethysts, each one as big as Elena's fist, lying thick in great piles for the taking. "It's beautiful, but—" "No, of course," she said firmly, and reached out to put a hand on Bonnie's shoulder. The next door lit up, brightened, then brightened more so that it seemed to disappear. "And here," Sage sighed, "is the famous Kitsune Paradise." Elena could feel her eyes widen. It was a sunny day in the most beautiful park she had ever seen. In the background, a little waterfall spilled into a creek, which ran down a green hill, while directly in front of her was a stone bench, just the size for two, underneath a tree that looked like a cherry in full bloom. Blossoms were flying in a breeze that rustled other cherry and peach trees nearby, causing a rain of dawn-colored petals. Although Elena had only seen the place for a moment, it already seemed familiar to her. She could just walk into it. "No, Stefan!" She had to touch his arm. He had been walking right into the garden. "What?" he said, shaking his head like someone in a dream. "I don't know what happened. It just seemed as if I were going to an old home." His voice broke off. "Sage, go on, please." The next door was already lighting, showing a scene with rack after rack of Clarion Loche black magic wine. In the distance, Elena could make out a vineyard with lush grapes hanging heavily, fruit that would never see the light of the sun until it was made into a famous liquid. Everyone was already sipping at their glasses of black magic, so it was easy to say no even to the luscious grapes. As the next door brightened, Elena heard herself gasp. It was brilliant midday. Growing in a field as far as she could see were tall bushes thick with long-stemmed roses, the blossoms of which were a velvety-looking black. Startled, she saw that everyone was looking at Damon, who had taken a step toward the roses as if involuntarily. Stefan put an arm out, barring his way. "I didn't look very closely," Damon said, "but I think these are the same as the one I destroyed." Elena turned to Sage. "They're the same, aren't they?" "But yes," Sage said, looking unhappy. "These are all midnight roses, noir pur, the sort in the white kitsunie's bouquet. But these are all blanks. The kitsunie are the only ones who can put spells on them, like the removal of the curse of a vampire." There was a general sigh of disappointment among his listeners, but Damon just looked more sullen. Elena was about to speak up, to say that Stefan shouldn't be put through this, when she turned into Sage's words in the next gate and felt a surge of simple, selfish longing herself. "I suppose you would call it La Fontaine of eternal youth and life?" Sage said. Elena could see an ornate fountain playing, the effervescent spray at the top making a rainbow. Small butterflies of all colors flew around it, alighting on the leaves of the bower that cradled it in greenery. Meredith, with her cool head and straightforward logic, wasn't there, so Elena dug her nails into her palms and cried, "No, next one!" as quickly and forcefully as she could. Sage was speaking again. She made herself listen. "The royal Radeka flower, which legends say was stolen from the celestial court many millennia ago, it changes shape." A simple enough thing to say, but actually to see it? Elena watched in astonishment as a dozen or so thick, twining stems, topped by gorgeous, white, calla lily blossoms, trembled slightly. The next instant, she was looking at a cluster of violets with velvet leaves and a drop of dew shining on a petal. A moment later, the stems were topped with radiant mauve snapdragons, with the dewdrop still in place. Before she could remember not to reach out and touch them, the snapdragons had become deep, fully open red roses. When the roses became some exotic golden flower that Elena had never seen, she had to turn her back. She found herself bumping into a hard, masculine, bare chest while forcing herself to think realistically. Midnight was coming, and not in the form of a rose. Fell's Church needed all the help it could get, and here she was, staring at flowers. Abruptly, Sage swung her off her feet and said, "What a temptation, especially for a lover of la beauté like you, belle madame. What a foolish rule to keep you from taking just a bud. But there is something even higher and more pure than beauty, Elena. You. You are named for it. In Old Greek, Elena means light. The darkness is coming fast. The last, everlasting midnight. Beauty will not hold it back. It is a bagatelle, a trinket, useless in times of disaster. But light, Elena, light will conquer the darkness. I believe this as I believe in your courage, your honesty, and your gentle, loving heart." With that, he kissed her on the forehead and set her down. Elena was dazed. Of all the things she knew best that she could not defeat the darkness that was coming. Not alone. But But you're not alone, Stefan whispered, and she realized that he was right beside her, and that she must be wide open, projecting her thoughts as clearly as if she were speaking.
We're all here with you,
Bonnie said in a voice twice her size.
We're not afraid of the dark.
There was a pause while everyone tried not to look at Damon. At last he said, Somehow I got talked into this insanity. I'm still wondering how it happened. But I've come this far, and I'm not going to turn around now. Sage turned toward the final door, and it brightened. Not by much, however. It looked like the shady underside of a very large tree. What was odd, though, was that there was nothing at all growing under it. No ferns or bushes or seedlings, not even the normally ever-present creepers and weeds. There were a few dead leaves on the ground, but otherwise it was just dirt. Sage said, A planet with only one corporeal form of life upon it. The great tree that covers an entire world. The crown covers all but the natural freshwater lakes it needs to survive. Elena looked into the heart of the twilit world.
We've come so far, and maybe together, maybe we can find the star ball that will save our town.
This is the door you pick? Asked Sage. Elena looked at the rest of the group. They all seemed to be waiting for her confirmation. Yes. And right now, we have to hurry. She made a motion as if to put her cup down, and it disappeared. She smiled thanks at Sage. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't give you any help, he said. But if you have a compass? Elena had one. It was always dangling from her backpack, because she was always trying to read it. Sage took the compass in his hand and lightly traced a line on it. He gave the compass back to Elena, and she found that the needle no longer pointed to the north, but at an angle northeast. Follow the arrow, he said. It will take you to the trunk of the great tree. If I had to guess at where to find the largest star ball, I would go this way. But be wary. Others have tried this path. Their bodies have nourished the great tree as fertilizer. Elena scarcely heard the words. She had been terrified at the thought of searching an entire planet for a star ball. Of course, it might be a very small world like the little diamond moon you saw over the netherworld. The voice in Elena's mind was both familiar and not. She glanced at Sage, who smiled. Then she looked around the room. Everyone seemed to be waiting for her to take the first step. She took it. Chapter 34. You've been fed and taken care of as best as we can manage, Meredith said, looking at all the taut, frightened young faces turned toward her in the basement. And now there's just one thing I want to ask of you in return. She made an effort and steadied her voice. I want to know if anybody knows of a mobile phone that connects to the internet, or a computer that is still working. Please, if you even think you know where one might be, tell me. The tension was like a thick rubber cord, dragging Meredith toward each of the pale, strained faces, dragging them to her. It was just as well that Meredith was essentially well-balanced. About 12 hands went up immediately, and their lone 5-year-old whispered,
My mommy has one, and my daddy.
There was a pause before Meredith could say, Does anybody know this kid? And an older girl spoke up before she could. She just means they had them before the Burning Man. Is the Burning Man called Shinichi? Meredith asked. Course. Sometimes he would make the red parts of his hair burn up way over his head. Meredith filed that little fact away under things I do not want to see. Honest. Cross my heart. Ever. Then she shook herself free from the image. You guys and girls, please think. I only need one mobile phone with internet access that still has power right now. One laptop or computer that is still working now, maybe because of a generator still making electricity. Just one family with a home generator still working. Anybody. The hands were down now. A boy she thought she recognized as being one of the Loring siblings, maybe age 10 or 11, said, "The Burning Man told us that mobile phones and computers were bad. That was why my brother got in a fist fight with my dad. He threw all the mobiles at home in the toilet." Okay, thanks. But anybody who's seen a working mobile or computer? Or a home generator?
Why, yes, my dear, I've got one.
The voice came from the top of the stairs. Mrs. Flowers was standing there, dressed in a fresh sweatsuit. Strangely, she had her voluminous purse in her hand. You have a generator? Meredith asked, her heart sinking. What a waste. And if disaster came all because she, Meredith, hadn't finished reading over her own research. The minutes were ticking away, and if everyone in Fell's Church died, it would be her fault. Her fault. She didn't think she could live with that. Meredith had tried all her life to reach the state of calm, concentration, and balance that was the other side of the coin from the fighting skills her various disciplines had taught her. And she had become good at it, a good observer, a good daughter, even a good student for all that she was in Elena's fast-paced, high-flying clique. The four of them, Elena, Meredith, Caroline, and Bonnie, had fit together like four pieces of a puzzle. And Meredith still sometimes missed the old days and their daring, dominating, pseudo-sophisticated capers that never really hurt anyone, except the silly boys who had milled around them like ants at a picnic. But now, looking at herself, she was puzzled. Who was she? A Hispanic girl named for her mother's Welsh best friend in college. A hunter-slayer of vampires who had kitten canines, a vampire twin, and whose group of friends included Stefan, a vampire, Elena, an ex-vampire, and possibly another vampire, although she was extremely hesitant to call Damon a friend. What did that all add up to? A girl trying to do her best to keep her balance and concentration in a world that had gone insane. A girl still reeling from what she'd learned about her own family, and now tottering from the need to confirm a dreadful suspicion. Stop thinking. Stop. You have to tell Mrs. Flowers that her boarding house has been destroyed. Mrs. Flowers, about the boarding house, I have to talk to you.
Why don't you use my BlackBerry first?
Mrs. Flowers came down the basement stairs carefully, watching her feet, and then the children parted before her like waves on the Red Sea. Meredith stared, choked up. Mrs. Flowers had opened her enormous purse and was now proffering a rather thick, all-black object to her.
It still has power,
the old lady explained as Meredith took the thing in two shaking hands, as if receiving a holy object.
I just turned it on and it was working. And now I'm on the internet.
Proudly. Meredith's world had been swallowed up by the small, grayish, antiquated screen. She was so amazed and excited at seeing this that she almost forgot why she needed it. But her body knew. Her fingers clutched. Her thumbs danced over the mini keyboard. She went to her favorite search page and entered the word Orime. She got pages of hits, most in Japanese. Then, feeling a trembling in her knees, she typed in Inari. 6,530,298 results. She went to the very first hit and saw a web page with a definition. Key words seemed to rush out at her like vultures. Inari is the Japanese Shinto deity of rice, and foxes. At the entrance to an Inari shrine are statues of 2 kitsune, 1 male and 1 female, each with a key or jewel carried in mouth or paw. These fox spirits are the servants and messengers of Inari. They carry out Inari's orders. There was also a picture of a pair of kitsune statues in their fox forms. Each had a front paw resting on a star ball. 3 years ago, Meredith had fractured her leg when she was on a skiing trip with her cousins in the Blue Ridge Mountains. She had run straight into a small tree. No martial arts skills could save her at the last minute. She knew she was skiing off the groomed areas, where she could run into anything, powder, crud, or iced-over ruts, and of course trees, lots of trees. She was an advanced skier, but she had been going too fast, looking in the wrong direction, and the next thing she knew, she was skiing into the tree instead of around it. Now she had the same sensation of waking up after a head-on into wood. The shock, the dizziness, and nausea that were initially worse than the pain. Meredith could take pain, but the pounding in her head, the sickening awareness that she had made a big mistake and that she was going to have to pay for it, were unbearable. Plus, there was a curious horror about the knowledge that her own legs wouldn't hold her up. Even the same useless questions ran through her subconscious, like, how could I be so stupid? Is this possibly a dream? And, please, God, can I hit the undo button? Meredith suddenly realized that she was being supported on either side by Mrs. Flowers and their 16-year-old, Ava Wakefield. The mobile was on the cement floor of the basement. She must have actually started to black out. Several of the younger kids were screaming Matt's name. No, I can stand up alone. All she wanted in the world was to go into the darkness and get away from this horror. She wanted to let her legs go slack and her mind go blank, to flee. But she couldn't run away. She had taken the stave. She had taken the duty from her grandfather. Anything supernatural that was out to harm Fell's Church on her watch was her problem. And the problem was that her watch never ended. Matt came clattering down the stairs, carrying their 7-year-old Haley, who continually shook with petit mal seizures. Meredith. She could hear the incredulity in his voice. What is it? What did you find, for God's sake? Come. Look. Meredith was remembering detail after detail that should have set off warning bells in her mind. Matt was somehow already beside her, even as she remembered Bonnie's first description of Isabel Saitow.
The quiet type. Hard to get to know. Shy. And nice.
And that first visit to the Saitow house. The horror that quiet, shy, nice Isabel Saitow had become the goddess of piercing, blood and pus oozing from every hole. And when they had tried to carry dinner to her old grandmother, Meredith had noticed absently that Isabel's room was right under the doll-like old lady's. After seeing Isabel pierced and clearly unbalanced, Meredith had assumed that any evil influence must be trying to travel up, and had worried in the back of her mind about the poor, old, doll-sized grandmother. But the evil could just as easily have traveled down. Maybe Jim Bryce hadn't given Isabel the Malick madness after all. Maybe she had given it to him, and he had given it to Caroline and to his sister. And that children's game, the cruel, cruel song that that Inari Obasan had crooned. Fox and Turtle had a race. And her words, there's a kitsune involved in this somewhere. She'd been laughing at them, amusing herself. Come to that, it was from Inari Obasan that Meredith had first heard the word kitsune. And one more additional cruelty that Meredith had only been able to excuse before by assuming Obasan had very poor sight. That night, Meredith had had her back to the door, and so had Bonnie. They had both been concentrating on poor, decrepit old Grandma. But Obasan had been facing the door, and she was the only one who could have seen, must have seen, Isabel sneaking up behind Bonnie. And then, just as the cruel game song told Bonnie to look behind her, Isabel had been crouching there, ready to lick Bonnie's forehead with a forked, pink tongue. Why? Meredith could hear her own voice saying. Why was I so stupid? How could I not have seen from the beginning? Matt had retrieved the BlackBerry and read the web page. Then he just stood, fixed, his blue eyes wide. You were right, he said, after a long moment. I want so much to be wrong. Meredith, Shinichi and Misao are Inari's servants. If that old lady is Inari, we've been running around like crazy after the wrong people, the hired muscle. The damn note cards, Meredith choked out. The ones done by Obasan. They're useless, flawed. All those bullets she blessed should have been no good. But maybe she did bless them as a game. Isabel even came to me and changed all the characters the old lady had done for the jars to hold Shinichi and Misao. She said that Obasan was almost blind. She left a tear on my car seat. I couldn't understand why she should be crying. I still can't. She's the granddaughter, probably the third generation of a monster, Matt exploded. Why should she cry? And why do the post-it notes work? Because they're done by Isabel's mother, Mrs. Flowers said quietly. Dear Matt, I truly doubt that the old woman is related to the Saitow's at all. As a deity, or even a powerful magic user named after a deity, and undoubtedly a kitsune herself, she surely just moved in with them and used them. Isabel's mother and Isabel had no choice but to carry on the charade for fear of what she'd do to them if they didn't. But, Mrs. Flowers, when Tyrone and I pulled that leg bone out of the thicket, didn't you say that the Saitow women made such excellent amulets? And didn't you say that we could get the Saitow women to help translate the words on the clay jars when Alaric sent the pictures of them from the Japanese island? As for my belief in the Saitow women, well, I'll have to quibble a little here, Mrs. Flowers said. I couldn't know that this Obasan was evil, and there are still 2 of them who are gentle and good, and who have helped us tremendously, and at great risk to themselves. Meredith could taste the bitterness of bile in her mouth. Isabel could have saved us. She could have said, "My fake grandmother is really a demon." Oh, my dear Meredith. The young are so unforgiving. This Inari was probably installed in her house when she was a child. All she knows at first is that the old woman is a tyrant, with a god's name. Then perhaps some demonstration of power. What happened to Orime's husband, I wonder, to make him go back to Japan, if indeed he went there. He may well be dead. And then Isabel is growing up, shy, quiet, introverted, frightened. This is not Japan. There are no other priestesses here to confide in. And you saw the consequences when Isabel reached out to someone outside of the family, to her boyfriend, Jim Bryce. And to us, well, to you and Bonnie, Matt said to Meredith. She sicked Caroline on you. Scarcely knowing what they were doing, they were talking faster and faster. We have to go there right now, said Meredith. Shinichi and Misao may be the ones bringing on the last midnight, but it's Inari who gives the orders. And who knows? She may dole out the punishments as well. We don't know how big her star ball is. Or where, said the old woman. Mrs. Flowers, Matt said hastily, you'd better stay here with the kids. Ava here is reliable. And where's Jacob Larrity? Here, said a boy who looked older than 15. He was as tall as Matt was, but gangly. Okay, Ava, Jake, you're in charge under Mrs. Flowers. We'll leave Saber with you too. The dog was a big hit among the kids, on his best behavior, even when the younger ones chewed his tail. You two, just listen to Mrs. Flowers and, Matt, dear, I won't be here, but the animals will surely help to protect them. Matt stared at her. Meredith knew what he was thinking. Was Mrs. Flowers, so reliable up until now, going somewhere to hide alone? Was she abandoning them? And I'll need one of you to drive me to the Saito house quickly, but the other can stay and protect the children as well. Meredith was both relieved and worried, and clearly Matt was too. Mrs. Flowers, this is going to be a battle. You could get hurt or be taken hostage so easily. Dear Matt, this is my battle. My family has lived in Fells Church for generations, all the way back to the pioneering times. I believe this is the battle for which I was born, certainly the last of my old age. Meredith stared. In the dim light of the basement, Mrs. Flowers seemed suddenly different somehow. Her voice was changing. Even her small body seemed to be changing, steadying, standing tall. But how will you fight? Matt asked, sounding dazed. With this. That nice young man, Sage, left it for me with a note, apologizing for using Misao's star ball. I used to be quite good with these when I was young. From her capacious purse, Mrs. Flowers pulled out something pale and long and thin as it unwound, and Mrs. Flowers whirled it and snapped it with a loud crack at the empty half of the basement. It hit a ping-pong ball, curled around it, and brought it back to Mrs. Flowers' open hand. A bullwhip, made of some silvery material, undoubtedly magical. Even Matt looked scared of it. Why don't Ava and Jake teach the children to play ping-pong while we're gone? And we really must go, my dears. There's not a minute to waste. A terrible tragedy is coming, Mama says. Meredith had been watching, feeling as dazed as Matt looked. But now she said, "I have a weapon too." She picked up the stave and said, "I'm fighting, Matt. Ava, the children are yours to care for." "And mine," Jacob said, and immediately proved his usefulness by adding, "Isn't that an axe hanging back there near the furnace?" Matt ran and snatched it up. Meredith could see from his expression what he was thinking. Yes, one heavy axe. A tiny bit rusty, but still plenty sharp enough. Now, if the kitchenier sent plants or wood against them, he was armed. Mrs. Flowers was already going up the basement stairs. Meredith and Matt exchanged one quick glance, and then they were running to catch up with her. "You drive your mom's SUV. I'll sit in back. I'm still a little bit, well, dizzy, I guess." Meredith didn't like to admit to a personal weakness, but better that than crashing the vehicle. Matt nodded and was good enough not to comment on why she felt so dizzy. She still couldn't believe her own stupidity. Mrs. Flowers said only one thing. "Matt, dear, break traffic laws." Chapter 35. Elena felt as if she had been doing nothing in all her life except walk under a shady canopy of high branches. It wasn't cold here, but it was cool. It wasn't dark, but it was dim. Instead of the constant crimson sunlight from the bloated red sun in the first dark dimension, they were walking in a constant dusk. It was unnerving, always looking up for the sky and never seeing the moon, or moons, or the planet that might well be up there. Rather than sky, there was nothing but tangled tree branches, clearly heavy and so intricately entwined as to take up every bit of space above. Was she crazy, thinking that maybe they were on that moon, the diamond, bright, tiny moon that you could see from the outside of the Netherworld gatehouse? Was it too tiny to have an atmosphere? Too small for proper gravity? She had noticed that she felt lighter here, and that even Bonnie's steps seemed quite long. Could she? She tensed her legs, let go of Stefan's hand, and jumped. It was a long jump, but it hadn't taken her anywhere near the canopy of woven branches above. And she didn't land neatly on her toes either. Her feet flew out from under her on millennia of leaf mold, and she skidded on her rear end for maybe 3 feet before she could dig her fingers and feet in and stop. "Elena, are you all right?" She could hear Stefan and Bonnie calling from behind her, and a quick, impatient, "Are you crazy?" from Damon. "I was trying to figure out where we were by testing the gravity," she said, standing up on her own and brushing leaves off the seat of her jeans, mortified. Damn! Those leaves had gone up the back of her t-shirt, had even gotten inside her camisole. The group had left most of their furs behind at the gatehouse, where Sage could guard them. And Elena didn't even have spare clothes. That had been stupid, she told herself angrily now. Embarrassed, she tried to walk and shimmy at the same time to get the crumbled leaves out of her top. Finally, she had to say, "Just a second, everybody. Guys, could you turn around? Bonnie, could you come back here and help me?" Bonnie was glad to help, and Elena was astonished at how long it took to pick gunk away from her own flinching back. "Next time you want a scientific opinion, try asking," Damon's scornful telepathy commented. Aloud, he added, "I'd say it's about 80% Earth's gravity here, and we could well be on the moon. Doesn't signify. If Sage hadn't helped us with his compass, we'd never be able to find the tree's trunk, at least not in time." "And remember," Elena said, "that the idea that the star ball is near the trunk is just a guess. We have to keep our eyes open." "But what should we look for?" Once, Bonnie would have wailed this. Now she simply asked quietly, "Well?" Elena turned to Stefan. "It will look bright, won't it? Against this horrible half-light?" "This horrible camouflage green half-light," Stefan agreed. "It should look like a slightly shifting bright light." "But put it like this," Damon said, walking backward gracefully and flashing his old 250-kilowatt smile for a second at them. "If we don't follow Sage's suggestion, we'll never find the trunk. If we try to wander randomly around this world, we will never find anything, including our way back. And then not only Fell's Church, but we will all die in this order. First, we two vampires will break with all civilized behavior, as starvation." "Stefan won't," cried Elena, and Bonnie said, "You're just as bad as Shinichi with his revelations about us." Damon smiled subtly. "If I were as bad as Shinichi, little Redbird, you would already be punctured like an empty juice box. Or I would be sitting back with Sage enjoying black magic." "Look, this is pointless," Stefan said. Damon feigned sympathy. "Maybe you have problems in the canine area, but I do not, little brother." He deliberately held the smile this time so everyone could see his pointed teeth. Stefan wouldn't be baited. "And it's holding us up. Wrong, little brother. Some of us have mastered the art of speaking and walking at the same time." "Damon, stop it. Just stop," Elena said, rubbing her hot forehead with cold fingers. Damon shrugged, still moving backward. "You only had to ask," he said, with just the slightest emphasis on the first word. Elena said nothing in return. She felt feverish. It wasn't all just straight walking. Frequently, there were huge mounds of knotted roots in their way that had to be climbed. Sometimes Stefan had to use the axe from his backpack to make footholds. Elena had come to hate the deep green demi-light more than anything. It played tricks on her eyes, just as the muffled sound of their feet on the leaf-strewn ground played tricks on her ears. Several times she stopped, and once Stefan did to say, "There's someone else here, following us." Each time they had all stopped and listened intently. Stefan and Damon sent telepathic probes of power as far as they could reach, seeking another mind. But either it was so well disguised as to be invisible, or it didn't exist at all. And then, after Elena felt as if she had been walking her whole life and would keep walking until eternity ended, Damon stopped abruptly. Bonnie, just behind him, sucked in her breath. Elena and Stefan hurried forward to see what it was. What Elena saw made her say unsteadily, "I think maybe we missed the trunk and found the edge." On the ground in front of her, and as far as she could see, was the star-studded darkness of space. But washing out the light of stars was a huge planet and two huge moons, one swirled blue and white and one silver. Stefan was holding her hand, sharing the wonder with her, and tingles ran up her arm and into her suddenly weak knees, just from his feather-light touch on her fingers. Then Damon said caustically, "Look up." Elena did and gasped. For just an instant her body was completely unmoored. She and Stefan automatically wound their arms around each other, and then Elena realized what they were seeing, both above and below. "It's water," she said, staring at the pool spread out before them. "One of those freshwater seas Sage told us about, and not a ripple on it, not a breath of wind. But it does look as if we're on that smallest moon, Stefan said mildly, his eyes deceptively innocent as he looked at Damon. Yes, well, then there's something exceedingly heavy at the core of this moonlet to allow for 8/10 the gravity we normally experience, and to hang on to so much atmosphere, but who cares about logic? This is a world we reached through the nether world. Why should logic apply? He looked at Elena with slightly narrowed, hooded eyes. Where's the third one? The grave one. The voice came from behind them, Elena thought. They all were, turning from looking at brilliant light into half-darkness. Everything shimmered and danced before her eyes. Grave Meredith, laughing Bonnie, and Elena with golden hair. They whisper and then are silent. They plot, and I no longer care. But I must have Elena, Elena with the golden hair. Well, you're not going to have me, cried Elena. And that poem is a complete misquote anyway. I remember it from freshman English class, and you're crazy. Even through her anger and fear, she wondered about Fell's church. If Shinichi was here, could he bring about the last midnight there? Or could Misao simply set it off with a languid wave? But I will have you, golden Elena, the kitsune said. Both Stefan and Damon had knives out. That's just why you're wrong, Shinichi, Stefan said. You will never, ever touch Elena again. I have to try. You've taken everything else. Elena's heart was pounding now. If he'll talk sense to any of us, he'll talk to me, she thought. Shouldn't you be getting ready for the last midnight, Shinichi? She asked in a friendly tone, inwardly trembling in case he should say, It's already over. She doesn't need me. She wouldn't protect Misao. Why should I help her? For a moment, Elena couldn't speak. She, other than Misao? What other she was involved in this? Damon had a crossbow out now, with a quarrel loaded in it. But Shinichi just went rambling on. Misao couldn't move any more. She had put all her power into her star ball, you see. She never laughed or sang any longer, never made up any plots with me. She just sat. Finally, she asked me to put her into myself. She thought we'd become one that way. So she dissolved and merged right into me. But it didn't help. Now, I can barely hear her. I've come to get my star ball. I've been using its energy to travel through the dimensions. If I put Misao into my star ball, she'll recover. Then I'll hide it again, but not where I left it last. I'll put it farther up where no one else will ever find it. He seemed to focus on his listeners. So I guess it's Misao and I who are talking to you right now. Except that I'm so lonely, I can't feel her at all. You will not touch Elena, Stefan said quietly. Damon was looking grimly at the rest of the group at Shinichi's words. I'll put it farther up. Go on, Bonnie. Keep moving, Stefan added. You too, Elena. We'll follow. Elena let Bonnie go some feet ahead before saying telepathically, We can't break up, Stefan. There's only one compass. Watch out, Elena. He might hear you, came Stefan's voice, and Damon added flatly, Shut up. Don't bother telling her to shut up, Shinichi said. You're mad if you think that I can't just pick your thoughts right out of your minds. I didn't think you were that stupid. We're not stupid, Bonnie said hotly. No? Then did you figure out my riddles for you? This is hardly the time for that, Elena snapped. It was a mistake, for it caused Shinichi to focus on her again.
Did you tell them what you think about the tragedy of Camelot, Elena?
No, I didn't think you'd have the courage.
I'll tell them then, shall I? I'll read it as you put it in your diary.
No, you can't have read my diary.
Anyway,
it's no longer applicable, Elena flared.
Let me see.
These are your own words now. He assumed a reading voice.
Dear Diary, one of Shinichi's riddles was what I thought of Camelot. You know the legend of King Arthur, Queen Guinevere, and the knight she loved, Lancelot. And here's what I thought. A lot of innocent people died and were miserable because 3 selfish people, a king, a queen, and a knight, couldn't behave in a civilized way. They couldn't understand that the more you love, the more you find to love. But those 3 couldn't give in to love and just share. All 3 of them.
Shut up, screamed Elena. Shut up! My God, Damon said. My life just lapped itself. So did mine. Stefan sounded dizzy. Just forget about all of it, Elena told them. It's not true anymore. Stefan, I'm yours forever, and I always was. And right now, we've got to get rid of this bastard and run for the trunk.
Misao and I used to do that, Shinichi said. Talk alone together on a special frequency. You're certainly a good manipulator, Elena, to keep them from killing each other over you.
Yes, it's a special frequency I call the truth, Elena said. But I'm not half as good a manipulator as Damon is. Now attack us or let us go away. We're in a hurry.
Attack you?
Shinichi seemed to be thinking over the idea. And then, faster than Elena could track it, he went for Bonnie. The vampires, who had been expecting him to try to get to Elena, were caught off guard. But Elena, who had seen the flicker of his eyes toward the weaker girl, was already diving for him. He moved back so quickly that she found herself heading for his legs, but then she realized she had a chance to throw him off balance. She deliberately went for a headbutt with his kneecap, at the same time stabbing deep into his foot with her knife. Forgive me, Bonnie, she thought, knowing what he would do. It was the same as what he'd had his puppet, Damon, do when he'd held Elena and Matt hostage before, except that he didn't need a pine branch to direct the pain. Black energy erupted directly from his hands into Bonnie's small body. But there was another factor he hadn't taken into account. When he'd had Damon attack Matt and Elena, he'd had the sense to keep away from them while directing agony into their bodies. This time, he'd seized Bonnie and wrapped his arms around her. And Bonnie was a most excellent telepath herself, especially at projecting. When the first wave of agony hit her, she screamed and redirected the pain toward Shinichi. It was like completing a circuit. It didn't hurt Bonnie any less, but it meant that anything Shinichi did to her, he felt in his own body, amplified by Bonnie's terror. That was the system that Elena slammed into as hard as she could. When her head impacted with his knee bone was the more fragile of the two, and something inside it crackled. Dazed, she concentrated on twisting the knife she'd stabbed through his foot and into the soil below. It wouldn't have worked if she hadn't had 2 extremely agile vampires right behind her. Since Shinichi didn't fall over, she would just have been putting her neck at the perfect level for him to snap cleanly. But Stefan was only a split second behind her. He seized her and was out of Shinichi's reach before the Kitsune could even assess the situation properly. "Let me go," Elena gasped at Stefan. She was determined to get Bonnie. "I left my knife," she added craftily, finding a more concrete reason for forcing Stefan to let her back into the fray. "Where?" "In his foot, of course." She could feel Stefan trying not to laugh out loud. "I think that's a good place to leave it. Take one of mine," he added. "If you've quite finished your little chat, you might get rid of his tails," came Damon's cold telepathy. At that moment, Bonnie passed out, but with her own telepathic circuits still wide open and directed back toward Shinichi. And now Damon had gone into offensive mode, as if he cared nothing about Bonnie's well-being, as long as he could get through her to Shinichi. Stefan, quick as a striking snake, went for one of the many tails that now waved behind Shinichi, advertising his tremendous power. Most of them were translucent, and they surrounded his real tail, the flesh and blood tail that every fox had. Stefan's knife went snick, and one of the phantom tails fell to the ground and then disappeared. There was no blood, but Shinichi keened in fury and pain. Damon, meanwhile, was ruthlessly attacking from the front. As soon as Stefan had distracted the Kitsune from the back, Damon slashed both Shinichi's wrists, one quickly on the upstroke, the other just as fast on the downstroke. Then he went for a body blow just at the moment that Stefan, with Elena held like a baby on his hip, snicked away another phantom tail. Elena was struggling. She was seriously worried that Damon would kill Bonnie to get to Shinichi, and besides, she herself would not be toted around like a piece of luggage. Civilization had tumbled down all around her, and she was reacting from her deepest instincts. Protect Stefan, protect Bonnie, protect Fell's Church, put the enemy down. She hardly realized that in her heightened state she had sunk her unfortunately still human teeth into Stefan's shoulder. He winced slightly, but he listened to her. "All right, try to get Bonnie, then see if you can ease her." He let go of her just as Shinichi whirled to deal with him, channeling the black pain that, back on Earth, had flung Matt and Elena off their feet in seizures, directly toward Stefan. Elena, just released, found that everyone was making a half-turn as if to oblige her, and suddenly she saw a chance. She snatched at the limp form of Bonnie, and Shinichi dropped the smaller girl into her arms. Words were echoing in Elena's brain. Get Bonnie. See if you can ease her. Well, she had Bonnie now. Her own sense split Stefan's two orders with another. Get her away from Shinichi. She's the priceless hostage. Elena found that she could almost scream with fury even now. She had to keep Bonnie safe, but that meant leaving Stefan, gentle Stefan, at the mercy of Shinichi. She scrambled away with Bonnie, so small and light, and at the same time threw a backward glance at Stefan. He was wearing a slight frown of concentration now, but he was not only not overwhelmed with pain, he was pressing forward the attack. Even though Shinichi's head was on fire, the brilliant crimson tips of his black hair had burst into flames, as if nothing else would express his enmity and his certainty of winning. He was crowning himself with a flaming garland, a hellish halo. Elena's anger at that turned into chills down her spine as she watched something most people never lived to analyze. Two vampires attacking together, perfectly in sync. There was the elemental savagery in it of a pair of raptors or wolves, but there was also the awesome beauty of two creatures working as a single, unified body. The distance in Stefan's and Damon's expressions said that this was a fight to the death. The occasional frown from Stefan, or vicious smile from Damon, meant that Shinichi was sending his searing dark power through one or the other of them. But these weren't weak humans Shinichi was playing with now. They were both vampires, with bodies that healed almost instantly, and vampires who had both fed recently from her, Elena. Her extraordinary blood was fueling them now. So I'm already a part of this, Elena thought. I'm helping them right now. That would have to satisfy the savagery this no-holds-barred fight elicited in her. To ruin the perfect synchronicity with which the two vampires were handling Shinichi would be a crime, especially when Bonnie was still limp in her arms. As humans, we're both liabilities, she thought, and Damon wouldn't hesitate to tell me so, even if all I wanted was to get in one single stroke. Bonnie, come on, Bonnie, she thought. Hold on to me. We're getting farther away. She picked up the smaller girl under the armpits and dragged her. She backed up into the olive dimness that stretched in all directions. When she tripped over a root and accidentally sat down, she decided that she'd gone far enough and maneuvered Bonnie into her lap. Then she cupped her hands around Bonnie's little heart-shaped face, and she thought of the most soothing things she could imagine. A cool plunge at warm springs back home, a hot bath at Lady Ulma's, and then a four-handed massage, lying comfortably on a drying couch with the scent of floral incense rising around her. A cuddle with Saber in Mrs. Flower's informal den. The decadence of sleeping late and waking up in her own bed, with her own mother and father and sister in the house. As Elena thought of this last, she couldn't help giving a tiny gasp, and a teardrop fell onto Bonnie's forehead. Bonnie's eyelashes fluttered.
Now, don't you be sad, she whispered. Elena?
I've got you, and nobody's going to hurt you again. Do you still feel bad?
A little, but I could hear you in my mind, and it made me feel better. I want a long bath and a pizza, and to hold baby Adara. She can almost talk, you know. Elena, you're not listening to me.
Elena wasn't. She was watching the denouement of the fight between Stefan and Damon and Shinichi. The vampires had the kitsune down now, and were squabbling over him like a couple of fledglings over a particularly tasty worm, or maybe like a pair of baby dragons. Elena wasn't sure if birds hissed at each other.
Oh, no! Yuck!
Bonnie saw what Elena was watching and collapsed, hiding her head against Elena's shoulder. Okay, Elena thought, I get it. There's no savagery at all in you, is there, Bonnie? Mischief, but nothing like bloodlust, and that's good. Even as she thought this, Bonnie abruptly sat up straight, bumping Elena's chin and pointing into the distance.
Wait,
she cried.
Do you see that?
That was a very bright light, which flared brighter as each vampire found a place to his liking on Shinichi's body and bit simultaneously. Stay here, Elena said, a little thickly, because when Bonnie had bumped her chin, she'd accidentally bitten her tongue. She ran back to the two vampires and knocked them as hard as she could over the heads. She had to get their attention before they got completely locked into feeding mode. Not surprisingly, Stefan detached first, and then helped her to pull Damon off his defeated enemy. Damon snarled and paced, never taking his eyes off Shinichi as the beaten Kitsune slowly sat up. Elena noticed drops of blood scattered around. Then she saw it, tucked into Damon's belt, black and crimson-tipped and sleek. Shinichi's real tail. Savagery fled fast. Elena wanted to hide her head against Stefan's shoulder, but instead turned up her face for a kiss. Stefan obliged. Then Elena stepped back so that they formed a triangle around Shinichi. "Don't even think of attacking," Damon said pleasantly. Shinichi gave a weak shrug. "Attack you? Why bother? You'll have nothing to go back to even if I die. The children are pre-programmed to kill. But," with sudden vehemence, "I wish we'd never come to your damned little town at all. And I wish we'd never followed her orders. I wish I'd never let Misao near her. I wish we hadn't—" He stopped speaking suddenly. No, it was more than that, Elena thought. He froze, eyes wide open and staring. "Oh, no," he whispered. "Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean it. I have no regrets." Elena had the feeling of something coming at them at tremendous speed, so fast, in fact, that she just had time to open her mouth before it hit Shinichi. Whatever it was, it killed him, cleanly, and passed by without touching anyone else. Shinichi fell face down onto the dirt. "Don't bother," Elena said softly, as Stefan reflexively moved toward the corpse. "He's dead. He did it to himself." "But how?" Stefan and Damon demanded in chorus. "I'm not the expert," Elena said. "Meredith is the expert on this. But she told me that Kitsune could only be killed by destroying their star balls, shooting them with a blessed bullet, or by the sin of regret. Meredith and I didn't know what that meant back then. It was before we had even gone into the dark dimension. But I think we just now saw it in action." "So you can't be a Kitsune and regret anything you've done? That's harsh," Stefan said. "Not at all," Damon said crisply. "Although if it had operated for vampires, no doubt you would have been permanently dead when you woke up in the family vault." "Earlier," Stefan said expressionlessly, "I regretted striking you a mortal blow, even as I was dying. You've always said I feel too guilty, but that is one thing I would give my life to take back." There was a silence that stretched and stretched. Damon was at the front of the group now, and no one but Bonnie could see his face. Suddenly, Elena grabbed Stefan's hand. "We still have a chance," she told him. "Bonnie and I saw something bright that way. Let's run." He and Elena passed Damon running, and he grabbed Bonnie's hand too. "Like the wind, Bonnie." "But with Shinichi dead, well, do we really have to find his star ball, or the biggest star ball, or whatever is hidden in this awful place?" Bonnie asked. Once, she would have whined, Elena thought. Now, despite whatever pain she felt, she was running. "We do have to find it, I'm afraid," Stefan said, because from what he said, Shinichi wasn't at the top of the ladder after all. He and his sister were working for someone female. And whoever she is, she may be attacking Fell's Church right now. "The odds have just shifted," Elena said. "We have an unknown enemy. But still, all bets," Elena said, "are off." Chapter 36. Matt broke a lot of traffic rules on the way to the Sighthouse Street. Meredith leaned on the console between the two front seats so that she could see the digital clock ticking down to midnight, and so that she could watch the transformation of Mrs. Flowers. At last, her recently sane, sensible mind forced words out of her mouth. "Mrs. Flowers, you're changing."
"Yes, Meredith, dear. Some of it is due to the little present that Sage left for me. Some of it is my own will. To return to the days when I was in my prime. I believe that this will be my last fight, so I don't mind using all my energy in it. Fell's Church must be saved."
"But, Mrs. Flowers, the people here, well, they haven't always been exactly nice." Matt stammered his way to a stop.
"The people here are like people everywhere," Mrs. Flowers said calmly. "Treat them as you'd like to be treated, and things will be fine. It was only when I'd let myself become a bitter, lonely old woman, always resentful of the fact that I had had to turn my home into a boarding house just to make ends meet, that people began to treat me, well, at best, as a loony old hag."
"Oh, Mrs. Flowers, and we've been such a bother to you." Meredith found the words coming without her volition.
"You've been the saving of me, child. Dear Stephen was the start, but as you can imagine, he didn't want to explain all his little differences to me, and I was suspicious of him. But he was always cordial and respectful, and Elena was like sunlight, and Bonnie like laughter. Eventually, when I dropped my hide-bound barriers, so did you young ones. I won't say more about those who are present, so as not to embarrass you, but you've done me a world of good."
Matt ran another stop sign and cleared his throat. Then, the steering wheel wavering slightly, he cleared his throat again. Meredith took over. "I think what Matt and I both want to say is, well, it's that you've become very special to us, and we don't want to see you get hurt. This battle
is a battle for all I hold dear, for all my memories. Back when I was a child and the boarding house was built, it was just a home then, and I was very happy. As a young woman, I was very happy. And now that I have lived long enough to be an old woman, well, besides you children, I still have friends like Sophia Alpert and Orime Saitao. They are both healing women and very good at it. We still talk about different uses for my herbs."
Matt snapped his fingers. "That's another reason I was confused," he said, "because Dr. Alpert said that you and Mrs. Saitao were such good people. I thought she meant the old Mrs. Saitao."
"Who is not a Mrs. Saitao at all," Mrs. Flowers said almost sharply. "I have no idea what her name really is. Perhaps she is really Inari, a deity gone bad. 10 years ago, I didn't know what made Orime Saitao suddenly so diffident and quiet. Now I realize that it began just around the time her mother moved in with her. I was quite fond of young Isabel, but she suddenly became aloof, in an unchildlike way. Now I understand, and I am determined to fight for her, and for you, and for a town that is worth saving. Human lives are very, very precious. And now, here we are."
Matt had just turned onto the Sighthouse block. Meredith took a moment to openly stare at the figure in the front passenger seat. "Mrs. Flowers!" she exclaimed. This made Matt turn to stare in his turn, and what he saw made him clip a Volkswagen Jetta parked by the sidewalk. "Mrs. Flowers?" "Please park now, Matt. You needn't call me Mrs. Flowers if you don't want to. I have returned to the time when I was Theophilia, when my friends called me Theo." "But how? Why?" Matt stuttered. "I told you. I felt that it was time. Sage left me a gift that helped me change. An enemy beyond your powers to fight has arisen. I felt this back at the boarding house. This is the time that I have been waiting for. The last battle with the true enemy of Fell's Church." Meredith's heart actually seemed ready to fly out of her chest. She had to be calm and logical. She had seen magic many times. She knew the look of it, the feel of it, but frequently she had been too busy comforting Bonnie, or too worried about aiding Bonnie to take in what she was facing. Now it was just her and Matt had a stricken, stupefied look, as if he hadn't seen enough magic before, as if he might crack. "Matt," she said loudly, and then even louder. "Matt!" He turned, then, to look at her, with his blue eyes wild and dark. "They'll kill her, Meredith," he said. "Shinichi and Misao. You don't know what it feels like." "Come on," Meredith said. "We have to make sure that it doesn't kill her." The dazed look passed from Matt's eyes. "We have to do this," he agreed simply. "Right," said Meredith, finally releasing him. Together they got out of the car to stand by Mrs. Flowers. No, by Theo. Theo had hair that hung almost to her waist, so fair that it looked silver in the moonlight. Her face was electrifying. It was young and proud, with classic features and a look of quiet determination. Somehow during the drive, her clothes had changed too. Instead of a coat covered with bits of paper, she was wearing a sleeveless white gown that ended in a slight train. In style, it reminded Meredith a little of the mermaid dress she herself had worn when going to a ball in the dark dimension. But Meredith's dress had only made her look sultry. Theo looked magnificent. As for the post-it note amulets, somehow the paper had disappeared, and the writing had grown enormously, changing into very large scrawls that wrapped around the white gown. Theo was literally swathed in haute couture arcane protection. And although she was reed slender, she was tall. Taller than Meredith, taller than Matt, taller than Stefan, wherever he was in the dark dimensions. She was this tall not only because she had grown so much, but because the train of her dress was just brushing the ground. She had entirely overcome gravity. The whip, Sage's present to her, was coiled into a circle attached to her waist, shining as silver as her hair. Matt and Meredith simultaneously closed the SUV's doors. Matt left the engine running for a quick getaway. They walked around the garage so that they could see the front of the house. Meredith, not caring what she looked like or whether she seemed cool or in control, wiped her hands, one and then the other, on her jeans. This was the stave's first, and possibly only, true battle. What counted was not appearance, but performance. Both she and Matt stopped dead when they saw the figure standing at the bottom of the steps in front of the porch. It was no one they could identify from the house, But then the crimson lips opened, the delicate hands flew up to cover them, and wind-chime laughter came from somewhere behind the hands. For a moment they could only stare, fascinated at this woman who was dressed all in black. She was fully as tall as Theo, fully as slender and graceful, and she was floating equally high off the ground. But what Meredith and Matt were staring at was the fact that her hair was like Misau's or Shinichi's, but reversed. Whereas they had black hair with a crimson fringe on the bottom, this woman had crimson hair, yards and yards of it, with a black fringe all around it. Not only that, but she had delicate black fox ears emerging from the crimson hair, and a long, sleek, crimson tail tipped with black. "Obasan?" Matt gasped in disbelief. "Inari!" Meredith snapped. The lovely creature didn't even look at them. She was staring at Theo in contempt. "Tiny witch of a tiny town," she said. "You've used nearly all your power just to stand up to my level? What good are you?" "I have very small powers," Theo agreed. "But if the town is worthless, why has it taken you so long to destroy it? Why have you watched others try? Or were they all your pawns, Inari? Catherine, Klaus, poor young Tyler? Were they your pawns? Kitsunye goddess?" Inari laughed, still that chiming, girlish giggling behind her fingers. "I don't need pawns. Shinichi and Misao are my bond servants, as all Kitsunye are. If I have left them some freedom, it has been so that they can get experience. We'll go on to larger cities now and ravage them." "You have to take Fell's Church first," Theo said steadily, "and I won't let you do that." "You still don't understand, do you? You are a human with almost no power left. Mine is the largest star ball in the world. I am a goddess." Theo lowered her head, then lifted it to look Inari in the eyes. "Do you want to know what I think the truth is, Inari?" she said. "I think that you have come to the end of a long, long, but not immortal life. I think you have dwindled so that at last you need to use a great deal of power from your star ball, wherever it is, to appear this way. You are a very, very ancient woman, and you have been setting children against their own parents, and parents against children across the world because you envy the children's youth. You have even come to envy Shinichi and Misao and let them be hurt as revenge." Matt and Meredith looked at each other with wide eyes. Inari was breathing rapidly, but it seemed she couldn't think of anything to say. "You've even pretended to have entered a second childhood to behave girlishly, but none of it satisfies you, because the plain, sad truth is that you have come to the end of your long, long lifetime, no matter how great your power. We must all take that final journey, and it is your turn now." "Liar!" shrieked Inari, looking for a moment more glorious, more radiant than before. But then Meredith saw why. Her scarlet hair had actually begun to smolder, framing her face in a dancing red light. And at last she spoke venomously. "Well then, if you think this is my last battle, I must be sure to cause all the pain I can. Starting with you, witch." Meredith and Matt both gasped. They were afraid for Theo, especially as Inari's hair was braiding itself into thick ropes like serpents that floated around her head as if she were Medusa. The gasps were a mistake. They attracted Inari's attention, but she didn't move. She only said, "Smell that sweet scent on the wind? A roast sacrifice. I think the result will be oishii, delicious. But perhaps you two would like to speak to Orime or Isabel one last time. I'm afraid they can't come out to see you." Meredith's heart was pounding violently in her throat as she realized that the Saito's house was on fire. It seemed as if there were several small fires burning, but she was terrified at the implication that Inari had already done something to the mother and daughter. "No, Matt!" she cried, grabbing Matt's arm. He would have charged straight at the laughing black-clad woman and tried to attack her feet, and seconds were invaluable now. "Come help me find them." Theo came to their aid. Drawing up the white bullwhip, she whirled it once around her head and cracked it precisely on Inari's raised hands, leaving a bloody gash on one. As a furious Inari turned back to her, Meredith and Matt ran. "The back door," Matt said as they careered around the side of the house. Up ahead, they saw a wooden fence, but no gate. Meredith was just considering using the stave to pole vault when Matt panted, "Here," and made a cradle of his hands for her to step into. "I'll boost you over." Meredith hesitated only an instant. Then, as she skidded to a stop, she jumped to place one foot in his interlocked fingers. Suddenly she was flying upward. She made the most of it, landing cat-like on the fence's flat top, and then jumping down. She could hear Matt scrambling up the fence as she was suddenly surrounded by black smoke. She jumped backward 3 feet and yelled, "Matt, the smoke is dangerous. Get low. Hold your breath. Stay outside to help them when I bring them out." Meredith had no idea whether Matt would listen to her or not, but she obeyed her own rules. Crouching low, breath held, opening her eyes briefly to try to find the door. Then she almost jumped out of her skin at the sound of an axe crashing into wood, of wood splintering, and of the axe crashing again. She opened her eyes and saw that Matt hadn't listened to her, but she was glad because he'd found the door. His face was black with soot. "It was locked," he explained, hefting the axe. Any optimism Meredith might have felt splintered like the door as she looked inside and saw only flames and more flames. "My God," she thought, "anyone in there is roasting. It's probably dead already." But where had that thought come from? Her knowledge or her fear? Meredith couldn't just stop now. She took a step into searing heat and shouted, "Isabel! Mrs. Saito! Where are you?" There was a weak, choking cry. "That's the kitchen," she said. "Matt, it's Mrs. Saito. Please, go get her." Matt obeyed, but threw over his shoulder. "Don't you go farther in." Meredith had to go farther in. She remembered very well where Isabel's room was, directly under her grandmother's. "Isabel? Isabel, can you hear me?" Her voice was so low and husky from smoke that she knew she had to keep going. Isabel might be unconscious or too hoarse to answer. Meredith dropped to her knees, crawling on the ground where the air was slightly cooler and more clear. Okay, Isabel's room. She didn't want to touch the door handle with her hand, so she wrapped her t-shirt around it. The handle wouldn't turn. Locked. She didn't bother to investigate how. She simply turned around and mule-kicked the door right beside the handle. Wood splintered. Another kick, and with a wooden scream, the door swung free. Meredith was feeling dizzy now, but she needed to see the entire room. She took 2 strides in, and there, sitting up on the bed in the smoky, hot, but otherwise scrupulously tidy little room, was Isabel. As Meredith neared the bed, she saw, to her fury, that the girl was tied to the brass headboard with duct tape. 2 slashes of the stave took care of that. Then, amazingly, Isabel moved, raising a blackened face up to Meredith's. That was when Meredith's fury peaked. The girl had duct tape across her mouth to prevent her from making any cry for help. Wincing herself to show that she knew this was going to be painful, Meredith grasped the duct tape and stripped it off. Isabel didn't cry out. Instead, she took in lungful after lungful of smoky air. Meredith stumbled toward the closet, snatched 2 identical-looking white shirts, and swerved back to Isabel. There was a full tumbler of water right beside her on the nightstand. Meredith wondered if it had been put there deliberately to increase Isabel's agony, but she didn't hesitate to use it. She gave Isabel a quick sip, took one herself, and then soaked each shirt. She held one over her own mouth, and Isabel mimicked her, holding the wet shirt over her nose and mouth. Then Meredith grabbed her and guided her back to the door. After that, it simply became a nightmare journey of crawling and kneeling and choking, pulling Isabel with her all the time. Meredith thought it would never end, as each inch forward became harder and harder. The stave was an unbearable weight to heave along with her, but she refused to let go of it. It's precious, her mind said. But is it worth your life? No, Meredith thought, not my life. But who knows what else will be out there if I get Isabel into the cool darkness. You'll never get her there if you die because of an object. It's not an object. Painfully, Meredith used the stave to clear some smoldering debris from her path. It belonged to Grandpa in the time when he was sane. It fits my hand. It's not just a thing. Have it your own way, the voice said, and disappeared. Meredith was beginning to run into more debris now. Despite the cramping in her lungs, she was sure that she could make it out of the back door. She knew there should be a laundry room on her right. They should be able to feel a space there. And then suddenly, in the dark, something reared up and struck her a blow on the head. It took her dimming mind a long time to come up with a name for the thing that had hurt her. Armchair. Somehow they'd crawled too far. This was the living room. Meredith was flooded with horror. They'd gone too far, and they couldn't go out the front door into the midst of magical battle. They would have to backtrack, and this time make sure to find the laundry room, their gate to freedom. Meredith turned around, pulling Isabel with her, hoping the younger girl would understand what they had to do. She left the stave on the burning living room floor. Elena sobbed to get her breath, even though she was allowing Stefan to help her now. He ran, holding Bonnie by one hand and Elena by the other. Damon was somewhere in front, scouting. It can't be far now, she kept thinking. Bonnie and I both saw the brightness. We both did. Just then, like a lantern put into a window, Elena saw it again. It's big, that's the problem. I keep thinking we should reach it because I have the wrong idea of what size it is in my mind. The closer we get, the bigger it gets. And that's good for us. We'll need a lot of power. But we need to get there soon, or it could be all the power in the universe and it won't matter. We'll be too late. Shinichi had indicated that they would be too late, but Shinichi had been born a liar. Still, surely just beyond that low branch was... Oh, dear God, she thought. It's a star ball. Chapter 37. Then Meredith saw something that was not smoke or fire, just a glimpse of a doorframe and a tiny breath of cool air. With this hope to sustain her, she scuttled straight for the door to the backyard, dragging Isabel behind her. As she passed the threshold, she felt blessedly cold water somehow showering down onto her body. When she pulled Isabel into the spray, the younger girl made the first voluntary sound she had during the entire journey, a wordless sob of thanks. Matt's hands were helping her along, were taking away the burden of Isabel. Meredith got up to her feet and staggered in a circle, then dropped to her knees. Her hair was on fire. She was just recalling her childhood rehearsal of stop, drop, and roll when she felt the cold water turned on it. The hose water went up and down her body, and she turned around, basking in the feeling of coolness, until she heard Matt's voice say, "The flames are out. You're good now." "Thank you, Matt. Thank you." Her voice was hoarse. "Hey, you were the one who had to go all the way to the bedrooms and back. Getting Mrs. Saitao out was pretty easy. There was the kitchen sink full of water, so as soon as I cut her free from the kitchen chair, we just got all wet and dashed outside." Meredith smiled and looked around quickly. Isabel had become her responsibility now. To her relief, she saw that the girl was being hugged by her mother, and all it had taken was the nonsense choice between a thing, however precious it was, and a life. Meredith gazed at the mother and daughter and was glad. She could have another stave made, but nothing could replace Isabel. "Isabel said to give this to you," Matt was saying. Meredith turned toward him, the fiery light making the world crazy, and for one moment didn't believe her eyes. Matt was holding the fighting stave out to her. She must have dragged it with her free hand. Oh, Matt. And she was almost dead before we started. Matt said, "She's stubborn. Like someone else I know?" Meredith wasn't quite sure what he meant by that, but she knew one thing. "We'd all better get to the front yard. I doubt the volunteer fire department is going to come. Besides, Theo, I'll get them moving. You scout the gate side," Matt said. Meredith plunged into the backyard, which was hideously illuminated by the house, now fully engulfed in flames. Fortunately, the side yard was not. Meredith flicked the gate open with the stave. Matt was right behind her, helping Mrs. Saitao and Isabel along. Meredith quickly ran by the flaming garage and then stopped. From behind her she heard a cry of horror. There was no time to try to soothe whoever had cried, no time to think. The two fighting women were too busy to notice her, and Theo was in need of help. Inari was truly like a fiery Medusa, with her hair writhing around her in flaming, smoking snakes. Only the crimson part burned, and it was that part that she was using like a whip, using one snake to wrest away the silver bullwhip from Theo's hand, and then another to wrap around Theo's throat and choke her. Theo was desperately trying to pull the blazing noose from her neck. Inari was laughing. Are you suffering, petty witch? It will all be over in seconds, for you and for your entire little town. The last midnight has finally come. Meredith glanced back at Matt, and that was all it took. He ran forward, passing her, all the way up to the space below the fighting women. Then he bent slightly, cupping his hands. And then Meredith sprinted, putting everything she had left into the short run, leaving her just enough energy to leap and place one foot into Matt's cupped hands. And then she felt herself soaring aloft, just within distance for the stave to slice cleanly through the snake of hair that was choking Theo. After that, Meredith was in free fall, with Matt trying to catch her from below. She landed more or less on top of him, and they both saw what happened next. Theo, who was bruised and bleeding, slapped out a part of her gown that was smoldering. She held out a hand for the silver bullwhip, and it flew to meet her outstretched fingers. But Inari wasn't attacking. She was waving her arms wildly, as if in terror. And then suddenly she shrieked. A sound so anguished that Meredith drew in her breath sharply. It was a death scream. Before their eyes, she was turning back into Obasan, into the shrunken, helpless, doll-like woman Matt and Meredith knew. But by the time this shriveled body hit the ground, it was already stiff and dead. Her expression one of such unrepentant malice that it was frightening. It was Isabel and Mrs. Saitow then who came forward to stand over the body, sobbing with relief. Meredith looked at them, and then up at Theo, who slowly floated to the ground. "Thank you," Theo said, with the faintest of smiles. "You have saved me, yet again." "But what do you think happened to her?" Matt asked. "And why didn't Shinichi or Misao come to help her?" "I think they all must be dead, don't you?" Theo's voice was soft over the roar of the flames. "As for Inari, I think that perhaps someone destroyed her star ball. I'm afraid I was not strong enough to defeat her myself." "What time is it?" Meredith abruptly cried, remembering. She ran to the old SUV, which was still running. Its clock showed 12:00 midnight, exactly. "Did we save the people?" Matt asked desperately. Theo turned her face outward toward the center of the town. For nearly a minute she was still, as if listening for something. At last, when Meredith felt that she might shatter from tension, she turned back and said quietly, "Dear Mama, Grandmama, and I are one now. I sense children who are finding themselves holding knives, and some with guns. I sense them standing in their sleeping parents' rooms, unable to remember how they got there. And I sense parents hiding in closets, a moment ago frightened for their very lives, who are seeing weapons dropped and children falling onto master bedroom floors, sobbing and bewildered." "We did it then. You did it. You held her off," Matt panted. Still gentle and sober, Theo said, "Someone else, far away, did much more. I know that the town needs healing, but Grandmama and Mama agree. Because of them, no child has killed a parent this night, and no parent has killed a child. The long nightmare of Inari and her last midnight is over." Meredith, grimly and bedraggled as she was, felt something rise and swell inside her, bigger and bigger, until for all her training, she couldn't contain herself any longer. It exploded out of her in a yell of exultation. She found that Matt was shouting too. He was as grubby and unkempt as she was, but he seized her by the hands and whirled her around in a barbarian victory dance. And it was fun, whirling around and yelling like a kid. Maybe in trying to be calm, in always being the most grown up, she had missed out on the essence of fun, which always felt as if it had some childlike quality to it. Matt had no trouble in expressing his feelings, whatever they were, childlike, mature, stubborn, happy. Meredith found herself admiring this, and also thinking that it had been a long time since she'd really looked at Matt. But now she felt a sudden wave of feeling for him, and she could see that Matt felt the same way about her, as if he'd never really looked at her properly before. This was the moment when they were meant to kiss. Meredith had seen it so often in movies and read about it in books, but it was almost a given. But this was life. It wasn't a story. And when the moment came, Meredith found herself holding Matt's shoulders while he held hers, and she could see that he was thinking exactly the same thing about the kiss. The moment stretched. Then, with a grin, Matt's face showed that he knew what to do. Meredith did too. They both moved in and hugged each other. When they drew back, they were both grinning. They knew who they were. They were very different, very close friends. Meredith hoped that they always would be. They both turned to look at Theo, and Meredith felt a pang in her heart, the first since she had heard they'd saved the town. Theo was changing. It was the look on her face as she watched them that gave Meredith the pang. After being young, and while watching youth at its peak, she was once again aging, wrinkling, her hair going white instead of moonlit silver. At last, she was an old woman wearing a raincoat covered with bits of paper. Mrs. Flowers. This person, it was perfectly safe and right to kiss. Meredith flung her arms about the frail old woman, lifting her off her feet in excitement. Matt joined them, and they boosted her above their heads. They carried her like this to the Saitow's, mother and daughter, who were watching the fire. There, sobered, they put her down. "Isabel," Meredith said. "God, I'm so sorry. You're home."
"Thank you,"
Isabel said in her soft, slurred voice. Then she turned away. Meredith felt chilled. She was even beginning to regret the celebration when Mrs. Saitow said, "Do you know this is the greatest moment in the history of our family? For hundreds of years, that ancient Kitsune, oh yes, I've always known what she was, has been forcing herself upon innocent humans. And for the last 3 centuries, it has been my family line of samurai Mikos that she has terrorized. Now my husband can come home at last." Meredith looked at her, startled. Mrs. Saitow nodded. "He tried to defy her, and she banished him from the house. Ever since Isabel was born, I have feared for her. And now, please forgive her. She has trouble expressing what she feels." "I know about that," Meredith said quietly. "I'll go have a little talk with her, if it's all right." If ever in her life she could explain to a fellow traveler what fun having fun was, she thought. It was now. Chapter 38. Damon had stopped and was kneeling behind an enormous broken tree branch. Stefan pulled both girls to him and caught them so that they all three landed just behind his brother. Elena found herself staring at a very large tree trunk. Still, as big as it was nowhere near as large as she had been expecting. It was true, the four of them certainly couldn't have held hands around it. But in the back of her mind had been lurking images of moons and trees and trunks that were as tall as skyscrapers, in which a star ball could be hidden on any floor, in any room. This was simply a grand oak tree trunk, sitting in a sort of fairy circle, perhaps 20 feet in diameter, on which no dead leaf had strayed. It was a paler color than the loam they had been running on, and even sparkled in a few places. Overall, Elena was relieved. More, she could even see the star ball. She'd feared, among other things, that it might be up too high to climb, that it might be so entangled with roots or branches that today, certainly after hundreds or even thousands of years, it would be impossible to chop out. But there it was, the greatest star ball that had ever been, fully the size of a beach ball, and it nestled freely in the first crutch of the tree. Her mind was racing ahead. They'd done it. They'd found the star ball. But how much time would it take to get it back to where Sage was? Automatically, she glanced at her compass and saw to her surprise that the needle now pointed southwest. In other words, back to the gatehouse. That was a thoughtful touch of Sage's, and perhaps they didn't have to go through the trials backward. They could simply use their master key to go back to Fell's church, and then, well, Mrs. Flowers would know what to do with it. If it came to that, maybe they could just blackmail her, whoever she was, to go away forever in exchange for the star ball. Although, could they live with the thought that she might do this again, and again, and again to other towns? Even as she planned, Elena watched the expressions of her comrades. The childlike wonder on Bonnie's heart-shaped face, the keen assessment in Stefan's eyes, Damon's dangerous smile. They were viewing their hard-won reward at last. But she couldn't look for too long. Things had to be done. Even as they watched, the star ball brightened, showing such brilliant, incandescent colors that Elena was half blinded. She shielded her eyes just as she heard Bonnie inhaling sharply. "What?" Stefan asked, a hand in front of his eyes which, of course, were much more sensitive to light than human eyes.
"Someone's using it right now," Bonnie replied. "When it went bright like that, it sent out power, a long, long way out."
"Things are heating up, what's left of poor old Fell's church," said Damon, who was staring intently upward at the branches above him.
"Don't talk about it like that," Bonnie exclaimed. "It's our home, and now we can finally defend it."
Elena could practically see what Bonnie was thinking. Families embracing, neighbors smiling at neighbors again, the entire town working to fix the destruction. This is how great tragedies sometimes happen. People with a single goal, yet who are not in sync. Assumptions, presumptions, and maybe, most important of all, the failure to sit down and talk. Stefan tried, even though Elena could see that he was still blind from the brilliance of the star ball. He said quietly, "Let's talk this over for a while and brainstorm ways to get it." But Bonnie was laughing at him, though not unkindly. She said,
"I can get up there as fast as a squirrel. All I need is someone strong to catch it when I knock it down. I know I can't climb down with it. I'm not that silly. Come on, you guys, let's go.
That's how it happened. Different personalities, different modes of thinking, and one laughing, light-headed girl who didn't have a precognition when it was needed. Elena, who was envying Meredith the fighting stave, didn't even see the beginning. She was watching Stefan, who was blinking rapidly to get his eyesight back. And Bonnie was scrambling as lightly as she had boasted, up on top of the dead tree branch that sheltered them. She even gave them a little laughing salute just before she leaped into the barren, sparkling circle around the tree. Then microseconds stretched infinitely. Elena felt her eyes slowly getting wider, even though she knew they were flying open. She saw Stefan leisurely reach across her to try to twine his fingers around Bonnie's leg, even though she knew that what she was seeing was a lightning-fast grab for the petite girl's ankle. She even heard Damon's instantaneous telepathy. "No, little fool," as if he were speaking the words in his accustomed lazy tones of superiority. Then, still in slow motion, Bonnie's knees bent and she launched into the air above the circle. But she never touched the ground. Somehow, a black streak, stunningly fast even in the slow-motion horror film that Elena was watching, landed where Bonnie would have landed. And then Bonnie was being thrown, being hurled too fast for Elena's eyes to track, outside of the barren circle, and then there was a dull thud, too fast for Elena's mind to track as being Bonnie's landing. Quite clearly, she heard Stefan cry, "Damon!" in a terrible voice. And then Elena saw the thin, dark objects, like curving lances, that were already shooting downward. Another thing her eyes couldn't follow. When her vision adjusted, she saw they were long, curved black branches, spaced evenly around the tree like 30 spider legs, 30 long spears that were meant to either imprison someone inside them, like the bars of a cell, or to pin them into the strange sand beneath her feet. Pin was a good word. Elena liked the sound of it. Even as she was staring at the sharp, recurved barbs on the branches, meant to keep anything caught by them held permanently in the ground, she was thinking of Damon's annoyance if a shaft had pierced his leather jacket. He would curse at them, and Bonnie would try to pretend he hadn't, and she was close enough by now to see that it wasn't as simple as that. The branch, which was proper javelin size, had gone through Damon's shoulder, which must hurt like hell, in addition to having splattered a blood drop right at the corner of his mouth. But far more annoying than that was the fact that he had closed his eyes against her. That was how Elena thought of it. He was shutting them out deliberately, maybe because he was angry, maybe because of the pain in his shoulder. But it reminded her of the steel wall feeling she'd gotten the last time she tried to touch his mind. And damn, couldn't he tell he was scaring them? "Open your eyes, Damon," she said, flushing, because that was what he wanted her to say. He really was the greatest manipulator of all. "Open your eyes," I said. Now she was really irritated. "Don't play possum, because you're not fooling anyone, and we've really had enough." She was about to shake him hard when something lifted her into the air, into Stefan's line of vision. Stefan was in pain, but surely not as badly as Damon. So she was looking back to curse Damon when Stefan said harshly, "Elena, he can't." For just the tiniest fleeting instant, the words sounded like nonsense to her. Not only garbled, but meaningless. Like saying someone couldn't stop their appendix from doing whatever it was an appendix did. That was all the respite that she got. And then she had to deal with what her eyes were showing her. Damon wasn't pinned by his shoulder. He'd been staked, just slightly to the left of center of his torso, exactly where his heart was. Words drifted back to her, words that someone had once said, although she couldn't remember who right now. You can't kill a vampire so easily. We only die if you stake us through the heart. Die? Damon die? This was some kind of mistake. Open your eyes! Elena, he can't. But she knew, without knowing how, that Damon wasn't dead. She wasn't surprised that Stefan didn't know it. It was a hum on a private frequency between her and Damon. Come on, hurry, give me your axe, she said, so desperately, and with such an air of knowledge that Stefan handed it over wordlessly and obeyed when she told him to steady the curving spider-like branch from above and below. Then, with a few quick strokes of the axe, she cut through the black branch that was thick enough in circumference that she couldn't have clasped her fingers around it. It was done in a spurt of pure adrenaline, but she knew it awed Stefan and allowed him to let her continue doing it. When she was finished, she had a loose, spider-like branch that drooped back to the tree, anchored to nothing, and something that looked more like a proper stake in Damon. It wasn't until she began pulling upward on the stake that a horrified Stefan made her stop. Elena, I wouldn't lie to you. This is just what these branches are for intruders who are vampires. Look, love. See. He was showing her another of the spider legs that was anchored in the sand and the barbs on it, just like the backward-facing tines of a primitive stone arrowhead. These branches are meant to be like this, Stefan was saying. And if you pulled up on it hard enough, you'd just end up pulling out chunks of his heart. Elena froze. She wasn't sure she really could understand the words. She couldn't allow herself to, or she might picture it, but it didn't matter. I'll destroy it some other way, she said shortly, looking at Stefan, but not able to see the true green of his eyes because of the olive light. You wait. Just wait and watch. I'll find a wing's power that will dissolve this damned abomination. She could think of many other words to call the stake, but she had to stay in some sort of control. Elena. Stefan whispered her name as if he could barely get it out. Even in the twilight, she could see the tears on his cheeks. He continued non-verbally. Elena, look at his closed eyes. This tree is a vicious killer, with wood like nothing I've ever seen. But I've heard about it. It's spreading inside him. Inside him? Elena repeated stupidly. Along his arteries and veins, and his nerves. Everything connected to his heart. Oh God, Elena, just look at his eyes. Elena looked. Stefan had knelt and gently pulled up the lids of Damon's eyes, and Elena began screaming. Deep in the fathomless pupils that had held endless night skies full of stars, there was a glimmer, not of starlight, but of green. It seemed to glow with its own hellish luminescence. Stefan looked at her with agony and compassion, and now, with one gentle pass, Stefan was closing those eyes. Forever, she knew he was thinking. Everything had become strange and dreamlike. Nothing made sense anymore. Stefan was carefully laying Damon's head down. He was letting Damon go. Even in her fuzzy world of nonsense, Elena knew she could never do that. And then a miracle happened. Elena heard a voice in her mind that wasn't hers. "Oh, this is rather unexpected. I acted for once without thinking, and this is my reward." The voice was a hum on their private frequency, Damon's and hers. Elena ripped herself away from Stefan, who was trying to restrain her, and fell, grasping Damon's shoulders with her hands. "I knew it. I knew you couldn't be dead." It was only then that she realized that her face was dripping wet, and she used her soft leather sleeve to wipe it. "Oh, Damon, you gave me such a scare. Don't you ever do that again." "I think I can give my word on that," Damon sent, in different tones than his usual ones, sober but at the same time whimsical. "But you have to give me something in return." "Yes, of course," Elena said. "Just let me get some of my hair off my neck. It worked best like this when Stefan was lying down, when we were carrying him out on his pallet from the prison." "Not that," Damon told her. "For once, Angel, I don't want your blood. I need you to give me your most solemn word that you will try to be brave. If it helps at all, I know that females are better than males at this sort of thing. They're less cowardly at facing what you have to face now." Elena didn't like the tone of these words. The dizziness that was making her lips numb was traveling all over her body. There was nothing to be brave about. Damon could stand pain. She would find a wings power that would obliterate all that wood that was poisoning him. It might hurt, but it would save his life. "Don't talk to me like that," she snapped harshly, before she could remember to be gentle. Everything had begun to float, and she couldn't even remember why she had to be gentle, but there was a reason. Still, it was difficult, when she was using every ounce of her concentration and strength to search for a wings power she had never heard of. Purification? Would that take away the wood, or would it just leave Damon without his wicked smile? There was no harm in trying it anyway, and she was getting desperate because Damon's face was so pale. But even the stance for wings of purification eluded her. Suddenly, a huge shudder, a convulsion, went through Damon's entire body. Elena heard broken words behind her. "Love, love, you really have to let him go. He's living in intolerable pain, just because you're keeping him here," the voice said. And it was Stefan, who would never lie to her. For just an instant Elena wavered, and then a blazing rage came rushing up through her body. It gave her the strength to cry hoarsely, I won't ever let him go. Damn you, Damon, you have to fight. Let me help you. My blood, it's special. It'll give you strength. You drink it." She fumbled for her knife. Her blood was magical. Maybe if she gave enough, it would give Damon the strength to fight off the wooden fibers that were still spreading through his body. Elena slashed at her throat. Maybe subconsciously, she avoided doing more than nicking her carotid artery. But if so, it was entirely subconsciously. She simply reached down, found a metal knife, and with one sweep, set the blood to gushing out. Bright red arterial blood that even in the semi-darkness was the color of hope. "Here, Damon, here. Drink this. As much as you want, all you need to heal yourself." She got into the best position that she could, hearing but not hearing Stefan's horrified gasp behind her at the recklessness of her slashing, not heeding his grip on her. But Damon didn't drink. not even the heady blood of his princess of darkness. And how did the phrase go? It was like rocket fuel compared to the gasoline found in other girls' veins. Now it just ran out of the sides of his mouth. It flowed onto his pale face, soaking his black shirt and pooling in his leather jacket. No. Damon, Elena sent. Please, I'm begging you, please. I'm begging you for me, for Elena. Please drink. We can do this. Together. Damon didn't move. Blood spilled into the mouth she'd opened, and it filled and spilled out again. It was as if Damon were taunting her, saying, "You wanted me to give up human blood. Well, I have. Forever." Oh, dear God, please. Elena was dizzier than ever now. Outside events passed dimly around her, like an ocean that only slightly bobbed a person out deep in the swells. She was entirely focused on Damon. But one thing she did feel, her bravery. Damon had been wrong about that. Huge sobs were rising from somewhere deep inside her. She had made Stefan let go of her, and now she couldn't hold herself up any longer. She fell right on top of her blood and Damon's body. Her cheek fell against his cheek, and his cheek was cold. Even under the blood, it was cold. Elena never knew when the hysterics began. She simply found herself shrieking and sobbing, beating on Damon's shoulders, cursing him. She had never properly cursed him before, not directly to his face. As for the shrieking, that wasn't just a sound. She was once again screaming at him to find some way to fight. And finally, she began the promises. Promises that deep in her heart she now knew were lies. She was going to find a way to fix him in a moment. She already felt a new wing's power coming to save him. Anything so as to not face the truth. Damon, please. It was an interlude in the shrieking when she was talking softly in her new, husky, hoarse voice. Damon, just do one thing for me. Just squeeze my hand. I know you can do that. Just squeeze one of my hands. But there was no pressure on either of her hands. Only blood that was turning sticky. And then the miracle happened, and she once again heard Damon's voice, very faintly, in her head. Elena, don't cry, darling. It's not as bad as Stefan said. I don't feel much of anything, except on my face. I feel your tears. No more weeping, please, Angel. Because of the miracle, Elena steadied herself. He'd called Stefan Stefan, and not little brother. But she had other things to think about right now. He could still feel things on his face. This was important information, valuable information. Elena immediately cupped his cheeks with her hands and kissed him on the lips. I just kissed you. I'm kissing you again. Can you feel that? Forever, Elena, Damon said. I'll take that with me. It's part of me now. Do you see? Elena didn't want to see. She kissed his lips, icy cold, again and again. She wanted to give him something else, something good to think about. Damon, do you remember when we first met? At school? After the lights were out? When I was measuring for the haunted house decorations? I almost let you kiss me then, before I even knew your name. When you just came drifting out of the darkness. Damon surprised her by answering immediately. Yes, and you. You astonished me by being the first girl I couldn't influence right away. We had fun together, didn't we? Some good times. We went to a party, and we danced together. I'll take that with me, too. Through her days, Elena had one thought. Don't confuse him anymore. They'd gone to that party only to save Stefan's life. She told him, "We had fun. You're a good dancer. Imagine us waltzing." Damon sent slowly, buzzily. "I'm sorry. I've been so horrible lately. Tell her that. Bonnie, tell her." Elena steadied herself. "I'll tell her. I'm kissing you again. Can you feel me kissing you?" It was a rhetorical question, so she got a shock when Damon only answered slowly and sleepily. "Did I take a vow to tell you the truth?" "Yes." Elena lied instantly. She needed the truth from him. Then, "No, to be honest. I can't. I don't seem to have a body now. It's comfortable and warm, and nothing hurts anymore. And I almost feel as if I'm not alone. Don't laugh. You're not alone. Oh, Damon, don't you know that? I'll never, ever let you be alone." Elena choked, wondering how to make him believe her. Just for a few more seconds, now. Here, she sent in a telepathic whisper. "I'll give you my precious secret. I'll never tell anyone else. Do you remember the motel we stayed in on our road trip, and how everyone, even you, wondered what happened that night?" "A motel? A road trip?" He was sounding very unsure now. "Oh, yes, I remember. And the next morning, wandering." "Because Shinichi took your memories," Elena said, hoping that hateful name would revivify Damon. But it didn't. Like Shinichi, Damon was done with the world now. Elena leaned her cheek against his cold and bloody one. "I held you, darling, just like this. Well, almost like this. All night. That was all you wanted, to not feel alone." There was a long pause, and Elena began to panic in the few parts of her that were not numb or already hysterical. But then the words came slowly to her. "Thank you, Elena. Thank you for telling me your precious secret." "Yes, and I'll tell you something even more precious. No one is alone. Not really. No one is ever alone. You're with me. So warm. Nothing to worry about anymore." "Nothing more," Elena promised him. "And I'll always be with you. No one is alone, I promise it. Elena." Things are beginning to feel strange now. Not pain, but I have to tell you what I know you already know. How I fell in love with you. You'll remember, won't you? You won't forget me." "Forget you? How could I ever forget you?" But Damon was speaking on, and suddenly Elena knew that he couldn't hear her. Not even by telepathy anymore. "Will you remember? For me. Just that I loved once. Just once, really, in my whole life. Can you remember that I loved you? That makes my life worth something." His voice faded. Elena was so dizzy now. She knew she was still losing blood fast, too fast. Her mind was not sharp, and she was suddenly shaken by a fresh storm of sobbing. At least she would never yell again. There was no one to yell at. Damon had gone away. He had run away without her. She wanted to follow. Nothing was real. Didn't he understand? She could not imagine a universe, no matter how many dimensions there were, without a Damon in it. There was no world for her if there was no Damon. He couldn't do this to her. Neither knowing nor caring what she was doing, she plunged deep, deep into Damon's mind, wielding her telepathy like a sword, slashing at the wooden connections that she found everywhere. And, at last, she found herself plunging into the very deepest part of him, where a little boy, the metaphor for Damon's unconscious, had once been loaded with chains and set to guard the great stone that Damon kept his feelings locked in. Oh God, he must be so frightened, she thought. Whatever the cost, he must not be allowed to go away frightened. Now she saw him, the child Damon. As always, she could see in the sweetly rounded face, the sharp, cheekboned young man that Damon would become, in the wide black eyes, the potential for his look of fathomless darkness. But although he was not smiling, the child's look was open and welcoming, in a way that Damon's older self had never been. And the chains were gone. The great stone was gone, too.
I knew you'd come,
the boy whispered, and Elena took him into her arms. Easy, Elena told herself. Easy. He's not real. He's what's left of Damon's mind, the deepest part of his hind brain. But still, he's even younger than Margaret, and he's just as soft and warm. No matter what, please, God, don't let him know what's really happening to him. But there was knowledge in the wide, dark child eyes that turned up to her face.
I'm so glad to see you,
he confided.
I thought that I might never talk to you again, and he left some messages with me. I don't think he could say anything more, so he sent them to me.
Elena understood. If there was anywhere the wood had not reached, it was into this last part of the brain, the most primitive part. Damon still could speak to her, through this infant. But before she could speak herself, she saw that there were tears in the child's eyes, and then his body spasmed, and he bit his lip very hard. To keep from crying out, she guessed. Does it hurt? She asked, trying to believe that it didn't, desperate to believe it.
Not so much.
But he was lying, she realized. Still, he hadn't shed any tears. He had his pride, this child Damon.
I have a special message for you,
he said.
He told me to tell you that he'll always be with you and that you're never alone, that no one is really alone.
Chapter 39. Elena clutched the child to her. Damon had understood, even in his dazed and confused state. Everyone was connected. No one was alone.
And he asked something else. He asked if you would hold me just like this, if I got sleepy.
Velvety dark eyes searched Elena's face.
Would you do that?
Elena tried to keep steady. I'll hold you, she promised.
And you won't let go, ever?
And I won't let go, ever, Elena told him. because he was a child, and there was no point in frightening him if he had no fear, and because maybe this part of Damon, this small, innocent part, would have some kind of forever. She had heard that vampires didn't come back, didn't reincarnate the way humans did. The vampires in the top dark dimension were still alive. Adventurers or fortune seekers, or condemned there as a prison by the celestial court. "I'll hold you," Elena promised again, "forever and ever." Just then, his small body went into another spasm, and she saw tears on his dark eyelashes and blood on his lip. But before she could say a word, he added, "I have more messages. I know them by heart, but—" His eyes begged her forgiveness. "I have to give them to the others." What others? Elena thought at first, bewildered. Then she remembered. Stefan and Bonnie. There were other loved ones. "I can tell them for you," she said hesitantly, and he gave a tiny smile, his first, just the corner of one lip up. "He left me a little telepathy, too," he said. "I kept it in case I had to call to you." Still fiercely independent, Elena thought. All she said was, "You go ahead, then." "The first one is for my brother, Stefan." "You can tell him in just a moment," Elena said. She held on to the small boy in Damon's soul, knowing that this was the last thing she had left to give him. She could sacrifice a few priceless seconds so that Stefan and Bonnie could say their own goodbyes. She made some sort of enormous adjustment to her real body, her body outside Damon's mind, and found herself opening her eyes, blinking and trying to focus. She saw Stefan's face, white and stricken. "Is he?" "No, but soon. He can hear telepathy. If you think clearly, as if you were speaking. He asked to talk to you." "To me?" Stefan bent down slowly and put his cheek against his brother's. Elena shut her eyes again, guiding him down through the darkness to where one small light was still shining. She felt Stefan's wonder as he saw her there, still holding the little dark-haired boy in her arms. Elena hadn't realized that through her link to the child, she would be able to hear every word spoken, or that Damon's messages would come in the words of a child. The little boy said, "I guess you think I'm pretty stupid." Stefan started. He'd never seen or heard the child Damon before. "I could never think that," he said slowly, marveling. "But it wasn't much like him, you know, like me." "I think," Stefan said unsteadily, "that it's terribly sad, that I never really knew either of you very well." "Please don't be sad. That's what he told me to say, that you shouldn't be sad or afraid. He said it's a little bit like going to sleep and a little bit like flying." "I'll remember that. And thank you, big brother." "I think that's all. You know to watch over our girls." There was another of the terrible spasms that left the child breathless. Stefan spoke quickly. "Of course. I'll take care of everything. You fly." Elena could feel the grief slash at Stefan's heart, but his voice was calm. "Fly away now, my brother. Fly away." Elena felt something through the link, Bonnie touching Stefan's shoulder. He quickly got up, so that she could lie down. Bonnie was almost hysterical with sobbing, but she had done a good thing, Elena saw. While Elena had been in her own little world with Damon, Bonnie had taken a dagger and cut off a long lock of Elena's hair. Then she had cut one of her own strawberry curls and placed the locks, one wavy and golden, one curling and red blonde, on Damon's chest. It was all they could do on this flowerless world to honor him, to be with him forever. Elena could hear Bonnie, too, through her link with Damon, but at first all Bonnie could do was sob.
Damon, please. Oh, please, I didn't know. I never thought that anyone would get hurt. You saved my life, and now, oh, please, I can't say goodbye.
She didn't understand, Elena thought, that she was talking to a very young child. But Damon had sent the child a message to repeat.
I'm supposed to tell you goodbye, though.
For the first time, the child looked uneasy.
And I'm supposed to tell you I'm sorry, too. He thought you'd know what that meant and you'd forgive me, but if you don't, I don't know what will happen. Oh.
Another of the hateful spasms went through the child. Elena held on to him hard, biting her own lip until the blood came, at the same time trying to shield the little boy completely from her own feelings. And deep in Damon's mind, she saw Bonnie's expression change, from tearful penance to astonished fear to careful control, as if Bonnie had grown up all in an instant.
Of course I understand, and I forgive you, but you haven't done anything wrong. I'm such a silly girl, You don't think you're a silly girl?
The child said, looking vastly relieved.
But thank you for forgiving me. There's a special name I'm supposed to call you, too, but
He sank back against Elena.
I guess I'm getting sleepy. Was it Redbird?
Bonnie asked carefully, and the little boy's pale face lit up.
That was it. You knew already. You're all so nice and so smart. Thank you for making it easy. But can I say one more thing?
Elena was about to answer, when abruptly she was jarred completely out of Damon's mind and back into reality. The tree had slammed down another spider's leg set of branches, trapping them and Damon's body between two circles of wooden bars. Elena had no plans, no idea how to get to the star ball that Damon had died for. Either the tree was intelligent, or it was wired to have such efficient defenses that it might as well have been. They were lying on the evidence that many, many people had tried for that star ball, and left behind their bones, ground to sand. Come to that, she thought. I wonder why it hasn't gone for us too, especially for Bonnie. She's been in and then out, and back in again, which I should never have let her do except that we were all thinking about Damon. Why didn't it go for her again? Stefan was trying to be strong, trying to organize something out of this disaster that was so stunning that Elena herself simply sat. Bonnie was sobbing again, making heart-wrenching sounds. Between both circular sets of bars, a wooden network was spreading, too close-knit for even Bonnie to squeeze through. Elena's group was efficiently separated from anything outside the sand pit, and just as efficiently separated from the star ball. The X! Stefan called to her. Throw me! But there was no time. A rootlet had curled around it, and was swiftly dragging it into the upper branches. "Stefan, I'm sorry, I was too slow." "It was too fast," Stefan corrected. Elena held her breath, waiting for the last crash from above, the one that would kill them all. When it didn't come, she realized something. The tree was not only intelligent, but sadistic. They were to be trapped here, away from their supplies, to die slowly of thirst and starvation, or to go mad watching the others die. The best that they could hope for was that Stefan would kill both Bonnie and her, but even he would never get out. These wooden branches would come crashing down again and again, as often as the tree felt necessary, until Stefan's crushed bones joined the others that had been milled to fine sand. That was what did it. The thought of all of them, trapped with Damon, making a mockery of his death. The thing that had been swelling inside Elena for weeks now, at hearing the stories about children who ate their pets, at creatures who delighted in pain, had, with Damon's sacrifice, finally gotten so big that she could no longer contain it. "Stefan, Bonnie, don't touch the branches," she gasped. "Make sure you're not touching any part of the branches." "I'm not, love. And Bonnie isn't either." "But why?" "I can't keep it in anymore. I have to stand like this. Elena, no. That spell." Elena could no longer think. The hateful demi-light was driving her mad, reminding her of the pinpoint of green in Damon's pupils, the horrible green light of the tree. She understood exactly about the tree's sadism to her friends, and in the corner of her eye she could see a bit of black, like a rag doll, except that it was no doll. It was Damon. Damon with all of his wild and witty spirit broken. Damon, who must be gone from this and all worlds by now. His face was covered with her blood. There was nothing peaceful or dignified about him. There was nothing the tree had not taken from him. Elena lost her mind. With a scream that pealed raw and bleeding from her backbone and came hoarsely out of her throat, Elena grabbed a branch of the tree that had killed Damon, that had murdered her beloved, and that would murder her and these two others she loved as well. She had no thoughts. She wasn't capable of thinking. But instinctively she held a high bough of the tree's cage and let the fury explode out of her, the fury of murdered love. Wings of destruction. She felt the wings arch behind her, like ebony lace and black pearls, and for a moment she felt like a deadly goddess, knowing that this planet would never harbor any life ever again. When the attack flared out, it turned the twilight all around her to matte black. What a fitting color. Damon will like this, she thought in confusion, and then she remembered again, and it slammed, blistering out of her again, the power to destroy the tree all over this small world. It shattered her from the inside, but she let it keep coming. No physical pain could compare with what was in her heart, with the pain of losing what she had lost. No physical pain could express how she felt. The huge roots in the ground underneath them were bucking as if there was an earthquake. And then there was a deafening sound as the trunk of the great tree exploded straight upward like a rocket, disintegrating to fine ash as it went. The spider's leg bars around them simply disappeared along with the canopy above. Something in Elena's mind noted that very far away the same destruction was going on, racing to turn branches and leaves into infinitesimal bits of matter that hung in the air like haze. "The star ball!" Bonnie cried in the eerie silence, anguished. "Vaporized." Stefan caught Elena as she sank to her knees, her ethereal black wings fading. "But we'd never have gotten it anyway. That tree had been protecting it for thousands of years. All we'd have gotten would have been a slow death." Elena had turned back to Damon. She had not been touching the stake that ran through him. In seconds it would be the only remnant of the tree on this world. She could hardly dare hope that there was a spark of life left in him now. But the child had wanted to speak with her, and she would make that possible, or die trying. She scarcely felt Stefan's arms around her. Once again, she plunged into the very depths of Damon's mind. This time she knew exactly where to go. And there, by a miracle, he was, although obviously in hideous pain. Tears were rolling down his cheeks, and he was trying not to sob. His lips were bitten raw. Her wings had not been able to destroy the wood inside him. It had already done its poisonous damage, and there was no way to reverse that. "Oh no! Oh God!" Elena caught the child in her arms. A teardrop fell on her hand. She rocked him, scarcely knowing what she was saying. "What can I do to help?" "You're here again," he said, and in his voice she heard the answer. This was all that he wanted. He was a very simple child. "I'll be here. Always, always. I'm never letting go." This didn't have the effect that she wanted. The boy gasped, trying to smile, but was torn with a horrible spasm that almost arched his body out of her arms. And Elena realized that she was turning the inevitable into slow, excruciating torture. "I'll hold you," she modified her words for him, "until you want me to let go, all right?" He nodded. His very voice was breathless with pain. Could you let me shut my eyes, just for a moment?" Elena knew, as perhaps this child did not, what would happen if she stopped badgering him and let him sleep. But she couldn't stand to see him suffering any longer, and nothing was real again, and there was no one else in the world for her, and she didn't even care if doing it this way meant she would follow him into death. Carefully steadying her voice, she said, "Maybe we can both shut our eyes. Not for a long time, no, but just for a moment." She kept rocking the small body in her arms. She could still feel a faint pulse of life. Not a heartbeat, but still, a pulsing. She knew that he hadn't shut his eyes yet, but he was still fighting the torture. For her, not for anything else, for her sake only. Putting her lips close to his ear, she whispered, "Let's close our eyes together, all right? Let's close them at the count of 3. Is that all right?" There was such relief in his voice and such love. "Yes. Together. I'm ready. You can count now. 1." Nothing mattered except holding him and keeping herself steady. 2. And... "Elena?" She was startled. Had the child ever said her name before? "Yes, sweetheart." "Elena,
love you. Not just because of him. I love you too.
Elena had to hide her face in his hair.
I love you too, little one. You've always known that, haven't you? Yes, always.
Yes, you've always known that, and now
we'll close our eyes for a moment. 3.
She waited until the last faint movement stopped, and his head fell back, and his eyes were shut, and the shadow of suffering was gone. He looked not peaceful, but simply gentle and kind, and Elena could see in his face what an adult with Damon's features and that expression would look like. But now even the small body was evaporating right out of Elena's arms. Oh, she was stupid. She'd forgotten to close her eyes with him. She was so dizzy, even though Stefan had stopped the bleeding from her neck. Closing her eyes, maybe she would look as he had. Elena was so glad that he'd gone gently at the end. Maybe the darkness would be kind to her, too. Everything was quiet now. Time to put away her toys and draw the curtains. Time now to get in bed. One last embrace. And now her arms were empty. Nothing left to do, nothing left to fight. She'd done her best, and at least the child had not been frightened. Time to turn off the light now. Time to shut her own eyes. The darkness was very kind to her, and she went into it gently. Chapter 40. But after an endless time in the soft, kind darkness, something was forcing Elena back up into light, real light, not the terrible green half-light of the tree. Even through shut eyelids, she could see it, feel its heat. A yellow sun. Where was she? She couldn't remember, and she didn't care. Something was saying inside her that the gentle darkness was better. But then she remembered a name. Stefan. Stefan was the one she loved. But he'd never understood that love was not singular. He'd never understood that she could be in love with Damon, and that it would never change an atom's worth of her love for him, or that his lack of understanding had been so wrenching and painful that she had felt torn into two different people at times. But now, even before she opened her eyes, she realized that she was drinking. She was drinking the blood of a vampire, and that vampire wasn't Stefan. There was something unique in this blood. It was deeper and spicier and more heavy all at once. She couldn't help opening her eyes. For some reason she didn't understand. They flew open, and she tried immediately to focus on the scent and feeling and color of whoever was bending over her, holding her. She couldn't understand either her sense of letdown when she slowly realized that it was Sage leaning over her, holding her gently but securely to his neck, with his bronze chest bare and warm from the sunlight. But she was lying down flat on grass, from what her hands could feel, and for some reason her head was cold, very cold, cold and wet. She stopped drinking and tried to sit up. The light grip became firmer. She heard Sage's voice say, and felt the rumbling in his chest as he said it. Ma pauvre petite. You must drink more in a moment or so. And your hair has still some of the ashes in it. Ashes? Ashes? Didn't you put ashes on your head for... Now, what had she been thinking about? It was as if there was a block in her mind, keeping her from getting close to something. But she wasn't going to be told what to do. Elena sat up. She was in... Yes, she was very sure, the Kitsune paradise. And until a moment ago, her body had been arched back so that her hair had been in the clear little stream that she had seen earlier. Stefan and Bonnie had been washing something pitch black out of her hair. They both were smudged with black as well. Stefan had a big swath across one cheekbone, and Bonnie had faint gray streaks below her eyes. Crying. Bonnie had been crying. She was still crying in little sobs that she was trying to suppress. And now that Elena looked harder, she could see that Stefan's eyelids were swollen, and that he had been crying too. Elena's lips were numb. She fell back onto the grass, looking up at Sage, who was wiping his eyes furtively. Her throat ached, not just inside, where sobbing and gasping might make it hurt, but outside too. She had a picture of herself slashing at her own neck with a knife. Through her numb lips, she whispered, "Am I a vampire?" "Pas encore," Sage said unsteadily. "Not yet. But Stefan and I, we both had to give you massive amounts of blood. You must be very careful in the next days. You are right on the brink." That explained how she felt. Probably Damon was hoping that she would become one, wicked boy. Instinctively, she held out her hand to Stefan. Maybe she could help him. "We just won't do anything for a little while," she said. "You don't have to be sad." But she herself still felt very wrong. She hadn't felt this wrong since she'd seen Stefan in prison and had thought that he would die at any moment. No, it was worse. Because with Stefan, there had been hope, and Elena had the feeling that now hope was gone. Everything was gone. She was hollow, a girl who looked solid, but whose insides were missing. "I'm dying," she whispered. "I know it. Are you all going to say goodbye now?" And with that, Sage, choked up and began to sob. Stefan, still looking so oddly mussed, with those traces of soot on his face and arms and his hair and clothes soaking wet, said, "Elena, you're not going to die. Not unless you choose to." She had never seen Stefan look like this before, not even in prison. His flame, his inner fire that he showed to almost no one but Elena, had gone out. "Sage saved us," he said, slowly, carefully, as if it cost him great effort to speak. "The ash that was falling, you and Bonnie would have died if you'd had to breathe any more of it. But Sage put a door back to the gatehouse right in front of us. I could barely see it. My eyes were so full of ashfall, and it's only getting worse on that moon." "Ashfall?" Elena whispered. There was something at the bottom of her mind, but once again her memory failed her. It was almost as if she'd been influenced to not remember, but that was ridiculous. Why were ashes falling? She asked, realizing that her voice was husky, hoarse, as if she'd cheered too long at a football game. "You used wings of destruction," Stefan said steadily, looking at her with his swollen eyes. "You saved our lives, but you killed the tree, and the star ball disintegrated. Wings of destruction. She must have lost her temper. And she'd killed a world. She was a murderer. And now the star ball was lost. Fell's church. Oh, God. What would Damon say to her? Elena had done everything wrong. Bonnie was sobbing now, her face turned away. I'm sorry, Elena said, knowing how inadequate this was. For the first time she looked around miserably. Damon? She whispered. He won't speak to me because of what I did? Sage and Stefan looked at each other. Ice went down Elena's spine. She started to get up, but her legs weren't the legs she remembered. They wanted to unlock at the knees. She was staring down at herself, at her own wet and smudged clothes, and then something like mud came down her forehead. Mud or congealing blood. Bonnie made a sound. She was still sobbing, but she was speaking too, in a new husky voice that made her sound much older. Elena, we didn't get the ashes out of the top of your hair. Sage had to give you an emergency transfusion. I'll get the ashes out, Elena said flatly. She let her knees bend. She fell onto them, jarring her body. Then, twisting, she leaned down to the little brook and let her head fall forward. Through the icy shock, she could dimly hear exclamations from the people above water, and Stefan's sharp, Elena, are you all right? In her head. No, she thought back, but I'm not drowning either. I'm washing out my hair. Maybe Damon will at least see me if I'm presentable. Maybe he'll come with us and fight for Fell's church. Let me help you up, Stefan said quietly. Elena had come to the end of her air. She pulled her heavy head out of the water and flipped it, soaking but clean, so that it fell down her back. She stared at Stefan. Why? She said, and then, with a sudden panic, has he left already? Was he angry with me? Stefan. It was Sage, speaking tiredly. Stefan, who was staring out of his green eyes like a hunted animal, made some faint sound. The influence. It is not working, Sage said. She will remember on her own. Chapter 41. Stefan didn't move or speak for long moments. Elena's heart swelled. Suddenly she was as afraid as he clearly was. She went to him and took both his hands, which were shaking. Darling, don't cry, she sent. There must still be time to save Fell's church. There must. It can't end this way. And besides, Shinichi is gone. We can get to the children. We can break the conditioning. She stopped. It was as if the word conditioning echoed in her ears. Stefan's green eyes were filling her vision. Her mind was getting fuzzy. Everything was becoming unreal again. In a minute, she wouldn't be able to. She wrenched her eyes away, breathing hard. You were influencing me, she said. She could hear the anger in her own voice. Yes, Stefan whispered. I've been influencing you for half an hour. How dare you? Elena thought, just for him. I'm stopping it. Now, Stefan said quietly. As am I, Sage added, sounding exhausted. And the universe did a slow spin, and Elena remembered what it was that they were all keeping from her. With a wild sob, she rose, scattering droplets, coming to her feet like an avenging goddess. She looked at Sage. She looked at Stefan. And Stefan proved how brave he was, how much he loved her. He told her what she already knew. Damon is gone, Elena. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry if I kept you from being with him as much as you wanted to. I'm sorry if I came between you. I didn't understand how much you loved each other. I do now. And then he dropped his face into his hands. Elena wanted to go to him, to scold him, to hold him, to tell Stefan that she loved him just as much, drop for drop, grain for grain. But her body had gone numb, and the darkness was threatening again. All she could do was hold out her arms as she crumpled onto the grass. And then somehow Bonnie and Stefan were both there, the three of them all sobbing. Elena with the intensity of new discovery. Stefan with a lost sound that Elena had never heard before, and Bonnie with a dry, wrenching exhaustion that seemed to want to shatter her small body. Time lost all meaning. Elena wanted to grieve for every moment of Damon's painful death, and for every moment of his life, too. So much had been lost. She couldn't get her head around it, and she didn't want to do anything but cry until the kind darkness took her mind again. That was when Sage broke. He grabbed Elena and pulled her up and shook her by the shoulders. It snapped her head back and forth. "Your town is in ruins," he shouted, as if this was her fault. "Midnight may or may not bring disaster. Oh yes, I saw it all in your mind, when I went in to influence you. Little Fell's church is already devastated, and you won't even fight for it." Something blazed through Elena. It melted the numbness, the iciness. "Yes, I'll fight for it," she screamed. "I'll fight for it with every breath in my body, until I stop the people who did it, or until they kill me." "And how? Puis-je savoir? Will you get back in time? By the time you walk back the way you came, it will all be over?" Stefan was beside her, bracing her, shoulder to shoulder. "Then we'll force you to send us some other way, so that we can get back in time." Elena stared. No. Stefan couldn't have said that. Stefan didn't force his way, and she wouldn't have him changing himself. She whirled back on Sage. "There's no need to fight. I have a master key in my backpack, and magic works here inside the gatehouse," she cried. But Stefan and Sage were staring each other down, each fierce and intent. Elena wanted to go to Stefan, but the world was doing another of its slow somersaults. She was afraid that Sage would attack Stefan, and that she couldn't even fight for him. But instead, suddenly, Sage threw back his head and laughed wildly. Or perhaps it was something between thunderous laughing and crying. It was as eerie as the sound of a wolf baying, and Elena felt Bonnie's small, trembling body hug her, to comfort both of them. "What the hell?" Sage bellowed, and now there was a wild look in his eyes, too. "Mais oui, what the hell?" He laughed again. "After all, I am the gatekeeper, and I have already broken the rules by allowing you through 2 different doors." Stefan was still breathing hard. Now he reached out and grabbed Sage by his broad shoulders and shook him with the strength of a vampire gone mad. "What are you talking about? There's no time for talk." "Ah, but there is, mon ami. My friend, there is. What you need is the firepower of the heavens to save Fell's Church. and to undo the damage that has already been done, to wipe it out, to make it as if it had never happened. And, Sage added deliberately, looking directly at Elena, perhaps, just perhaps, to undo this day's events also. Suddenly every inch of Elena's skin was tingling. Her whole body was listening to Sage, leaning toward him, yearning, while her eyes widened with the only other question that mattered. Sage said very softly, very triumphantly, "Yes, they can bestow life upon the dead. They have that power. They can bring back mon petit tyran, démon, as they brought you back." Stefan and Bonnie were holding Elena up. She couldn't stand on her own. "But why would they help?" she whispered painfully. She wouldn't allow herself even a breath of hope, not until she understood everything. "In exchange for what was stolen from them millennia ago," Sage replied, "you are in a fortress of hell, you know. That is what the gatehouse is. The guardians cannot enter here. They cannot storm the gate and demand back what is inside. The 6 Kitsune treasures." Not a breath of hope, not a breath. But Elena heard herself give a wild laugh. "How do we give them a park? Or a field of black roses?" "We give them the rights to the land that the park and the field of roses lie upon." Not a breath, even though the bodies on either side of Elena were shaking now. "And how do we offer them the fountain of eternal youth and life?" "We do not. However, I have here various containers waiting to be collected as garbage. The threat of a gallon bottle of longtime randomly spread all over your earth. That would devastate them. And of course," Sage added, "I know the kind of gems with enchantments already upon them that they would most desire. Here, let me open the doors all at once. We can take all we can. The rooms, strip them bare." His enthusiasm was contagious. Elena half turned, breath held, eyes widened to catch the first glowing of a door's light. "Wait." Stefan's voice was hard suddenly. Bonnie and Elena turned back and froze, embracing each other, trembling. "What is your father going to do to you when he finds out that you allowed this?" "He will not kill me," Sage said brusquely, the wild tone back in his voice. "He may even find it as amusant as I do. And we will be sharing a belly laugh tomorrow. And if he doesn't find it amusing, Sage, I don't think Damon wouldn't have wanted." Sage whirled around, and for the first time since she had met him, Elena could believe with her whole soul that he was the son of his father. His eyes had even seemed to change color, to the yellow of a flame, with diamond pupils like a cat's. His voice was like steel splintering, harder even than Stefan's. "What is between my father and me is my own business. Mine. Stay here if you want. He never bothers himself about vampires anyway. He says they're cursed already. But I am going to do everything I can to bring mon chéri Damien back. Whatever the cost to you. The hell with the cost." To Elena's surprise, Stefan gripped Sage's shoulders for a moment, and then simply hugged as much of him as he could hold. "I just wanted to make sure," he said quietly. "Thank you, Sage. Thank you." Then he turned and strode over to the royal Rebecca plant, and with one yank, pulled it out of its bower. Elena, heart beating in her lips and throat and fingertips, ran to gather the empty containers and bottles Sage was tossing out of a ninth doorway that had appeared in between the mine shaft and the field of black roses. She snatched up a gallon container and an Evian water bottle, both with secure caps intact. They were made of plastic, which was good, because she dropped them both just going across the room to the bubbling fountain. Her hands were shaking that badly, and all the time she was sending up a monotonous prayer. Oh, please, oh, please, oh, please. She got water into both containers at the fountain and capped them, and then she realized that Bonnie was still standing in the middle of the gatehouse. She looked bewildered, frightened. Bonnie?
Sage?
Bonnie said.
How do we get these things to the Celestial Court to bargain with them?
Have no worries, Sage said kindly. I am certain that guardians will be waiting just outside to arrest us. They will take us to the court. Bonnie didn't stop trembling, but she nodded and hurried to help Sage get bottles of black magic and break them. A symbol, he said, signe, of what we will do to this area if the Celestials don't agree. Be careful not to cut your pretty hands. Elena thought she heard Bonnie's husky voice then, and that it was not a happy tone. But Sage's rumbling murmur was reassuring, and Elena would neither allow herself to hope nor despair. She had a task in hand, a scheme. She was making private plans for the Celestial Court. When she and Bonnie had all the plunder they could carry, and their backpacks were full as well, when Stefan had 2 narrow black boxes that held deeds, and when Sage looked like a cross between Santa Claus and a bronzed, gorgeous, long-haired Hercules as he carried 2 sacks made of pillowcases, they gave one last look around at the ravaged gatehouse. All right, Sage said then. Time to face the guardians. He smiled reassuringly at Bonnie. As usual, Sage was right. The moment they came out with their booty, guardians from 2 different dimensions were ready for them. The first type were the ones who looked vaguely like Elena, blonde hair, dark blue eyes, slender. The guardians of the netherworld seemed senior to these, and were lithe women with skin so dark it was almost ebony, and hair that curled tightly in a cap over their heads. Behind them were brilliant golden air cars. You are under arrest, one of the dark ones said, not looking as if she enjoyed her job, for removing treasures that rightfully belong to the Celestial Court out of the sanctuary where it was agreed that they would be kept, under the laws of both our dimensions. And then it was only a matter of hanging on to the golden air cars while hanging on at the same time to their unlawful booty. The Celestial Court was celestial, pearly white with a faint hint of blue, minarets. It was a long distance from the heavily guarded gate, where Elena had seen a 3rd type of guardian, one with short red hair and slanted, piercing green eyes, to the actual palace, which seemed to encompass a city. But it was when Elena's group was guided to the throne room that the real culture shock hit. It was far larger and far more glorious than any room Elena had ever imagined. No ball or gala in the dark dimensions could have prepared her in the least for it. The cathedral ceiling seemed to be made entirely of gold, as were the double line of stately columns that marched vertically across the floor. The floor itself was of intricately patterned malachite and gold-threaded lapis lazuli, with gold seemingly used as grouting, and with a heavy hand at that. The 3 golden fountains in the middle of the room, the central one was the largest and most elaborate, threw into the air not water, but delicately perfumed flower petals that sparkled like diamonds in turning at their apex, and then floated down again. Stained glass windows in brilliant colors that Elena couldn't remember ever having seen before, threw rainbow light like a benediction from high on every wall, giving warmth to the otherwise cool, engraved gold. Sage and Elena and Stefan and Bonnie were seated in small, comfortable chairs just a few feet back from a great dais, draped with a fantastically woven golden cloth. The treasures were spread out in front of them as attendants dressed in flowing blue and gold took the objects one by one up to the current ruling triumvirate in back. The rulers comprised one each of the groups of guardians: fair, dark, red-headed. Their seats on the dais ensured that they were far from, and high above, their petitioners. But with power sent to her eyes, Elena could see perfectly well that they each sat on an exquisitely jeweled golden throne. They were speaking softly together, admiring the royal Rebecca flower, blue delphiniums at the moment. Then the dark one smiled, and sent one of her attendants running for a pot with soil for the plant to survive in. Elena stared sightlessly at the other treasures. A gallon of water from the fountain of eternal youth and life, 6 bottles of unbroken black magic wine, and the shards of at least that many around them. A blazing rainbow to rival the stained glass windows in fist-sized gems, some raw, some already faceted and polished, but most of them not only faceted, but also hand-carved with mysterious gold or silver inscriptions. 2 long, black, velvet-lined boxes with yellowing cylinders of papyrus or paper inside them, one with a pure black rose lying next to it, and the other with a simple spray of light springtime, green leaves. Elena knew what the yellow documents with their cracked waxen seals were: the deeds to the field of black roses and the Kitsune paradise. When you saw all the treasures together like this, it almost seemed too much, Elena thought. Any one object from any one of the 7, no, now 6, Kitsune treasures was enough to trade worlds for. One sprig of the royal Rebecca, which was even now being returned, pink larkspur changing to a white orchid, properly potted again, was immeasurably precious. So was a single velvety black rose, with its power to hold the most powerful of magics. One jewel from the hoard in the mining cavern, maybe a double fist-sized diamond that put the Star of Africa and the Golden Jubilee to shame. One day in the Kitsune paradise, where a day could seem like a perfect lifetime. One sip of that effervescent water that could make a human live as long as the oldest old one. Of course, there should also have been the largest star ball in existence, full of eldritch power, but Elena was hoping that the guardians would overlook that. Hoping? She wondered and shook her head at nothing, causing Bonnie to squeeze her hand tightly. Not hoping. She didn't dare hope. Not a breath yet. Another attendant, red-haired, flashing them a cold, green-eyed look, picked up the plastic gallon bottle that said Sector 3 water on the label. Sage rumbled as she left. Qu'est-ce qu'il lui prend? I mean, what is your problem? I like the water in the vampire sector. I don't like the pump water in the netherworld. Elena had already figured out the color code for the guardians. The blonde ones were all business, impatient only with delays. The dark ones were the kindest. Maybe there was less work for them to do in the netherworld. The green-eyed redheads were just plain bitchy. Unfortunately, the young woman on the central throne up there on the dais was a redhead. "Bonnie," she whispered. Bonnie had to gulp and sniff before she could get out. "Yes?" "Have I ever told you how much I like your eyes?" Bonnie gave her a long, brown-eyed gaze before beginning to shake with laughter. At least it started out like laughter. And then Bonnie burrowed her head into Elena's shoulder and simply shook. Stefan squeezed Elena's hand. "She's been trying so hard for you. She loved him too, you see. I didn't even know that, I guess I've just been blind on all sides." He ran his free hand through his already tousled hair. He looked very young, like a little boy who had been suddenly punished for doing something he hadn't been told was wrong. Elena remembered him in the backyard of the boarding house, dancing with her feet on his feet, and then in his attic room, kissing her hands, her knuckles bruised with hammering, the pulsing inside of her wrists. She wanted to tell him that everything was going to be all right, that the laughter would come back to his eyes, but she couldn't stand the chance of lying to him. Suddenly, Elena felt like a very, very old woman, who could hear and see only dimly, whose every movement caused her terrible pain, and who was cold inside. Her every joint and every bone was filled with ice. At last, when all the treasures, including a sparkling, diamond-set, golden master key, had been taken up for the young women on the thrones to handle, heft, examine, and discuss, a warm-eyed, dark-skinned woman came to Elena's group. "You may approach their high judgments now, and—" she added in a voice as soft as the stroke of a dragonfly's wing. "They are very, very impressed. That doesn't often happen. Speak meekly and keep your heads low, and I think you shall have your heart's desires." Something inside Elena gave a bound that would have set her leaping to clutch at the retreating attendant's robe. But fortunately, Stefan had her in an embrace of iron. Bonnie's head came off Elena's shoulder, and Elena had to restrain her in turn. They walked, the very portrait of meekness, to where 4 scarlet cushions blazed against the golden weave of the floor-cloth. Once, Elena would have refused to abase herself. Now she was thankful for a soft resting place for her knees. This close, she could see that the rulers each wore a circlet of some metal, from which a single stone hung onto her forehead. "We have considered your petition," the Dark One said, her white gold circlet with its diamond pendant dazzling Elena with pinpricks of lilac and red and royal blue. "Oh yes," she added, laughing. "We know what you want. Even a guardian on the street would have to be very bad at her job not to know. You want your town renewed, the burned buildings rebuilt, the victims of the Malic pestilence recreated, their souls swathed again in flesh, and their memories." "But first," interrupted the fair one, waving a hand, "don't we have business at hand? This girl, Elena Gilbert, may not be eligible to be a spokesman for her group. If she becomes a guardian, she doesn't belong with the petitioners." The redhead tossed her head like an impatient filly, causing the rose gold of her circlet to flash and its ruby to shimmer. "Oh, go on then, Rhiannon, if your recruitment levels are so low." The businesslike fair one ignored this, but bent forward, some of her hair held back from her face by her circlet of yellow gold with its sapphire pendant. "What about it, Elena?" I know our first encounter was unfortunate. You must believe that I am sorry for that. But you were well on your way to becoming a full guardian when we had orders from above to weave you into a new body so that you could take up your life as a human again. You did that? Of course you did. Elena's voice was soft and low and flattering. You can do anything, but our first encounter, I don't remember. You were too young. And you saw just a flash of our air car as it passed your parents' vehicle. It was meant to be a minor accident with one apparent casualty, you. But instead, Bonnie's hands flew to her mouth. She was clearly getting something Elena wasn't. Her parents' vehicle. The last time she'd driven with her father and mother and little Margaret had been the day of the crash. The day she'd distracted her father, who'd been driving. Look, Daddy, look at the pretty... And then had come the impact. Elena forgot about being meek and keeping her head low. In fact, she raised her head and met gold-splattered blue eyes very much like hers. Her own gaze, she knew, was piercing and hard. You killed my parents? She whispered. No, no, the Dark One cried. It was an operation gone sour. We only had to intersect with the Earth dimension for a few minutes, but quite unexpectedly your talent flared. You saw our air car. Instead of a crash with only one apparent casualty, your father turned to look and... Slowly her voice trailed off as Elena's turned unbelieving eyes on her. Bonnie was staring sightlessly into the distance, almost as if she were in trance. Shinichi, she breathed. That weird riddle of his, or whatever it was, that one of us had murdered, and that it was nothing to do with being a vampire or a mercy killing. I'd always assumed it was me, Stefan said quietly. My mother never really recovered after my birth. She died. But that doesn't make you a murderer, Elena cried. Not like me. Not like me. Well, that was why I was asking you now, the businesslike blonde woman said. It was a flawed mission, but you understand that we were only trying to recruit you, yes? It's the traditional method. Our genes have honed us to be the best at managing powerful, irrational demons, who don't respond to traditional strength, but require on-the-spot recalculation. Elena choked back a scream of wrath, agony, disbelief, guilt, she didn't know what. Her plans, her schemes, the way she had handled boisterous boys in the bad old days. It was all genetic. And her parents, what had they died for? Stefan stood up. His jaw was hard. His green eyes were burning brilliantly. There was no gentleness in his face. He clasped Elena's hand, and she heard, If you want to fight, I mean. Mais non. Elena turned around and saw Sage. His telepathic voice was unmistakable. She was compelled to listen. We cannot fight them on their own territory and win. Even I cannot. What you can do is make them pay. Elena, my brave one, your parents' spirits have undoubtedly found new homes. It would be cruel to drag them back. But let us demand of the Guardians anything you desire. For a year and a day in the past, demand whatever you wish. I think that we all will back you. Elena paused. She looked at the Guardians, and she looked at the treasures. She looked at Bonnie and Stefan, who were waiting. There was permission in their eyes. Then she said slowly to the Guardians, This is really going to cost you. And I don't want to hear that any of it is impossible. For all your treasures back and the master key, too. I want my old life. No, I want a new life, with my real old life behind me. I want to be Elena Gilbert, exactly as if I'd graduated with my high school class, and I want to go to Dahlcrest College. I want to wake up in my Aunt Judith's house in the morning and find that no one realizes I've been gone for almost 10 months. And I want a 4.5 grade point average for my last year in high school, just in case of emergencies. And I want Stefan to have lived in the boarding house peacefully all that time, and to have everyone accept him as my boyfriend. And I want every single thing that Shinichi and Misao and whoever they were working for did undone and forgotten. I want the person they were working for dead. And I want everything that Klaus did in Fell's Church undone as well. I want Sue Carson back. I want Vicki Bennett back. I want everyone back, Bonnie said faintly. Even Mr. Tanner? Elena understood. If Mr. Tanner had not died, mysteriously drained of blood, then Alaric Saltzman would never have been called to Fell's Church. Elena remembered Alaric from the out-of-body experience. Sandy hair, laughing hazel eyes. She thought of Meredith and his almost engagement to her. But who was she to play God, to say, yes, this person can die because he was unlovely and unloved, but this one has to live because she was my friend? Chapter 42. It's not a problem, the fair ruler, Rhiannon, said unexpectedly. We can make it so that your Mr. Tanner repelled an apparent vampire attack, and the school called in Alaric Saltzman to take his place and investigate. All right, Adola? To the redhead, and to the dark one. All right, Susuri? Elena wasn't all right. Despite the example she'd just had of turn-on-a-dime plotting and scheming, she was scarcely listening. All she knew was that her voice had gone husky and that tears blurred her eyes. And for the master key, I want... Stefan squeezed her hand. Elena suddenly realized that they were all standing, all three of them, beside her, and the look on every face was the same, dead resolve. I want Damon back. Elena hadn't heard quite this note in her voice since the day she'd been told both her parents had died. If there had been a table, she would have put her clenched fists on it and did her best to loom over the women. As it was, she simply leaned toward them, speaking in a low and grating voice. If you do that, bring him back, exactly as he was before he walked into the gatehouse. Then you get the master key and the treasures. You say no, and you lose everything. Everything. This is non-negotiable. Get it? She kept staring into Adola's green eyes. She refused to see dark Susuri drop her forehead onto 3 fingertips and begin to rub it in small circles. She wouldn't give a glance to blonde Rhiannon, who was looking at her steadily, having gone into people management mode. She stared directly into those green eyes under their willful eyebrows. Adola gave a little huff and shook her gorgeous head. Look, someone clearly has screwed up in preparing you for this interview. A glance at Susuri. The other things you've asked for, altogether, it forms a very heavy ransom. Do you understand that? Do you understand that it involves changing the memories of all the people for miles around your town, and changing them for every day of 10 months? That it means changing everything in print about Fell's Church, and that there is a lot in print, not to mention other media outlets? It means begging for 3 human spirits and weaving flesh around them again. I'm not sure we even have the personnel for this. Blonde Rhiannon put a hand on the redhead's arm. We have it. Sussurie's women have little to do in the netherworld. I can lend you perhaps 30% of mine. After all, we're going to have to send up a petition to a higher court for those spirits. Idola the redhead interrupted. All right. What I was saying is that we might just be able to manage if you throw in the key. However, your vampire companion, we can't give life back to the lifeless. We can't work with vampires. Once they're gone, they're gone. That's what you tell us? Stefan cried, trying to get in front of Elena. But why are we so particularly damned, of all creatures? How do you know it's impossible? Have you ever even tried? Red-haired Idola was making a disgusted gesture when Bonnie interrupted, her voice shaking. It's ridiculous. You can rebuild a town. You can kill the person who's really behind all Shinichi and Misao did, but you can't bring one little vampire back? You brought Elena back? Elena's death as a vampire allowed her to become the guardian she was originally meant to be. As for the person who gave orders to Shinichi and Misao, it was Inari Saitao, Obasan Saitao as you knew her, and she is already dead, thanks to your friends in Fell's Church who weakened her, and to you who destroyed her star ball. Inari? You mean Isabel's grandma? You're saying it was her star ball in the great tree's trunk? That's impossible, Bonnie cried. No, it's not. It's the truth, Blonde Rhiannon said simply. And she's dead now? After a long battle which nearly killed your friends, yes. But what actually killed her was having her star ball destroyed. So, Dark Sussurri said quietly, if you follow the curve, in a way your daemon did die to save Fell's Church from another massacre like the one on that Japanese island. He kept saying that was what he'd come to the netherworld to do. Do you not think he would be satisfied? At peace? At peace? Stefan spat bitterly, and Sage growled. Woman, he said, you obviously have never met Daemon Saboteur before. The tone in his voice, more resonant, more threatening somehow, made Elena finally break off her stare-down with the red-haired Idola. She turned and looked, and saw the enormous room filled with Sage's outspread wings. They weren't like any of her ephemeral wings powers. They were clearly part of Sage. They were velvety and reptilian, and unfurled like this, they stretched from distant wall to wall and touched the grand, golden ceiling. They also demonstrated why Sage didn't usually wear shirts. He was beautiful this way, bronze skin and hair against those giant, leathery, soft-looking arches. But Elena, after one look at him, knew that the time had come to play the ace up her sleeve. She turned around to meet Idola's green gaze squarely. All this time we've been bargaining for a gatehouse full of treasures, she said, and one master key. A master key, stolen by the Kitsune ages upon ages ago, Sussurri explained quietly, lifting her dark eyes. And you've said that it's not enough for you to bring Damon back. Elena forced her voice not to waver. Not even if it were your only request. Rhiannon tossed a golden lock of hair over her shoulder. So you say, but what if I throw into the pot another master key? There was a pause, and Elena's heart began to pound in sick terror, because it was the wrong kind of pause. There were no shocked gasps, no astonished glances from one guardian ruler to another, no looks of disbelief. After another moment, Idola said smugly, "If you mean the other stolen key that your friends had on Earth, it was confiscated as soon as they hid it. It was stolen property. It belonged to us." She's been here too long in the dark dimensions, Elena thought with one part of her mind. She's enjoying herself. Idola leaned toward her, as if to confirm Elena's guess. "It simply is not possible," she said emphatically. "Really, it isn't," the fair Rhiannon added briskly. "We don't know what happens to vampires, but they don't pass through our purview. We never see them after death. The simplest explanation is that they just go out." She snapped her fingers. "I don't believe that." Elena was aware that her voice had risen in volume. "I don't believe that for one moment." Voices not attached to anyone in particular burst into a clamor of argument around Elena, forming a sort of poem. "Not possible. It's simply not possible. But please, no. Damon is gone, and to ask where is like asking where a candle flame goes when it's blown out. But shouldn't you try to bring him back at least? Whatever has happened to gratitude, you four should be grateful that the other things you asked for can be done. But in exchange for both master keys, no power we can command could bring Damon back." Elena must try to reconcile herself to reality. She has been pampered too much already. But what harm can it do to try again? All right. If you must know, Susuri has already forced us to try, and nothing came of it. Damon is gone. His spirit was nowhere to be found in the ether. That is what happens to vampires, and everyone knows it. Elena found herself looking down at her own hands, which were very clean, but with broken nails and every knuckle bleeding. The outside world had become unreal again. She was inside herself, struggling with her grief, struggling with the knowledge that Idola, the central ruler of guardians, hadn't even mentioned before that they had looked for Damon's spirit, and that it was gone. Suddenly the room was pressing in on her. There wasn't enough air. There were only these women, these powerful, magical guardian women, who still did not have enough power or magic to save Damon, or at least didn't even care enough to try twice. She wasn't sure what was happening to her. Her throat felt puffed out. Her chest was both huge and tight. Each heartbeat sounded through her as if trying to shake her to death. To death. In her mind's eye, she saw a hand hold up a glass of Clarion Loche black magic. And then Elena knew that she had to stand a certain way and hold her arms a certain way and whisper certain words in her own mind. But the last, the naming of the spell, had only to be said aloud at the end. At the end, when things slowed, when green-eyed Idola, what a perfect name for someone who idolized herself, Elena thought, and fair businesslike Rhiannon, and nurturing Susuri, all stared at her with open mouths, too shocked to move even a finger. As quietly and calmly Elena said, "Wings of destruction." It was a soldier, just an ordinary one of the rank and file, one of the dark women who stopped it. She leaped up onto the dais and with inhuman speed slapped her hand over Elena's mouth so that the final syllable was a mumble, and the golden, green, and blue hall did not explode into fragments with hot metal running in rivulets like lava, and the flower fountain did not vaporize, and the stained glass windows did not shatter into atoms. Then there were more arms around Elena, holding her down, scarcely letting her breathe. Even when she went limp for lack of air. Elena fought like an animal with her teeth and nails to escape, but she eventually was completely restrained, pinned to the floor. She could hear Sage's deep voice raging, and Stefan, in between desperate telepathic bursts to her, pleading and explaining. She's still not in reality. She doesn't even know what she's doing. But louder, she could hear the voices of the Guardians. She would have killed us all. Those wings! I've never seen anything so deadly. A human? And with just 3 words, she could have wiped us out. If Linnea hadn't tackled her, or if she had been another few feet away. She destroyed a moon, you know. No life on it at all now, and ashes still falling from the sky. That isn't the point. The point is that she shouldn't have wings powers at all. She's got to be clipped of them. That's right. Clip her wings. Do it. Elena recognized Rhiannon's and Adola's voices at the end there. She was still trying to fight, but they held her so tightly and piled on her so ruthlessly that it had become a fight simply to get air, and all she did was exhaust herself. And then they clipped her wings. It was quick, at least, and Elena felt very little. What hurt most was her heart. Some proud, stubborn streak had been brought out with the fighting, and now she was ashamed to feel each pair cut off. First went wings of redemption, those great rainbow-hued arches. Then wings of purification, white and iridescent as frosted cobwebs, wings of the wind, like honey-colored thistledown. Wings of remembrance, soft violet and midnight blue, and then wings of protection, emerald green and gold, the wings that had saved her friends from Bloodawed's frenzied attack on them the first time they had entered the dark dimensions. And finally, wings of destruction, high, ebony arches with edges as delicate as black lace. Elena tried to keep silent as each power was taken, but after the first 1 or 2 had fallen at her sides, in shadows that perhaps only she could see, she heard a small gasp and realized that it was her own voice, and with the next cut, an involuntary little cry. For a moment there was silence, and then suddenly there was overwhelming noise. Elena could hear Bonnie keening and Sage roaring, and Stefan, gentle Stefan, shouting blasphemies and curses at the Guardians. Elena guessed from the stifled sound of his voice that he was fighting them, fighting to get to her. He reached her somehow just as the deadly, delicate wings of destruction were sheared from her shoulders and mind, and fell like tall shadows to the ground. It was good that he did reach her then, because at last, when Elena was the least dangerous she had been since the powers of wings had begun awakening in her, suddenly the Guardians seemed afraid. They stepped back from her, these strong and dangerous women, and only Stefan was there to catch her and hold her in his arms. Stunned, dazed, she was an 18-year-old girl who was ordinary, except for her blood. They wanted to rob her of her blood as well, to purify it. The 3 rulers and their attendants had already gathered in a determined, multi-hued triangle around her, and were working their magic when Sage bellowed, "Stop!" Elena, drooping over Stefan's shoulder, could see him vaguely, his velvety black wings still spread from wall to wall, still touching the golden ceiling. Bonnie clung to him like a bit of stray dandelion fluff. "You have already diminished her aura to almost nothing," he growled. "If you purify the blood of this pauvre petite completely, she will die. And then she will awaken. You will have created un vampire, mesdames. Is that what you wish? Susuri reeled back. For the ruler of such a harsh and unyielding realm, she seemed almost too gentle, but not too soft to shear off my wings, Elena thought, wriggling her shoulders to ease them. Maybe she didn't know how much it would hurt, another part of her mind offered vaguely. Then all her mind came together in an emergency meeting. Something warm and cooling was sliding down the back of her neck in tiny droplets. Not blood, no. This was infinitely more precious than what the guardians had taken away. Stefan's tears. She rocked hard, trying to take her own weight on her feet. Somehow, shakily, she managed it. She only realized just how shaky she was when she tried to lift a hand and wipe the tears off Stefan's cheeks with her thumb. Her whole hand wobbled as if she were making a childish joke. Her thumb struck his cheek with enough force to make anyone else wince. She looked at him with dumb apology, too shocked to try to speak. Stefan was speaking, over and over. "It doesn't matter," he was saying. "It's all right, love. Oh, lovely love, it will be all right." He wiped her eyes with a hand that was rock steady. And all the time he was looking only at her, and she knew, thinking only of her. She knew that because she also knew the moment when it changed. Red hair was in her line of sight, blurred through new tears. Red hair and narrow green eyes, too close to her. That was when Elena felt Stefan remember that there was anything other than Elena in the world. His face changed. He didn't snarl or stick out his chin. The change was an entire alteration, but it centered around his eyes, which became deadly hard, while everything else became sharp and fierce. "If you touch her again, you vicious bitch, I will rip out your throat," Stefan said, and each word was like a chip of ice-cold iron dropped onto the floor. Elena's tears stopped with the shock of it. Stefan didn't talk that way to women. Even Damon hadn't. But the words were still echoing in the sudden silence of the cathedral-like room. People were backing away. Idola was backing away too, but her lip was curled. "Do you think that because we are guardians that we cannot harm you?" she was beginning, when Stefan's voice cut through hers cleanly. "I think that because you are guardians you can kill sanctimoniously and get away with it," Stefan said, and his lip made a far more compelling and frightening line of scorn than Idola's had. "You would have killed Elena if Sage hadn't stopped you. Damn you," he added softly, but with such utter conviction that Idola took another step backward. "Yes, you'd better rally all your little friends around," he added. "I might just decide to kill you anyway. I killed my own brother, as I'm sure you realize. But surely that was only after taking a mortal blow yourself." Susuri was between the two of them, trying to intercede. Stefan shrugged. He looked at her with the same contempt as he had the other ruler. "I still had the use of my arm," he said deliberately. "I could have decided to drop my sword, or to merely wound him. Instead, I chose to put a blade straight through his heart." He showed his teeth in a distinctly unfriendly smile. "And now, I don't even need a weapon." "Stefan," Elena managed at last to whisper. "I know. She's weaker than I am, and you don't want to see me kill her. That's why she's still alive, love. It's the only reason." As Elena lifted half-frightened eyes to him, Stefan added in a voice only she could hear, "Of course, there are some things about me you don't know, Elena. Things I'd hope you'd never have to see. Knowing you, loving you, made me almost forget about them. Stefan's voice in her head woke something inside Elena. She lifted her head and looked at the blurry mass of guardians around them. She saw strawberry blonde curls suspended in mid-air. Bonnie. Bonnie fighting. Doing it weakly, but only because a pair of the fair guardians and another pair of dark ones were holding her in the air, one to each limb. As Elena stared at her, she seemed to regain energy and fought harder. And Elena could hear something. It was faint and far away, but it almost sounded like her name. Like her name spoken by whispering branches or the whirring of passing bicycle wheels. Lena. Elena reached inwardly for the sound. She tried desperately to grasp whatever came after, but nothing happened. She tried a trick she would have found easy yesterday, channeling power to the center of her telepathy. It didn't work. She tried her telepathy. Bonnie, can you hear me? There wasn't even the slightest change in the smaller girl's expression. Elena had lost her link to Bonnie. She watched as Bonnie realized the same thing, watched the fight go out of the small body. Bonnie's face, upturned in blank despair, was indescribably sad, and somehow indescribably pure and beautiful, all at once. That will never happen to us, Stefan's voice in her mind told her fiercely. Never. I give you my— No, Elena thought back, superstitiously terrified of a jinx. If Stefan swore, something might happen. She might have to become a vampire or a spirit to ensure that he didn't break his word. He stopped, and Elena knew that he had heard her. And somehow this knowledge, that Stefan had heard a single word from her, stilled her. She knew he wasn't spying. He'd heard because she'd sent the thought to him. She wasn't alone. She might be ordinary again. They might have taken her wings and most of the power of her blood, but she wasn't alone. She leaned toward him, her forehead against Stefan's chin. No one is alone, she told Damon that. Damon Salvatore, a being who no longer existed, but who still called forth from her one more word, one final cry, his name. Damon! He died 4 dimensions away, but she could feel Stefan backing her, amplifying her transmission, sending it like one last beacon through the multitude of worlds that separated them from his cold and lifeless body. Damon! There wasn't the slightest glimmer of an answer. Of course not. Elena was making a fool of herself. Suddenly something stronger than grief, stronger than self-pity, even stronger than guilt, took hold of her. Damon wouldn't have wanted her to be carried out of this hall, even by Stefan, especially by Stefan. He would have wanted her to show no sign of weakness to these women who'd shorn her and humiliated her. Yes, that was Stefan, her love, but not her lover, willing to love her chastely from now until the end of her days. The end of her days? Elena was suddenly glad that she couldn't project to strangers telepathically, and that Stefan had set shields around them when he'd taken her into his arms. She turned to Rhiannon, who was watching, warily, but still with business in her eyes. I'd like to go now, if you don't mind, she said, picking up her backpack and slinging it over her shoulder with a gesture as arrogant as she could make it. There was a bolt of agony as the weight of the strap hit the place from which most of her wings had sprung, but she kept her face contemptuous and indifferent. Bonnie, back on the ground, since she wasn't fighting any longer, followed Elena's lead. Stefan had left his backpack in the gatehouse, but he gently cupped a hand around Elena's elbow, not guiding her, but showing that he was there for her. Sage's wings folded back into themselves and were gone. You understand that for the return of these treasures which are ours by right, but which we were barred from retrieving, you will be granted your request with the exception of the impost. I understand, Elena said flatly, just as Stefan said, much more brusquely. She understands. Just do it, will you? It is already being organized. Rhiannon's eyes, dark blue, splashed with gold, met Elena's with a look not entirely unsympathetic. The best thing, Susuri added hastily, would be for us to put you to sleep and send you to your old, new dwellings. By the time you awaken, all will have been accomplished. Elena forced her face not to change. Send me to Maple Street? She asked, looking at Rhiannon. Aunt Judith's house? In your sleep, yes. I don't want to be asleep. Elena moved even closer to Stefan. Don't let them put me to sleep. No one's going to do anything to you that you don't want, Stefan said, and his voice was like the edge of a razor. Sage rumbled his support, and Bonnie stared at the fair woman hard. Rhiannon bowed her head. Elena woke up. It was dark, and she'd been asleep. She couldn't remember exactly how she'd fallen asleep, but she knew she wasn't on the palanquin, and she knew she wasn't in a sleeping bag. Stefan? Bonnie? Damon? She thought automatically. But there was something odd about her telepathy. It felt almost as if it were confined to her own head. Was she in Stefan's room? It must be pitch black outside, since she couldn't even see the outline of the trap door that led to the widow's walk. Stefan, she whispered, while various bits of information pooled in her mind. There was a smell, at once familiar and unfamiliar. She was lying on a comfortable double bed, not one of Lady Ulma's silken and velvet extravaganzas, but not any lumpy feather bed from the boarding house either. Was she in a hotel? As these various thoughts came together in her brain, there was a soft, quick rapping. Knuckles on glass. Elena's body took over. She tossed off the bedspread and ran to the window, mysteriously avoiding obstacles without thinking about them at all. Her hands wrenched aside curtains that she somehow knew were there, and her skyrocketing heart brought a name to her lips. And then the world stopped and did its slowest somersault of all. The sight of a face, fierce and concerned and loving and yet strangely frustrated, just on the other side of the second-story window, brought Elena's memories back. All of them. Fell's Church was saved, and Damon was dead. Her head bent slowly until her forehead touched the cool pane of glass. Chapter 43. Elena? Stefan said quietly. Could you ask me to come in? You have to invite me in if you want to talk. Invite him in? He was already inside her heart. She had told the Guardians that everyone would have to accept Stefan as her boyfriend of almost a year. It didn't matter. In a low voice, she said, Come in, Stefan. The window's locked from your side, Elena. Numbly, Elena unlocked the window. The next moment, She was encompassed by warm, strong arms in a desperate, fervent embrace. But the moment after that, the arms dropped, leaving her frozen and lonely. "Stephen, what's wrong?" Her eyes had adapted, and by the starlight through the window, she could see him hesitating before her. "I can't... It's not me you want," he said in a rush that sounded as if it came through a constricted throat. "But I wanted you to know that Meredith and Matt are holding Bonnie, comforting her, I mean. They're all okay, and so is Mrs. Flowers. And I thought that They put me to sleep. They said they wouldn't put me to sleep." "You fell asleep, Elena, while we were waiting for them to send us home. We all watched over you, Bonnie, Sage, and I." He was still speaking in that formal, unusual tone. "But I thought, well, that you might want to talk tonight, too, before I left." He put a finger up to stop his lip from shaking. "You swore you wouldn't leave me," Elena cried. "You promised, not for any reason, not for any length of time, no matter how noble the cause." "But, Elena, that was before I understood. You still don't understand. Do you know—" His hand flew to cover her mouth, and he put his lips to her ear. "Look, Elena, we're in your house. Your aunt." Elena felt her eyes widen, although of course subconsciously she had known this all along. The air of familiarity, this bed, it was her bed, and the spread was her beloved gold and white bedspread. The obstacles she'd known how to avoid in the dark, the tapping at her window. She was home, like a climber who has negotiated an impossible-seeming section of rock and almost fallen. Elena felt a tremendous rush of adrenaline. And it was this, or perhaps simply the power of the love that flooded through her, that achieved what she had been so clumsily trying to reach. She felt her soul expand and come out of her body, and meet Stephen's. She was appalled by the hastily swept-away desolation in his spirit, and humbled by the surge of love that flooded every part of him at the touch of her mind. "Oh, Stephen, just say that you can forgive me, that's all. If you can forgive me, I can live. Maybe you can even be happy with me again, if you just give it a little time. I'm already happy with you. But we have all the time in the world," Stephen reassured her. But she caught the shadow of a dark thought whisked quickly out of the way. He had all the time in the world. She, however. Elena had to choke back a laugh, but then clutched at Stephen suddenly. "My backpack. Did they take it? Where is it?" "Right beside your nightstand. I can reach it. Do you want it?" He reached in the darkness and pulled up something heavy and rough and none too pleasant smelling. Elena thrust one frantic hand inside it while still holding on to Stephen with the other. "Yes! Oh, Stephen, it's here!" He was beginning to suspect, but he only knew when she drew out the bottle labeled Evian water and held it to her cheek. It was icy cold, although the night was mild and humid, and as it effervesced violently, it glowed in a way that no ordinary water did. "I didn't mean to do it," she told Stephen, suddenly worried that he might not like to associate with a thief. "At least, not at first. Sage said to get the water from the fountain of eternal youth and life into bottles. I dug up a big bottle and this little one, and somehow I stashed the smaller one in my backpack. I'd have put the big one in too, but it didn't fit.
And I didn't even think about the little one again until after they took away my wings and my telepathy.
And a good thing, Stefan thought. If they had caught you, oh, my lovely love. His arms squeezed the breath from Elena's lungs. So that's why you are suddenly so eager to leave.
They took almost everything else supernatural about me, Elena whispered, placing her lips close to Stefan's ear. I have to live with that. And if they'd given me a chance, I'd have agreed, for the sake of Fell's church, if I'd been logical.
She broke off as she suddenly realized that she had been literally out of her mind. She'd been worse than a thief. She'd tried to use a lethal attack on a group of mostly innocent people. And the worst thing was that a part of her knew that Damon would have understood her madness, while she wasn't sure Stefan ever could.
But you don't have to change me into, you know, she began whispering frenetically again. A sip or two of this, and I can be with you forever. Forever and forever, Stefan.
She stopped, trying to get her breath and her mental balance. His hand closed over hers on the cap.
Elena, I'm not crying. It's because I'm happy. Forever and ever, Stefan. We can be together, just us two, forever.
Elena, love. His hand kept hers from twisting open the bottle.
It isn't what you want?
With his other arm, Stefan pulled her tightly to him. Her head fell forward onto his shoulder, and he rested his chin on her hair. It's what I want more than anything. I'm dazed, I guess. I have been ever since. He stopped and tried again. If we have all the time in the world, we have tomorrow, he said in a voice muffled by hair. And tomorrow is time enough for you to start to think it through. There's enough in that bottle for maybe 4 or 5 people. You're the one who's going to have to decide who drinks it, love. But not tonight. Tonight is for... With a sudden rush of joy, Elena understood.
You're talking about Damon.
Amazing how difficult it was to simply say his name. It almost seemed a violation, and yet...
When he could talk like this, for a moment to me, he told me what he wanted, she sent.
Stefan stirred a little in the darkness, but said nothing.
Stefan, he only asked for one thing before he went. And it was not to be forgotten, that's all. And we're the ones who remember the most. Us and Bonnie.
Aloud, she added,
I will never forget him. And I will never let anyone else who knew him forget him. For as long as I live.
She knew she'd spoken too loudly, but Stefan didn't try to quiet her. He gave one quick shudder, and then held her tightly again, his face buried in her hair. I remember, he said to her, when Catherine asked him to join her. When we 3 were in Honoria Fell's crypt, I remember what he said to her. Do you? Elena felt their souls intertwine as they both saw the scene through the other's eyes.
Of course, I remember too.
Stefan sighed, half laughing. I remember trying to take care of him later in Florence. He wouldn't behave, wouldn't even influence the girls he fed on. Another sigh. I think he wanted to get caught at that point. He couldn't even look me in the face and talk about you.
I made Bonnie send for you. I made sure she got both of you out here,
Elena told him. Her tears had begun to flow again, but slowly, gently. Her eyes were shut, and she felt a faint smile come to her lips. Do you know? Stefan's mental voice was startled, astonished. I remember something else. From when I was very young, maybe 3 or 4 years old, My father had a terrible temper, especially right after my mother died. And back then, when I was little, my father was furious and drunk. Damon would deliberately get in between us. He'd say something obnoxious and, well, my father would end up beating him instead of me. I don't know how I could have forgotten about that.
I do,
Elena thought, remembering how frightened she had been of Damon when he first turned human, even though he put himself in between her and the vampires who wanted to discipline her in the dark dimension. He had a gift for knowing exactly what to say, how to look, what to do, to get under anyone's skin. She could feel Stefan chuckle faintly, wryly. A gift, was it? Well, I certainly couldn't do it. And I can manage most people, Elena replied softly. Not him, though. Never him. Stefan added. But he was almost always kinder to weak people than to strong ones. And he always did have that soft spot for Bonnie. He broke off, as if frightened he'd ventured too near something sacred. But Elena had her bearings now. She was glad, so glad, that in the end Damon had died to save Bonnie. Elena herself needed no more proof of his feelings about her. She would always love Damon, and she would never allow anything to diminish that love. And somehow it seemed fitting that she and Stefan should sit in her old bedroom and speak of what they remembered of Damon in hushed tones. She planned on taking the same thing up with the others tomorrow. When she finally fell asleep in Stefan's arms, it was hours after midnight. Chapter 44. On the smallest moon of the netherworld, fine ash was falling. It fell on 2 already ash-covered bodies. It fell on ash-choked water. It blocked the sunlight so that an endless midnight covered the moon's ash-coated surface. And something else fell. In the smallest imaginable droplets, an opalescent fluid fell, colors swirling as if to try and make up for the ugliness of the ashes. They were tiny drops, but there were trillions upon trillions of them, falling endlessly, concentrated over the spot where they had once been part of the largest container of raw power in 3 dimensions. There was a body on the ground on this spot. Not quite a corpse. The body had no heartbeat. It did not breathe, and there was no brain activity. But somewhere in it, there was a slow pulsing that quickened very slightly as the tiny drops of power fell upon it. The pulsing was made up of nothing but a memory. The memory of a girl with dark blue eyes and golden hair, and a small face with wide brown eyes. And the taste of 2 maidens' tears. Elena, Bonnie. Putting the 2 of them together, they formed what was not exactly a thought, not exactly a picture. But to someone who only understood words, it might be translated. They are waiting for me. If I can figure out who I am. And that sparked a fierce determination. After what seemed like centuries, but was only a few hours, something moved in the ash. A fist clenched. And something stirred in the brain. A self-revelation. A name. Damon.